Now it's time to meet the man behind this extraordinary mission. Please give a warm welcome to the one, the only, Pete Vargas.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? How you guys doing? How's everybody doing? You guys well? Good, good, good. You're in for a treat today. Today is going to be an amazing day. If you haven't been here with us all week, you're in the right place because every day is a standalone day. We're supposed to do this in Los Angeles, Miami, Nashville, Dallas, Houston, LA, several other cities, Atlanta. And because of everything that's happening in our world, we weren't able to take the platform tour to these cities. So we're taking them behind the scenes of other people's platforms. So what we have done is we've made every day a day in its own, where if you're just there for that day, you're going to benefit greatly. And I'm going to tell you what, yesterday, how incredible was yesterday? If you think yesterday was great, wait till you experience today. It's going to be a building upon of yesterday. So welcome to the platform tour. I need my slides up here. So listen, we're done. This is day 8. I'll tell you about tomorrow here in a second. Make sure you're in platform community. Facebook, well, all you got to do is go to platformcommunity.com. It'll redirect you to our Facebook group where we're putting all of the assignments and everything in there. We've got live streams going in English on our Facebook page and in Spanish at our Advance Your Reach page. I'm so excited because this year we've done it bigger. We've got tens of thousands of English-speaking people, English-speaking participants that have registered, tens of thousands of Spanish-speaking participants that have registered. We're streaming it into our groups of hundreds of thousands, and today will be the biggest day that it's streamed, as many of our speakers are streaming it to their pages, their YouTube channels, their Instagram accounts, and so are we, and it's bilingual. We are making an impact on millions of people's lives, and this year, this is what we brought to you from October 11th through the 17th. Today is our bonus day. But the first 7 days were so profound and so powerful on the strategies and tactics of building your platform. And don't worry if you miss those, because there's something really special that I have in store for you. But let me tell you what, all of the profits from this week are going back to 8 amazing charities. And yesterday, I added $31,600 to Tim Tebow's charity yesterday because it's the number that I heard in my heart to be able to give to him. So we started with 3 charities, but somehow we now have 8 because of the fact of we just continue to do more and more and more. So 100% of profits. We have a goal of $1 million. Last year, we gave $750,000 to $800,000 away. This year, we have a goal of $1 million. And so the first 7 days have been unbelievable. Today is going to be extraordinary. But what I want you to know is tomorrow, I will recap all 8 days and all 30 hours in 1 hour. Tag somebody right now and say, hey, if you haven't been here, it's okay. You're going to get all 40 nuggets from all 40 speakers in the 8 days in 1 hour. In 1 hour. And I will have a worksheet that you have to be there live to get. We will not have this as a recording. You will not get this as a recording. Today is not recorded. You have to, there's no no replay being sent out today. There's no recording of tomorrow. If you can't show up, I want you to show up. So 30 hours recapped in 1 hour. We will take away the major speaker takeaways from all 8 days in 1 hour or less. It's the Cliff Notes version, and we will give over $50,000 of prizes away. How are we going to give those away? Every day you're here live counts as a point. Every day you do your homework counts as a point. Every person you tag asking them to watch that day counts as a point. And every time you share it live, how do you share it live? It counts as a lot of points. All you have to do right now in Facebook is share now with friends. This week we've had thousands of people share and dozens of our speakers streaming this into their groups. And it's been a profound, profound week. Profound week. And so this week has been all about building your platform. A platform is a razor-elevated surface on which you take a stand. A place where your message and your impact, your income is amplified for a purpose greater than yourself. Was Tim Tebow a demonstration of a purpose greater than himself yesterday? If you heard Tim Tebow, a purpose greater than himself. So this whole last week, and I don't want you to miss tomorrow, but I don't want you to miss any of today, because tomorrow we'll recap the whole thing, but this whole week has been around, you cannot control the microphone if you do not understand how to build your platform. When you build your platform, you control the microphone and you change the world. And I'm grateful because in the last 3 years, we've helped our students almost reach 100 million people and generate $500 million. In the last 20 years, our clients have generated right at $1 billion in revenues and impacted hundreds of millions of people in the last 20 years. That is profound. Why do I care about your platform? I care about your platform because it was a man that spoke on a platform that changed my dad and I's life. It's a woman that spoke on a platform that had me see the power of worshiping a God that is bigger than me. It was another woman that spoke on a platform that helped me understand how I needed to take control of my finances. It was a different man that spoke on a platform that helped me understand that I needed to focus on my health. Their messages are what triggered me to want to change and to transform. And it's the same for you. So for the last 2 decades, I have been fighting for people's platforms that are intended to make a difference, a powerful, positive difference in this world. That's what I've been fighting for. And yeah, the majority of people we've worked with, we are approaching 100,000 customers across the world. And 99,950 of them you wouldn't even know because they're best kept secrets. Not anymore. But we've also worked with some of the biggest names and biggest brands just in the last 12 months, helping them generate $250 million. Now, here is the key. Here is the key. To build the platform, you cannot build it with one pillar. It'll come crumbling down. It'll come crumbling down. And so for the last week, we've talked about these 6 pillars. And you've probably missed the 5 or 6 strategies that speakers talked about in this bucket, and the 5 or 6 that people talked about in this bucket, and the 5 or 6, and the 5 or 6, and the 5 or 6, and the 5 or 6. But you don't have to worry because tomorrow, in all 6 of those pillars that these speakers spoke about, I will break down every single strategy they had in 1 hour or less. 1 hour or less. Tomorrow. But today, I have got to tell you, and I'm so grateful, by the way, I'm so grateful because these speakers created what I call the double win. Let me tell you something. Could be a writable moment. Follow people who don't believe in a win-loss mentality, that you have to lose in order for them to win, or they have to win in order for other people to lose. Follow people who believe in a win-win mentality. I believe that we can all win. You don't have to lose and me win, or you win and me lose. And what I love about these speakers, is they said, we know all of the profits are going back to charity, so they donated over 30,000 of their programs to create the ultimate platform building digital bundle. This is the PhD on building a platform. This is the PhD. And they said, we will donate our resources, our courses, our master courses. People like Grant Cardone, even Sarah Blakely put something back in there. Jesse Itzler, many others. They did this because they want you to win. They want you to win. But they also want the charities to win that we're representing. And so Wednesday of this week, these 3 bundles, the bronze, the silver, and the gold that are valued at ridiculous amounts of value. These values are actually haven't even been updated. They're higher than that. This goes away Wednesday. Wednesday. You won't ever see something this powerful again. And hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have said, that's a no-brainer. And you can find out all of the details at platformtourcares.com, because I want to make sure that you take advantage of one of these before Wednesday. So much so that I want you to understand that I believe this resource, these resources that they've provided, most things that you go through are like one course and it's $2,000. In the gold package, you get a lifetime access to 35 different courses and resources. And so, for those of you that are here live today, I'm going to do something so powerful to make it a no-brainer for you to make that decision today. I've asked several of our speakers today, and you're going to have to take advantage of this today. I said, make this a no-brainer. So several of our speakers today have some very surprise and delight things that I will be talking about throughout the course of the day. But what I want you to see is I want you, if you have not made that decision so far, or if this is the first time you're hearing about it, go to platformtourcares.com. Take a look at those bundles. It's the PhD. And if you haven't made that decision, I'm just going to let you know. It's not about this, but do you realize what is the biggest thing getting in your way? Down below in the comments, down below in the chat, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, everywhere. What do you think the biggest thing that's getting in your way? A lot of you say money. If you're resourceful, you could figure out how to do $2,000. If you're resourceful, you could figure out how to do $500. You keep telling yourself the same story. I hear them. I hear the victim stories. I don't want victim stories. I want powerful stories of overcoming. The first story today is a story not of one in victim, and it could have been victim. Could have been woe is me, but it wasn't woe is me. It was powerful. And today I want you guys to have a different mindset, because the biggest thing getting in the way, look at me in this studio. Guys, do we have this shot? The biggest thing getting in the way is you. It's you. And when you get out of your way, the doors begin to open. So you know what today is all about? It's all about YOU. YOU. How do you get rid of those excuses? How do you leverage the greatest asset you have, which is your story? How do you overcome those fears? How do you gain more confidence? How do you get more time back? How do you actually create any dream that you want to create in this world? How do you do that? Guess what? Today is all about you. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. Put your hand up. Let me see your hand up. Today, I am committing to me. Say those words. Today, I am committing to me. Getting out of the way so that the doors can open and I can make a difference in this world. Today, you're going to hear from 12 people. The first one's going to be in the studio. And it's all about overcoming and getting out of the way. So I'm excited. Your story, the soundtracks that go off in your brain, emotional intelligence, how to become limitless, gaining confidence, overcoming fear, how to quit making excuses, how to lead, how to create any dream to become reality. Stop dreaming and allow it to become reality. How to be more productive and gain time back, and how to build a brand starting with you. Like the lineup today is incredible. So take notes. You're going to have 12 nuggets today. And at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you for the 3 nuggets that really are speaking to your heart the most. Speaking to your heart the most. So we've got thousands of people backstage today, thousands of people backstage in Spanish-speaking rooms, English-speaking rooms, Zoom rooms. We've got, because we made VIP free today. So those of you that are backstage that are VIP free today, say, this is my first day backstage. Put the number first. Put first in the chat. Spanish, English, we have multiple Zoom rooms. So listen, what I want you to know is that's my gift back to you. Now you got to give yourself a gift today. You have got to overcome the fear of stepping into one of these packages, and you've got to get out of the way of you. Because it's not just a common occurrence when it's time to invest in yourself. It's a common occurrence consistently in your life. It's showing up. And today we're going to overcome that. I'm so excited about our first speaker today. My wife and I had dinner with her. My wife is a big advocate and loves this gal. She reached out to me on Instagram last year, and I told my wife, and my wife's like, oh my gosh, she's such an inspiration. She's been on tour with Oprah. I heard last night at dinner, because I can't lie, I didn't watch Dancing with the Stars. I don't. My wife doesn't miss a show. But my wife was telling me last night how Amy got robbed and she should have been the one to win in 2014. But I want to tell you what. It's the power in which she shared her story. Some people share their story powerless, and some people share it powerfully. Some are victims, and some are talking about how they will be a victor. And she's one of those that has made a decision to be a victor, to be someone who walks out a powerful story. Her story has opened up the doors for phenomenal things in her life. And I'm going to ask you, everybody backstage, in many Zoom rooms, online, offline, Facebook, YouTube, would you welcome to this physical stage, Amy Purdy? Give it up for Amy! Olympian medalist, on Oprah's tour, on Dancing with the Stars. Like, I forgot a few of the things. I'm so glad you're here.
Oh my gosh, thank you.
You would give this right here.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Oh my God, this is awesome. You guys, this is an incredible studio. This is the first time I've ever spoke in a room like this before. So I'm so excited. And I have a little injury, that's why I'm on crutches, but I'm doing good. So don't worry. But I am gonna jump right in. I have a question for all of you. If your life was a book and you were the author, how would you want your story to go? I ask you this question because this is the question that changed my life forever. I grew up in the hot Las Vegas desert, not exactly where you expect a professional snowboarder to come from, but all I wanted was to be free. I would daydream about traveling the world, living in a place where it snowed, and I would picture all of the stories that I go on to tell. At the age of 19, I actually moved to a place where it snowed. I moved to Salt Lake City, Utah, where I became a massage therapist because I thought, with this job, all I needed were my hands and my massage table by my side, and I could go anywhere. For the first time ever, I felt free, independent, and completely in control of my life. That is, until my life took a detour. The day began just like any other day. I woke up feeling great. I went to work, I did my massages. Normally I'd have enough energy to go to the gym afterwards, but this day I was exhausted. I went home from work with what I thought was the flu. And less than 24 hours later, I was in the hospital on life support, where I was given less than a 2% chance of living. It wasn't until 5 days later, as the doctors debated outside my hospital room who was going to tell my parents that it was time to pull the plug, that I was diagnosed not with the flu like we thought, but I was diagnosed with something called meningococcal meningitis. We have no idea how I got it. All we know is 1 in 4 people carry this bacteria. It's spread like the flu or the cold. So for all I know, somebody could have sneezed on me in the elevator at work, and maybe that's how I got it. But due to this little microscopic bacteria, over the course of 2.5 months, I ended up losing my spleen, I lost my kidney function, I lost the hearing in my left ear, and due to the septic shock that my body went into, I ended up losing both my legs below the knees. My life changed like that. I went from being a normal 19-year-old who could throw on a dress and a pair of flip-flops and run out the door without a care in the world to now relying on machines, mechanics, and medical innovation in order to live and in order to even survive. I ended up being in kidney failure for 1.5 years. I was on dialysis. And then the week of my 21st birthday, my dad gave me a kidney. So I ended up having a kidney transplant. And although I was so grateful for my life and so grateful to be alive, there were times where I was so overwhelmed that I had no idea what my life was going to be like. And it was times like those, times that I had absolutely zero control over, that first prompted me to ask myself that really important question. If my life was a book and I was the author, how would I want my story to go? And what this question did is, first of all, it allowed me to think of what I didn't want. And what I didn't want is I didn't want people to feel sorry for me. I didn't want to be a victim. I didn't want people to say, oh, yeah, we know Amy. Oh, the girl with the disability or the girl who lost her legs. That's absolutely what I didn't want. So then I thought, well, what is it that I do want for my life? And I saw myself walking gracefully. I saw myself somehow helping other people through my journey. And I saw myself snowboarding again. And I didn't just see myself carving down this mountain of powder. I visualized it so strongly that I could actually feel it. I could feel the wind against my face and the beat of my racing heart as if it was happening in that very moment. And that passion and that fire that I felt inside, that is when a new chapter of my life began. I ended up snowboarding again after I made a pair of my own feet to snowboard in. And then my husband and I, we started a nonprofit organization called Adaptive Action Sports, where we teach youth, young adults, and wounded vets with permanent physical disabilities how to snowboard. And I ended up going back to work, and I went back to school. And then at one point, I was invited to give one of the first ever TEDx talks. Now, let me tell you how this even came to be. My story was written up in the local newspaper. I was invited back to my old high school to speak. I was terrified. I was standing in front of these 10th graders, literally quivering and had no idea what I was talking about. But from there, I got invited to speak at a youth conference. Once again, I agreed to do it, had no idea what I was doing, so nervous, didn't know how to really put a story together or even share a message. I don't even know if I knew what my messages were at that time. But I did it anyways, and thank God I did, because it just so happened that in the audience was an organizer for the TED conference. And 2 days later, I got invited to give one of the first ever TEDx talks at one of the first ever TEDx events. And let me just tell you, I was nowhere ready to give a TED talk. I couldn't even say, my name's Amy Purdy and I lost both of my legs, without wanting to cry. And I remember writing this talk. I hated every second of it because I was so overwhelmed. I was so hyper-focused. I was so nervous. I didn't eat. I didn't sleep. I didn't like what I wrote. I'd crumble it up and I'd throw it out and I'd start all over again. It took me a long 3 months to prepare a short 8-minute talk. And I remember the day that I walked out on stage. It was in this beautiful opera theater, and it was full of people from literally from floor to ceiling all around. And I stepped out on stage, and I got so nervous that I stepped back, and I told the speaking coach that they provided for us, I said, I don't think I can do this. What if I cry? And she said, Amy, trust that what happens is what's supposed to happen. That if you cry, the audience will cry. Whatever you feel, the audience will feel. And you know what the world needs more of? We need more people who feel. The world needs to hear your story. And so I stepped out on stage, and I feel it right now. My voice was cracking, and I had tears in my eyes. And I remember at one point looking at the front audience, or at the front row of the audience, and seeing everybody just cry alongside with me. They were lifting up their glasses and crying, and I felt something in that moment that I've never felt before. I felt so connected with the audience. It was so silent in there, you could hear a pin drop, and I felt like we were one, like we were all present together. And I thought, this must be what Beyonce feels like, to sing to this audience and everyone's like singing back to her. But so the video, well, let me back up and say I did get a standing ovation that day, and that was one of my first ever talks. But to my surprise, the video to that talk went viral, and it changed the course of my life forever. And I learned that we don't need to be limited by our circumstances, but that our circumstances can open up a whole world of unlimited possibilities. And I also learned that the stories that we are most scared to share, because they make us feel weak, because they make us feel vulnerable, those are the stories we should be sharing, because those are the stories that make us human. And what makes us human connects us all. That one talk, and deciding to do that one talk, it took my life in places I never could have imagined. I instantly was kind of jumped into a corporate speaking career where I went from living under disability. I was living on $800 a month to making 7 figures as a motivational speaker. I ended up going on and competing in snowboarding. I won 3 back-to-back Paralympic medals. And because of that one talk, I ended up partnering with some of the largest brands in the world, Coca-Cola, Toyota, Kellogg's. I was on cereal boxes, I was on commercials, I was on billboards. That's how Dancing with the Stars found out about me. An executive producer saw me on a billboard and invited me on the show, where I danced with my partner, Jon Acuff. And as soon as that show was over, I got invited to speak across the country with Oprah, which is so crazy for me to even say. And then I decided to take my TED Talk and expand it into a book. And that book went on to become a New York Times bestseller. And the reason I'm sharing all of this with you is because it all goes back to one decision, to finding the courage to face my fears and to step up on that stage and to share my truth. And we all can do that. And the most amazing part, the most fulfilling part about it is how far that speech went and the impact that that speech made just by sharing my story. It's getting letters from people from all over the world, sometimes in languages that I can't even understand, that I have to translate, of people saying, thank you for sharing your story. By you sharing your obstacles, it's helped me overcome my own. And we all have the ability to do that. And the beautiful thing about the day and age that we live in is that we don't need TED. We don't even need TED to share our story. That's what YouTube and TikTok are for. You can literally pick up your phone, film a 60-minute moment of your life where you learned something, and there's someone on the other side of that. When you press post, there's someone on the other side of that who needs to hear that story. In fact, I did that just a few months ago. My TikTok, it wasn't doing very well. I mean, it was like, oh, I guess I should film a TikTok here and there. That's where I was at with TikTok. I didn't have that many followers. But I decided I'm just going to share my story. And I did a 40-second version of my story. I used the Splice app. I threw in a couple photos. I did a little voiceover of how I lost my legs and where it took me in my life, added some music, posted it on TikTok. And that one video that took me less than 20 minutes to make, it ended up getting 13 million views. I gained over 200,000 followers overnight. But that video reached more people in 3 weeks than my TED Talk reached in 10 years. So we don't even need TED to, give us the opportunity to share our stories. We need to take the opportunity that's literally right in front of us, that's right at our fingertips, because there's somebody who needs to hear your story, and your voice matters. And I know you might be thinking, okay, Amy, this is easy for you to say. You have an obvious story, but I don't know what my story is. In fact, I can see some of you guys. So if you don't know what your story is, or you don't necessarily know what your messages would be, I want you to raise your hand. Like, do you ever struggle with not knowing your story or not knowing, like, what would you share if you went on stage? Okay, so I see a couple of you raising your hands. Okay, so the beautiful thing is that, first of all, the longer we live, the more stories we're going to have. We're never going to run out of stories. And we've all had moments in our life or experiences in our lives that have taught us something that we could share with somebody else. We've all had defining moments that have led us to the place that we are today and helped us become the person that we are today. Sometimes we just need a little bit of guidance, like a little bit of help to remind us that we do have a voice and we do have stories and messages and insight to share. So I am going to share an exercise with all of you. And this, if you ever struggle with trying to figure out what your message is or what your story is, this is the perfect exercise to do. So I want you all to grab a piece of paper and a pen. I can see some of you already have that out. And I want you to write these 3 things down. Okay, so number 1, list 3 big challenges that you've faced in your life and the lessons that you learned from them. And you can do this afterwards, so just write the questions down right now. The second thing is, what are the defining moments of your life that took your life in a completely different direction for the better? So for example, for me, it was losing my legs. You know, that was a defining moment that could have gone the other direction, but it really took my life in a better place. And so I want you to write down the defining moments that took your life in a better direction. And then the third thing is the transitions that you've faced or experienced in your life that have changed your perspective. And I can give you all one transition right now that we're all faced with, and that's COVID. You know, COVID has changed everything. It's taken jobs away. It's made us rethink the jobs that we do. You all are here today, and this is why you're here, is because you're in transition. You feel something inside of you. You want to do more. You know you have a voice. You know you can make an impact. That's a transition that you're in today. So the next thing I want you to do is, after the day's over, just set your timer for 10 seconds, not 10 seconds. It might take a little longer than that. Set your timer for 10 minutes. I want you to just fill all of these bullet points out, all these stories, all these moments, all these transitions in your life. I think you'll realize just how many stories you really have. And then the third thing that I want you to do is I want you to pick something from that list. And it does not have to be your rawest, most scariest story. It just needs to be a meaningful moment that you experienced that you can share with others and that maybe can help them on their path. I want you to pick that. I want you to do a 60-second to 3-minute video on your phone, and I want you to press post. I want you to post it on social media, because there is somebody out there who needs to hear your story, not my story, not Pete's story, not Bethany Hamilton's story. They need to hear your story. They want to hear the mom who has 3 kids and figured out how to organize her life. That's the story they want to hear. They want to hear your story, because when you share your journey, you help others on their own. And right now, the world is craving connection. And the way that we connect is through our stories. So don't be scared to share your own. The world needs you and your unique ideas and insights and perspectives and messages and stories that only you can share. So shine your light. Don't keep those gifts to yourself. Somebody out there is literally waiting for you to show up and to show them the way. And the rest of your story is waiting to get written. So I just want to end this by, first of all, saying thank you guys so much. I'm so honored and so excited to be here with you all today. And I want to end this with the question that I began with, the question that changed my life forever. If your life was a book and you were the author of that book, how would you want your story to go? Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Amy, okay.
I can hear Pete coming
Guys,
out here. There you are.
Give it up for Amy. Give it up for Amy. Listen, I want you to know something about her. Those questions that she popped up, they showed up on your screen. Did you write those questions down?
Yes.
Yes. Because remember, she said something similar to what Grant said, like, what's a struggle or an obstacle you've had? Go help people overcome that. What's something you're great at? Go teach people how to do that. And so one of the things that she is great at is actually her TED Talk. Like, go watch her TED Talk online. It is so inspirational, so moving. I'm going back to what season were you on?
I think 21.
I'm going back to season 21, 2014 to watch her season. My wife made sure I knew that going in the car last night, but I want to because of the things that she's overcome and how she showed up. So one of the things we talked about, and she's never done this, she has never done this, one of the things that we're gonna incorporate for y'all is she is gonna do a live training on how to use your story and land a TEDx talk with your story. So many of you, look at the hands going, I see the hands going up like that. So many of you want to understand that. So she's gonna help us understand how to do that, as well as how to land a TEDx talk. And so I'm so excited because she is an inspiration to the world. Oprah, like so many people she's an inspiration to, and now she's an inspiration to Platform Tour. So would you guys give a lot of love? Let her see you, everybody backstage, all of our VIPs. Give so much love to Mrs. Amy Purdy. Yeah!
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. I'm so excited. I hope you guys join me. I am so excited about that.
I am too.
So
we might do it in this studio. We'll do it in Colorado somewhere. Yeah. But it'll be live, and if you can't be here for the live piece of it, we'll also get you the recordings, all right? That's great.
Perfect. Thank you.
Guys, give some love to Amy. Don't leave. I'm going to introduce our next guest. Or don't leave back here, backstage. I want to say bye to you guys before y'all leave. We had dinner last night with them, and her and her husband are just incredible souls. They're up to huge things in this world. And you know what a big part of what our conversation was last night? Stories. Like Amy and both of them moved me deeply. It wasn't because of their knowledge or expertise, it was because of their stories. And do you know what a central core around how we grow their platform, how we grow our platform, and as we talked at the end of the night, hey, do you want to know? They do an incredible work. You know what? I want Amy's backstage. I want to be able to, we're going to give her and her husband run an organization up in Copper that helps, oh my gosh. Tell me the word, Amy, backstage. No. It's a different word. No. It's like the word adaptive athletes. Adaptive athletes. Her and her husband help train for the Olympics adaptive athletes who have disabilities. I asked the question, what's an adaptive athlete? And it's people who train for the Olympics. So they were showing me yesterday people who have, like folks who have no legs that are skateboarding and doing flips or snowboarding with major disabilities. They train the folks who are going to be in China in February. They have a nonprofit. And so I want to kick this thing off the right way today. I want to be able to donate $10,000 back to their nonprofit to be able to help them train more folks. Train more folks and help more people. I think they're starting a fund, the Amy Purdy Fund, so they can actually help more people. And so we're going to kick this off with a $10,000 donation. And that's only possible because of you guys and my wife and I being committed to this week. So here's the deal. Your story. Amy's story. And I was sharing with both of them last night their stories of telling the story of these athletes needs to be more prominent because that will open up the door for more giving or for you for more business or more customers. But you know what? So here's the deal. Here's what's incredible. Amy is going to do a masterclass on using your story to build your TEDx talk. And that's going to be incorporated into our packages today. I'm going to make it a no-brainer today. I'm going to make it a no-brainer for our speakers today for you to take advantage at platformtourcares.com. She's including this in. You can see it at platformtourcares.com. And I want to make sure that you are a part of this. Our next guy is a guy who I am stoked about, New York Times best-selling author. I'm going to be informal with my introductions today. I pray with this guy every day, every Monday, not every day, every Monday. An incredible man, but he's going to talk about a different story. And it's the story of the soundtracks that go on up here that don't allow you to move forward in the ways that you should move forward. So I'm so excited to welcome to the platform tour today, to all of the thousands of people that are watching across the world, my friend, Mr. Jon Acuff. Jon, take it away.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to talk very fast because I have a ton of content to share today. And Pete said I only had 20 minutes. I said, I'm going to need more like 40. And he said, direct quote, "You're not Tebow," which is fair. Very few people confuse my body with Tim Tebow's body. I just want to say that up front. So I'm going to share my screen. And I'm going to talk to you about where overthinking gets in the way of building your platform. And I can't wait to walk you through these ideas. We've got a lot to cover. So like I said, I'm going to go. So I'm going to put it in slideshow and we're going to run through it. So right out of the gate, I got to start with a confession. I am a goal nerd. I love goals. One year I read 100 books. One year I ran 1,000 miles. One year I hired a ping pong coach because I wanted to get better at table tennis. Raise your hand, anybody watching, if you've ever done that. Raise your hand if you've hired an elderly man from mainland China to throw hundreds of ping pong balls at you while yelling, "Kill, kill, kill." No, I'm not seeing any hands out there. Probably just me. Fair enough, fair enough. I write about goals. I tweet about goals. I even have a podcast called All It Takes Is a Goal, where I talk to people who are achieving amazing goals because I love goals. Why do I love goals? Because a goal is the fastest path between where you are today and where you want to be tomorrow. That's part of how I've built a platform myself. I've written 7 books. I travel around the world getting to talk to audiences just like you guys. And a lot of that started with how I looked at goals. And here's how I think about it. Starting is fun, but the future belongs to finishers. Anybody can start a goal, but finishing them is challenging. And so I've been studying this for the last dozen years or so, and I kept running into one thing that gets in the way. One thing that makes finishing goals really challenging, and it's mindset, how we think about what we're working on. And specifically, it's overthinking. Overthinking gets in the way of the goals that people care about. Platform goals, sharing their story goals, growing an audience goals. And here's the thing with overthinking. It's also the most expensive thing companies invest in every year without even knowing. It'll never appear on a budget sheet. It'll never be a line item, but company after company, whether it's a small company, a big company, invest in overthinking. I'll give you an example. Tell me if these are relatable to you. Have you ever edited an idea before you've even written it down? So you have an idea in your head, and before it even gets to a piece of paper, before it even gets to your phone, you go, "No, that's dumb. That's not a good idea. Somebody smarter has already done that. Nobody needs to hear my story. I don't need a platform." Before you've even written it down. I mean, can you imagine the works of art, the cures for diseases, the businesses, the stories we've lost because somebody self-edited? What about this one? Have you ever told yourself an elaborate story about why somebody didn't text you back? So you sent a text, and then they didn't respond, or worse, they responded with the bubbles, but then they didn't send the text, and all of a sudden you tell a story. You go, should I have said something different? Was I not, airy and breezy enough like Monica from Friends? Should I have used more exclamation points? If I use as many exclamations in real conversations as I do in text conversations, you would think I was screaming at your face constantly. That's overthinking. Have you ever read a sent email? Like a week later, you go into your sent email folder and read an old email. That email is gone. That's overthinking. And that's what it does to us. And it steals time, creativity, and productivity. It's not a personality trait. It's the sneakiest, greediest form of fear because it steals time, creativity, and productivity. So I got really curious about it. I wanted to investigate overthinking, and I wanted to start with a new definition. Here's my definition. Overthinking is when what you think gets in the way of what you want. So you have a goal. You want to build a platform. You want to grow a platform. You want to share your story with the world. And then all of a sudden, all these thoughts get in the way. So I started to study that. I researched that. I got curious. So I commissioned a research study with a PhD named Mike Peasley. And he and I asked 10,000 people if they struggle with overthinking. 10,000 people. And you know what the results were? 99.5% of people said yes. 99.5% of people said, yes, I overthink. And what's interesting is most people think they're the only ones. And they think, well, everybody else has it all together except me. And part of that's comparison. The internet and social media has really forced us to compare ourselves to other people. We've always thought the grass is greener on the other side of the fence, but now with social media, you have access to 10 million backyards. And 99.5% of people said, yes, I struggle with overthinking. And this was before 2020. 2020 was catnip for overthinking, because right now, everything is a thing. Everything is a thing. Think about it this way. The other day, I met somebody new and they went to shake my hand. And right before they shook my hand, I thought, should I refuse? Should I give them a fist bump? Should I twist at the waist, at the hips, because the hips don't lie, and just give them an elbow bump? Should I shake their hand, but then immediately put my entire arm up to the elbow into a vat of hand sanitizer as if to say, excuse me, while I scrub off this deadly pandemic you just tried to murder me and my grandparents with? Then I started to look around the room. What, are other people shaking hands here? What does it say about us politically? Do you know what I thought about 2 years ago when somebody shook my hand? Nothing. I just shook their hand, but now every part of your life has extra thought. Which way do you walk up a grocery store aisle? You didn't think of that for 99% of your life, and then all of a sudden, everything is a thing. And so I started to research overthinking. I was surprised how many books and resources said, stop it. Stop overthinking, just stop it. But that didn't make any sense to me, because you and I have the benefit of living in the age of neuroplasticity. We get the benefit, our generation, from neuroplasticity, which is the science that says your thoughts can change the physical shape of your brain. Your brain is pliable. Your parents' generation didn't know that. Their parents' generation thought it was good to smoke cigarettes during the Tour de France because the nicotine would open the capillaries in their lungs. Cyclists would smoke during the Tour de France. Can you imagine being in the Tour de France, going over a mountain in France, and you're like, hey, I need a Marlboro Light. I got a big hill coming up. Every generation learned something new. I hope my kids' generation is the one that learns how to make vegan queso not taste like organic sand. Dare to dream. But with neuroplasticity, the solution to overthinking isn't to stop thinking. Why would we ever turn off this creative mind we have? Wouldn't it be better to just think thoughts that moved us forward instead of thoughts that were damaging, good thoughts? I mean, here's what I know. If you can worry, you can wonder. If you can doubt, you can dominate. If you can spin, you can soar. What if you could turn overthinking from a super problem into a superpower? And then what if that unlocked your ability to grow a platform, to share your story? It's possible. All it takes is a soundtrack. What's a soundtrack? A soundtrack is my phrase for repetitive thought. I've heard people say a thought is like a leaf on a river, or a cloud in the sky, car on the highway. But for me, it's a soundtrack, because a soundtrack has the power to change an entire moment. And often you don't even notice it. I mean, think about a movie. It opens up and there's a little house with a white picket fence, maybe some kids frolicking, but then they change the soundtrack to an ominous soundtrack, and suddenly everything's different. Suddenly you go, whoa, whoa, don't go in that house. It's quiet, it's too quiet. Or watch out, there could be a creepy clown in that sewer. That's what soundtracks do. They change the moment. I mean, imagine if they play a happy song. What if they play Vanessa Carlton's 1,000 Miles? Suddenly somebody's making their way downtown. It's a rom-com. It changes everything. And the same is true of your thoughts. The thoughts you've listened to over and over again during the years are your personal playlist. They're added to your soundtrack. You have a soundtrack for every person in your life, for every project in your life, for every dream, for every boss. Even companies have soundtracks. I mean, culture is just a collection of soundtracks playing consistently at a company. Sometimes they're on purpose, but usually they're accidental. And here's what I know. Whether you're a one-person company, I've got a small company for my platform. Whether you're a medium-sized company, it doesn't matter. Great companies are very deliberate about their thoughts, because they know great thoughts lead to great actions. Great actions lead to great results. And that's what I get to talk about today. How do we take these thoughts? Maybe you came to this platform tour with that thought of, I think I have a story worth telling. I think I have a story that would help other people. I think I have a story that would change my life in the telling of it. So how do we take that thought, turn it into a great action, and then turn it into a great result? Most people over focus on the action. They white knuckle the action. They never change the thought that's driving the whole thing. But we're going to talk about that today, because here's what great companies do. They do three things. They retire broken soundtracks. They get rid of the broken ones that are in the way. They replace them with new soundtracks. And then they repeat the new ones until they're as automatic as the old ones. So today I'm going to focus on that first one. How do we retire broken soundtracks? Because I personally believe that that's what stops a lot of people from growing a platform, from sharing a platform, from enjoying a platform, is they have a broken soundtrack in the way. So how do you and I retire those? Well, let's talk through a couple examples of broken soundtracks. Tell me if you've ever heard soundtracks like this. That's not how we do things here. It's not how we do things here. I heard that one over and over this last year from friends, from neighbors, from employees that would say, you know what? I'm a great salesperson, but I got to be in the room. Get me in the room. I could close the room. And then all of a sudden, the room became illegal. They couldn't do the pop-in. And they said, well, I can't sell via Instagram or Teams or Zoom. And they got frozen. They'd say, that's not how we do things here. Another one that's pretty common is there's never been a day that turned out the way it was scheduled. So why do we talk about the schedule? This is just a fancy form of why bother? Why bother? Apathy will ruin your platform. If you feel like, what's the point? Why bother? The day never turns out the way we thought it would. Why even bother? I learned this one from a doctor's office. The doctor's office staff would say, you know what? We can't plan for emergencies. So why do we even plan our day? And they had broken soundtracks. They were holding them back in their performance. What about this one? We never reach our goals. So why do we set them? Maybe you've got that one right now. Maybe that one's on repeat for you right now because you thought, you know what? I've tried to do my platform in the past. I had a podcast, I had a blog, I half wrote a book and it didn't work. So I'm not even going to try again. Why? Why even try again? Maybe you have those, or maybe none of those relate to you. I'll give you a really easy example, an exercise you can use to identify a broken soundtrack. It takes 30 seconds. And I know y'all already have some paper. I saw people get paper out in the last session. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to write down one goal, one thing you want to do. It could be, I want to start a podcast. It could be, I want to have a platform. It could be something personal. You could say, I want to get in shape, or I want to ask that person out, or I want to date my spouse again. It could be any goal. Just write down a goal and then listen to your first thoughts that come next. Listen to your reaction, because every reaction is an education. Every reaction is an education. If your first thoughts aren't, you should do that, you should try that, you can figure that out, you'd be great at that. If they're not encouraging, there might be a broken soundtrack. So what do we do if we have broken soundtracks, especially related to our platform? We ask the loudest ones, not all your thoughts. You have 60,000 thoughts a day. Who has time for that? Ask the loudest ones. 3 questions. Here's the questions. Now, I'll be up front. These are Trojan horse questions. They're going to appear very simple on the outside, but if you ask them, they'll change your life. First question, is it true? Is the thing I'm telling myself about myself true? Is the story I'm telling about this opportunity, about my platform, about this challenge, is it actually true? One of the greatest mistakes that you can make is assuming all your thoughts are true. We tend to believe that, well, if I think it, it must be true. Even when our thoughts have lied to us for years, we think, is this true? It must be true because I'm thinking it. And that's an expensive lesson. My favorite example of that in the research was a guy named Sal St. Germain. He was in Hawaii. He was an electrical manager at a company. And his team felt handcuffed by the bigger organization. They were inside a huge organization and his small team felt handcuffed. They said, they're holding us back. They won't let us perform our jobs. We could be doing so much more. And everybody's felt that. If you've ever worked for a big company, you felt handcuffed before. But this time, Sal said, I'm going to go ask them, is that true? And he went and he asked his manager and he said, hey, is it true that you're holding us back? And his manager was surprised. His manager said, no, what are you talking about? We look to you as the experts. We're waiting for you to tell us what to do. And Sal said that changed their mindset from one of being a victim into one of being a partner. Now that's a nice story, right? It's encouraging. What's really fun though, is that Sal and his team saved $14 million over the next 5 years because they asked that question. Is it true? Save them $14 million. When I tell you that overthinking is expensive, this is what I mean. What's the second question you ask? The second question you ask is it helpful? When I think this thing, when I listen to this soundtrack, is it helpful? Because here's the thing, some things are true, but they're not helpful. Another way to say it is this, when you think this again and again and again, does it push you forward or does it pull you back? Now, sometimes people will say, John, I'm not an overthinker, I'm just detailed. I like to be organized, I'm analytical, I'm into logistics. Awesome. Those are all great things. I want you to be prepared. I want you to be detailed. What's the difference though between preparedness and overthinking? Well, preparedness always leads to action. You launch the podcast, you launch the blog, you write the book. There's a trail of actions. Overthinking, on the other hand, always leads to overthinking. You just get stuck in a circle. My favorite example of this question, is it helpful, came from a manager I interviewed. He said, John, 12 years ago, I got fired from my job. I got fired from work. And now every day when I see somebody have a meeting and I'm not in that meeting, I overthink, Am I going to be fired again? Are they doing the same thing? Should I be in that meeting? I check who's in that meeting. Let's say he only spends 10 minutes doing that once a day. 10 minutes a day doesn't seem like a big deal, right? 50 minutes a week. Well, when you do it over a 12-year period, it's actually 62 8-hour workdays. He's given 62 8-hour workdays to overthinking. Is it true that he could be fired? It is. We could all be fired. Is it helpful, though, for him to think that again and again and again? Of course not. But that's what overthinking does. It steals your time, creativity, and your energy. What about the last question we asked? What's the last question? Is it kind? Is it kind? When I say this to myself over and over again, if I said it to a friend, would they still want to be my friend? That's what's been interesting about this book for me, is that often when I'm doing a podcast interview about it, it'll change from a book discussion to a heart discussion. The host in the middle will go, oh, wait a second. And that happened the other day. I was teaching this host about, is it kind, as a question, and he got really quiet. And I said, what's wrong? And he said, well, I've had the #1 podcast in my category for 9 months. He had a platform. And he said, it's been #1 for 9 months. And the soundtrack I've been listening to over and over again is, you're just lucky, you're just lucky, you're just lucky. And he said, if a friend came over my house and they had worked on something for 9 months, I'd never tell them you're just lucky. So if I wouldn't say it to a friend, why am I saying it to myself? Now I know this is the idea that feels the softness, right? This feels like way too like soft and touchy-feely. It feels like we're going to be in a drum circle in Malibu and light some sage. I know. So let's take it back to science. Let's pull it back to science for a minute. A few years ago, Google wondered something. Google wondered, what do our most successful teams have in common? They have a bunch of teams. What are the good ones having? Studied what the best teams have in common. And they launched something called Project Aristotle. Project Aristotle did 3 things. Spent millions of dollars, measured 180 different teams, and used 35 different statistical models to figure out that question. What do the best do? And then how do we do that with other teams? Do you know what the #1 thing they all had in common? The #1 thing they all had in common was psychological safety. Now, what does psychological safety mean? It's a shared belief, according to Amy Edmondson from Harvard Business School, held by members of a team, that the team is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. In a practical sense, here's what that means. It means on great teams, you can ask questions, you can suggest new ideas, and you can admit you were wrong without, and this is the big part, without being treated unkindly by the team. So why does that matter? Well, it matters because of this. If you can't ask questions, learning is over. You can only learn if you can ask questions and say, hey, I don't know how to do this part of my platform. Hey, I'm trying to grow this thing. Hey, what do I do with this? If you can't suggest new ideas, innovation is over. You lose access to innovation. If you can't admit you're wrong, you are doomed to repeat the same mistakes. You only get to fix the mistakes you admit. And so often what happens, especially if you're trying to grow a platform, you're trying to build a platform, is you don't even have psychological safety with yourself. Before you even suggest a new idea, remember I said that example at the beginning? Before you even suggest something, you tell yourself, no, that's dumb. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody wants that idea. Fear is really fascinating. Fear will argue both sides of the coin. Fear will tell you when you're young, you don't have enough experience. Who are you to have a platform? You don't have any real advice. You're too young. But then you hit your 30s and fear goes, you're too old. You've missed your chance. And you want to say to fear, when was I the right age? And as if fear is going to say, there were 7 minutes when you were 32. It would have been perfect. You don't have psychological safety, and it makes it hard for you to dream. So what do we do with that? How do we live that out in a practical way? Well, one way is stop saying that'll never work here and start saying, I wonder how that could work here. In all the presentations you've watched as part of Platform Tour, it'd be really easy to go, well, that wouldn't work for me, where I live, my platform, it's different. But what if instead you said, I wonder how that could work here? I wonder how that could work here. And the reason you say that is simple. Curiosity beats criticism. Curiosity beats criticism. There's plenty of time later to be the devil's advocate, to poke holes in the idea. There is, but when you're on the beginning of growing a platform, when it's new and it's fresh and it's precious, you don't want to pick it apart. You want to say, okay, curiosity beats criticism. How can I be curious about this idea? How can I lean into this idea? Because your thoughts have power. My favorite example of that was from the NYU. NYU did a study a few years ago with college students. They brought 2 groups of college students in. They said, hey, we want you to make some sentences out of these words. They gave them a bunch of words, word bank, said, make some sentences. First group, completely normal words. Second group, they hid some words in there about being old. So words like bald and retired and slow and Florida. And so the students make sentences and then they say, hey, the second part of the test is down the hall. Please walk down there. And as they're walking, the scientists secretly timed them. And the students who had read the words about being old physically walked slower. Just seeing those words change their physical actions. That's how powerful your thoughts are. So you might say, why does curiosity beats criticism matter? Because you're teaching yourself to be curious about your ideas, to give them room to grow, to give your platform room to shine. It matters. And here's what's interesting. Once you discover the power soundtracks, you're going to hear them everywhere. Individuals have soundtracks. Couples have soundtracks. Families have soundtracks. For the first time ever, I've written 7 books. Parents have asked for a teen version of a book. My daughters and I have 2 high school daughters. We're writing a Soundtracks for Teenagers book right now because so many parents said, if I could have learned that I get to choose my thoughts, that I get to control my thoughts, that I get to choose my soundtracks when I was 15, 13, 18, it would have changed my life because everybody has soundtracks. Teams have soundtracks. Companies have soundtracks. And the great ones, the best companies, turn overthinking from a super problem into a superpower. And they do 3 things. They retire, they replace, they repeat. Now, normally, if I'm live somewhere, I get to sign some books, I get to hang out. But since this is virtual, and we don't get to do that, there's not a back of the room for me. Here's something really simple you can do. If you want to read the first chapter of Soundtracks, just text Soundtracks to 44222. Soundtracks to 44222. But today, the thing I want to leave you with is ask those 3 questions. The next time you have a loud soundtrack, that loud thought in your head, ask it 3 things. Is it true? Is it helpful? Is it kind? And if you can't say yes to all 3 of those questions, it might be a soundtrack. It might be a repetitive thought that you're meant to retire so that you can build the absolute best platform that you're capable of. I'm so glad that I got to stop by today. Pete, thanks for having me on this. I know there's been so many people served by this, and it's always fun to see you every Monday.
Yeah, hey, Jon, real quick, one question for you. I love this, guys. Like, here's my call to action for you. What's one story you're going to begin to tell more in your life out of Amy's talk? But what's one soundtrack, that one story that you're telling yourself that we're going to retire? And here's what I would tell you. Here's where I would dig a little bit today. Find a story that if you actually said that to somebody else, you would say that could probably put me in prison for saying that to somebody else. Something that you repetitively tell yourself that if you told somebody else, you could be put in prison for, but yet it's okay for you to tell that to yourself. I want you to retire one soundtrack. Jon, a lot of people, I mean, the chat is lighting up and like never heard of this guy. He is a multiple New York Times bestselling author, but his platform got started kind of the hard knocked way. Like real quick, Jon, in like 60 seconds, 90 seconds, tell people like one of your first experiences of beginning to build your platform. You told me that story, and I want people to understand, they see where folks are at today, they don't see where they got started.
Sure. So the big thing, I was blogging, and I would say my mom read the blog, and that was about it. And then I just kept at it. And then I started another blog that got a little bit of buzz. And then I just started to build kind of brick by brick on top of that. So then I got somebody to say, hey, will you come speak at our conference? And I would have done that for free. The key to a platform, here's the key. Like, this is the summary. Find something you love doing so much you do it for free. And then the second thing, which most people skip, get so good at it that people pay you a lot of money. Like, that's the 2 keys. And so for me, I started to grow my platform, started to speak at events. I would do free events. If you said like, hey, we're having a pizza party, we want somebody to tell some jokes, I would be there because I needed the rep. So you do the reps, and you keep building it brick by brick. And that's 12 years ago. And I'm still doing those little things that I think over time. And then the last thing I would say is that what Pete's offering is a fast forward. Pete is essentially a time machine. He's been to the future, and he's willing to tell you what it's like. So he's going to say, hey, I've done this for 10 years. I think you can save 5 years if you do this. I've done this for 10 years. I think you can save 9 years if you've done this. And that's what's helpful to me about communities like this, resources like this, is that they speed up things that would take you a lot more time and a lot more bruises. I love when we get to help people save bruises, because I always say the scars you share become lighthouses for other people headed to the same rocks. So if you'll share that story, it becomes a lighthouse for somebody else whose boat gets to avoid that rock.
I love that. Hey, guys, will y'all give some love to Mr. Jon Acuff? Give some love, all of you backstage, VIP, Spanish room, English room, Facebook, everywhere. Jon, thank you so much, buddy. I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, Pete. See you, buddy.
See ya. Hey, guys, so listen, here's where we're at, and I'm stoked about this next powerhouse. We've got two folks before we're going to take like just a 2-minute bathroom break. Like we'll give you like a 1 to 2 minute bathroom break, but you're not going to want to miss any of these. So we started with start telling one of those powerful stories. The world needs to hear it. We also said, let's retire a soundtrack that's been beating you up, that's been repetitive, that's been prohibiting you from going somewhere that you want to go. But now, I'd like to create a new soundtrack, a new dream. And I want to bring that dream to reality. Now, this young lady, guys, I want the full screen behind me. This young lady, she is a baller at PR. And she could have been here in the first 6 days to talk about PR, but I'm like, Jen, I want you to be here on the biggest day. Right now, this is the biggest day we've had. I want you to be here to tell people how to make their dreams a reality. In her business, in her relationship with a phenomenal guy, a phenomenal friend, in life, she's been able to create a framework that makes a dream become a reality. So let's go create more of that. Would y'all welcome to Platform Tour my good friend, Jen Gottlieb. Give it up for Jen, backstagers. Come on.
Hi, Pete. Oh my gosh, am I on? Are we going?
You are on. I don't see your picture, but I hear you guys. There she is.
Hi, Pete. Oh my gosh, hello everyone from New York City. What's up? All right, let's dive right in. So here's the thing. You guys have been learning from some of the most incredibly successful entrepreneurs in the entire world, thought leaders, people that have massive platforms that were able to create a life literally beyond their wildest dreams. And you may be sitting there in your home watching this or wherever you're watching, maybe even like on your iPhone while you're at the gym, because I've been watching all over the place, all over all the platforms, trying to get as much as I could out of it. And you may be thinking, oh my gosh, yeah, easy for them to be able to create their dreams. They're this person or they're that person. But guess what? I am here to tell you that I was exactly where you are sitting right now, not very long ago. And I created a whole bunch of stuff that were just images in my mind not very long ago. And I looked backwards as I created the life that I created, and I actually came up with a framework. And what I want you guys to do is not only to just take in all of this incredible information that you've been learning over the past week with Pete and with all of these incredible speakers that he's had on, but I want you to actually be able to put it into practice so that you can create the life that you want. That life that you think about when you're dreaming, when you're in your bed, you're closing your eyes, you're thinking, oh my gosh, this would be amazing if I could do this. My life would be amazing if I could speak on that stage, or if I could have a platform with millions of followers, or if I could make this much money, or if maybe something simple like I could go to the grocery store and not have to look at the prices of the items that I'm putting in my cart. Wouldn't that be amazing? I am here to tell you that I'm going to give you a framework right now that is going to help you get there. And I know I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to jump right in, and I'm actually going to tell a story of my personal journey of how I created this framework and how it worked for me to get my dream role on a Broadway stage. What Pete didn't mention is something that I don't even know if he knows much about. So I'm really, really, really excited to jump right in. So I am going to share my screen if I have capabilities to do that. Let's see, share my screen. Boom. Here we go. Okay. There's me. I'm Jen Gottlieb. I'm the co-founder of Super Connector Media. And you can follow me on Instagram. By the way, this is all about building each other's platforms. So if you see something during this talk that you absolutely love, I want you to take a photo of it. I want you to share it on your story. And then I'm going to reshare your story so that I can get you out there to my 154,000 followers so that we can all share each other's content and build each other's platforms. Now, this is my favorite quote of all time. This is a Steve Jobs quote, and I'm going to read it for you. And I really want you to take it in. You can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever. This approach has never let me down and has made all the difference in my life. This is my absolute favorite quote because it is a reminder to me that every single thing that's ever happened to me in my life, every rock bottom moment when I was on the bathroom floor crying because I thought everything was going under, and every single amazing moment where I was like, this is the greatest moment of my life. And every person and every choice I've made and every action step I've ever taken, every single thing that I've ever done in my life, and you too, has been a dot that has led you to exactly where you are. And if we can remember that when we try to connect the dots looking forwards, we absolutely have no idea how they're going to end up connecting. But when we look backwards at the choices we've made and the people that we've met and the stories that connected us here, we look backwards, it always makes sense. So when you're creating your dream life and you're looking to create something for yourself, I want you to remember that you're not always going to know the how, but you got to know the end goal. You got to know what you want your dots to connect to. So right now, my dots connected to me owning a PR agency. And if you would have asked me 5 years ago if I would have owned a PR agency, I would have told you were bat crazy, okay? Because I used to be an actress. I moved to New York City when I was 20 years old, and I ended up becoming a Broadway actress. I was in the Broadway national tour of The Wedding Singer. And then I was on TV for a really long time interviewing rock stars. I was a heavy metal chick on VH1. Okay, if you would have told me that my dots would have ended up connecting me to being right here talking to you about building a platform and creating your dreams, I would have told you you were nuts. But I want to ask you, what do you want to create? What do you want to do for the rest of your life? What comes to your mind when I say that? What's the first vision, the first flash? Because that's what we're going to work on creating today. And I'm going to show you a process that I used to be able, you saw me on that Broadway stage. There was no hopes for me to be on Broadway. I'm just going to let you know there was no hopes, but I was able to use the framework that I'm about to teach you to get that part. And I'm going to tell you that story and teach you the framework at the same time. And I wish I had an hour to do this, but I have 20 minutes. So we're going to go fast and let's jump right in. So this is 5 steps to turn your thoughts, that dream, that thing that you were just thinking of, that when I said, what do you want to create in your life? What do you want to do? That thought, we're going to turn it into a thing and we're going to live the life of your dreams. Let's go. So when I was a little girl, I wanted to be an actress. I remember I have this very, very vague memory of a moment when I was in this show. It was like a children's theater show, and they had us step forward on stage and step into the light and tell the audience who we were and what we wanted to be when we grew up. And I remember stepping forward. It wasn't this outfit. I had like sparkled bedazzled overalls on. And I stepped forward and I said, hi, I'm Jennifer Gottlieb. And when I grow up, I want to be a Broadway star. And I remember in that moment thinking, there is nothing better than this. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life. So I moved to New York City when I was 20 years old. I dropped out of college and I decided that I wanted to become an actress. And one of the first shows that I saw when I arrived in New York was The Wedding Singer. I don't know if any of you have seen the Adam Sandler movie, The Wedding Singer, but it turned into a Broadway show. And when I went to see that show, I was a starving actress, literally like a student in musical theater school. And I went with my friend Pat, and we were sitting in the nosebleed section of the theater. And I saw this actress go on stage and play the role of Linda, which is one of the lead characters in the show. And I watched her and I looked at my friend Pat and I said, I'm gonna beat her one day. It was like a moment where God came down and told me, Jen, you need to play that part. I was instantly connected. I said, that's happening. I made a commitment. Pat, I'm going to be here. And my friend Pat looked at me and he's like, okay, you're crazy. Sure. You're not going to be on Broadway. Like what? You're in school right now. You have absolutely no chance of being on that Broadway stage. We're sitting in the nosebleed section. But I believed it. I weirdly believed it. And I saw it in my mind's eye. So step 1 of the dream creation process is to see it, because if you are not clear on where you want to be, you can't get there. So I saw it. And I decided that I was going to see it every single night before I went to bed. So every single night before I went to bed, I visualized myself playing the role of Linda in The Wedding Singer. I saw the lights and the audience, and I sang the songs in my sleep in my sleep. It really was in my sleep. Like as I fell asleep, I was like singing the songs and rehearsing the movements and seeing myself playing the part. You want to get really, really, really clear so that your subconscious mind almost feels like it already happened, because the subconscious doesn't know the difference between a real memory and a fake one. So I was able to use visualizations and seeing what I wanted as a trick to trick my brain to think that this thing already happened to me, which made the next step way easier, because the next step is to believe it. Because you can see it all day long, but if you don't believe that it is yours and you don't believe that you can obtain that, then you're never going to take the actions to get there, which leads me to the 3rd step. But one of the best ways to believe it is to remember that you don't need to believe it 100%. The thing that keeps people from believing is that they think that they have to go all in. They have to believe 100%. They have to believe 150% that they're going to get the thing. But guess what, you guys, we're human beings. We don't necessarily believe in anything 100%. But all I want you to do is remember that you just need to believe a little bit more than you don't. There were days where I did not believe that this could happen for me, but I believed 51%. I believed a little bit more than I didn't. And that's all I needed to be able to get me to take action. And that leads me to step 3, which is to do it, because you can believe it and you can see it all day till the cows come home. But if you don't take action, if you don't do things, especially uncomfortable things, nothing is going to manifest for you. You're not going to be able to create that dream. So here's the thing. You can accomplish anything that you think you can, Buzz Lightyear said, but you have to take action. So what did I do? So remember I told you about the subconscious mind and tricking it using visualization? Well, the law of attraction, which some people like to call what I am teaching you right now, it doesn't just magically make the things that you visualize come to you. What it does is it makes the opportunities that can get you to that thing way more prevalent. Like there's neon lights flashing at them because your subconscious is actually looking to find those opportunities because it believes that you've already experienced this thing that you want. So I opened up a old school Backstage magazine and I saw the auditions for the Broadway national tour of The Wedding Singer. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is my chance. I had never been to a Broadway audition before ever in my life. And I was scared out of my mind, but I knew that this was already mine. I had this belief. I had this vision of me playing Linda on Broadway. I was like, I gotta go. So I dressed up in my Linda outfit and I went to this audition. There was like 500 other girls there. And I stepped onto the stage and I sang the songs and I did the thing. And I got to the final 2, you guys. I got to the final 2 of this call. It was me and this other girl, and her name was Nika. I remember she was so beautiful and she was so tall, and she would go in the room and she would sing, and I would hear her from outside, and I would be like, oh my God, she's so good. I'd have all those limiting beliefs running through my brain. But there was something that just kept me going, and I would go in, and then she would go in, and we were like battling it out. And then they said, okay, thank you, we'll let you know. And then I get a call a few days later. I didn't get the part. Nika got the part. So here is step 3.5. Step 3.5 is to do it again and again and again and again, even if you get heard no, because guess what, you guys, you're going to get heard no when you try to go after your dreams. That's just what happens. It's the people that succeed are the people that keep going even when they get rejected. So here, I got this rejection, but my subconscious mind and my heart, my soul believed that this part was for me. So I just knew, you know what? It's not right now, but this is going to happen. So I did something really uncomfortable. Sometimes we have to take super scary action. And I snuck into another audition and I sang Wedding Singer songs for a totally different show for a director that I knew was going to be directing the show in the future. Okay. This could have got me in really big trouble in musical theater land. But the director came out of the holding room. The holding room is like the audition room, back in the green room. There's all these different rooms. And he came out and he looked at me and he goes, you, come here. And I was like, I'm in so much trouble. I'm screwed. I'm canceled from Broadway. And he said, listen, I loved what you did. I want you for Wedding Singer, but we're not casting it right now. So here's my card. Keep in touch with me and I will let you know when we are. So I took that man's card and I emailed that man once a week, every single week for 6 months. He never responded to me. His name was Seth. He was the director of the show. Never responded to me. 6 months, kept emailing him, following up, doing it again and again and again. And you guys, finally, I got a contract in my inbox of my email saying, congratulations, we'd love for you to join the Broadway National Tour of The Wedding Singer. We would like you to be the Linda understudy. Still a no. So here's what happened then. Then I had to go and be part of this show, which was absolutely amazing. But for 2 months, I had to play the understudy, and this was the role that I played in the show. So I had to watch some other girl that secretly I knew I was better than play the role that I was meant to play. Have you guys ever experienced that kind of a situation where you had to see somebody else maybe get in the media or build the platform that you want to build when you know that you could do it too? But that brings me to the next step, which is step 4, to receive it. Because luck is what happens when preparation meets the moment of opportunity. I'll say it again. Luck happens when preparation meets the moment of opportunity. So when you have prepared for years and years and years and you are ready and those neon lights start pointing at the opportunity and you go and you don't stop and you do the action and you do the scary action, you do it again and again and again, you will get what you want. And Seth, the director, called me after being the understudy for 2 months when we were about to go on the road, in the big road for the big show in the big theaters. And he said, I want you to play Linda. And when I played that role on the stage for the very first time, the scenery that I saw, the lights, the audience, everything, the visual that I saw on that stage was the exact same one that I dreamed about when I was just a starving actress, starving artist, sleeping in that twin bed, just visualizing myself playing the part. It was the exact same thing. Here it is. So that was Felicia Finley playing the role years prior. And there's me wearing her exact costume. This was her bustier. It had her name in it. This was her necklace. The skirt was a little different, but I was wearing her belts. And this was so unbelievable to me that I remember at this moment, I walked backstage and I collapsed on the ground and I said to myself, oh my God, Jen, you can accomplish anything that you want. You can do absolutely anything. You just have to see it. You have to believe in yourself. You have to take action. You have to keep taking action, and you have to not take no for an answer. Then you have to fully step into it and receive it. So I stepped into it and I received it, you guys, and I crushed it. I crushed it so much that it led to 10 seasons on a show on VH1 after that, where I made lots and lots and lots of money being on television and was able to actually use that to then repeat it and repeat it again and again, and not just repeat it for me, but repeat it for my clients now who I help get on TV all the time. But that brings me to step 5, which is the thing that I want to leave you with. Because I want to ask you something. It's really easy to create your dreams and then stop. Because there's this thing called the upper limit. So sometimes we get really successful, like we start doing something, maybe it's meditating, maybe it's working out, maybe it's posting on Instagram, maybe it's starting to build your platform, and you start to get really successful. And then for some reason, you're like, I could take my foot off the gas pedal. I could stop now. I could just stop, right? And we start to self-sabotage. And maybe some of you are sitting here in the exact same spot that you were last year. And you're like, why am I still here? Because sometimes we stop ourselves. And that's why step 5 of the process is to repeat it. Because the best time to get a win is right after you've gotten a win. So right when you've gotten that dream, right when you've achieved it, right when you've had that moment, I want you to put your foot on the gas pedal even more. And instead of thinking, oh, it's getting too good, when's the other shoe going to drop? Something bad's going to happen. Maybe I need to pull back. Maybe I need to take a little rest. Maybe I need to stop posting. What I want you to do is I want you to think this: how much better can it get? How much more can I receive? How much more? How much bigger can my dreams become? Because here's the thing, why not? Why do we always have to think that the other shoe's going to drop, that something bad's going to happen? What if we expanded? What if we said it could get even better? And we started the process all over again, and we kept doing it and doing it and doing it until every single one of our dreams was accomplished. That, my friends, is the dream creation process. And what I want you to do is I want you to remember that first you need to see it, then you need to believe it, but only believe it. You only need to believe it 51%. I'm not saying 100%. Some days you'll have 100% of belief. Some days you'll have 75% of belief, and some days you'll only have 51%. But that 1% is going to get you to the next step, which is to do it, to take action, and to take scary action, and to bet on yourself. Because if you don't do something, nothing's going to happen. And then the last 2 steps are to receive it. So when it comes into your life and you see those opportunities, right, you go for it. Luck is when preparation meets the moment of opportunity. You walk right into it and you receive it with your full heart. And then last but not least, the last step is to repeat it. And once you get that win, my friends, you got to ask yourself, how much better can it get? How much more can I create? And you keep going. And when you want to stop, you say, oh, I know that that's just self-sabotage. I'm not even going to let that happen. And I'm going to ask myself, how much more, how much better, how much bigger can my platform become? How much more people can I serve? How much more can I be seen? And how much more can I show up? Pete, I'm so grateful that I got to share on your stage, and I can't wait to see you soon.
Hey, Jen, I want you to do me a favor in about 60 seconds. We got 90 seconds left. And I was just sitting here dreaming bigger, like I was dreaming bigger. The big thing for me, do you realize that 51% means that you win? You win an election, you win whatever. But a lot of the times we think we have to be at 100%. That was huge for me today. I just need 51%. And then my subconscious is going to go off and say, that's a win. That's a win. Oh, yeah. So would you just, guys, I want you to think about a dream. And Jen, I'm putting you on the spot here, but I just want you to maybe just walk people through maybe a 60-second, 90-second, just mental process of seeing that dream. Can I ask you to do that?
1,000%. So I do this process almost every single day, Pete. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to just take a moment. You can close your eyes if you want. Close your eyes. And you take a nice big inhale and exhale. And what I want you to do is I want you to think about a magical fairy is coming and tapping you on the head and saying, hey, Pete, hey, you, whatever your name is, you could have absolutely every single thing that you want. You could have the perfect life. What are you doing from the moment that you wake up to the moment that you go to bed? And I want you to visualize yourself waking up in that place, wherever it is, that magical place where everything was perfect and your dream life was happening. Where are you waking up? What are you eating for breakfast? Who are you talking to when you wake up in the morning? What types of work are you doing? What kind of impact are you making in the world? Go through your day. What are you doing before lunch? What type of work are you doing? Who are you speaking to? Are you speaking on stages? Are you writing your book? Are you recording a podcast? Are you meeting up with some incredible humans to connect and discuss some magic that you're going to be creating in the world? What are you doing in the late afternoon? What are you eating for dinner? Who are you dining with? What are you preparing for the next day? And then how are you relaxing at the end of the day? If you could have your perfect life, your dream life, get really clear on what would feel amazing to you. And then as you go to bed, think about what you're thinking that you are grateful for. What are you thanking God for? What are you thanking the universe for? If you could have everything, is it for your beautiful family? Is it for your impact that you're making? Is it for your New York Times best-selling book? Is it for the TED Talk that you did that got millions of views? Is it for the millions and millions and millions of dollars in your bank account? Is it for all of the money that you're able to give to other people that are less fortunate? If you could live your dream life, go from morning to night, knowing what it would look like. And if you could do that, then it's going to take you through every decision that you have to make. You're going to know what's a yes and what's a no. Does it align with that dream day? If it does, go for it. If it doesn't, move on. You can open your eyes. And what I'd love for you guys to do is, if you have a pen and paper, write down that dream day, because that dream day will help you navigate through every single obstacle. It will help you say yes to the hell yeses and no to the hell no's, because you're going to know if it lines up with that dream day or not. And that's how you're going to get there. So that's my exercise for you. And if you need more time to do it tonight before you go to sleep and really milk each minute of that dream day.
Yeah. Hey, I'm committing 10 minutes tonight to do that and going through the whole dream, because the fast-paced version of that was powerful, but I want to sulk in it a little bit more. I want to be able to sit in it a little bit more. I want to be able to be with my wife, like having that conversation at the end of the night, celebrating the day and talking. And so if anybody will commit to that 10 minutes tonight, I'm committed to 10 minutes of seeing that. And Jen, I'm seeing that for y'all's event coming up. So thank you for being here with us. You are a beautiful human being, and I am so glad that you came on this day. Guys, will y'all give a lot of love to Jen? A lot of love to Jen. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Pete. Love you.
Love you too.
Bye.
Hey guys, with the slides here, I'm stoked because one of the things, like, we talked about your story. We talked about the soundtracks of the stories that you're telling that we have to break. We talked about your dreams. One of the things that Jen is doing is she has this unbelievable, her and Chris are the best out there in helping people get on media. And she has thrown in, I am making this a no-brainer for you. These weren't part of things before. If you haven't even clicked on the platformtourcares.com link and you've been with us all week, you're not serious about building your platform. You're afraid. If you haven't even clicked on platformtourcares.com, you are afraid to build your platform. Check out, get off. And there's some common people I see on a lot of these, and there's other people that I've never seen. But what we have created is the people like Jen who know how to get on media, John Lee Dumas, what it takes to get on to build your own podcast, how to build an email list, how to build your following on Instagram, how to build your first virtual event, how to land a TED Talk. These are just how to do sales and marketing, like Grant Cardone, his $1,000 course. And now Jen's throwing this in. Go look at that page and actually visualize your podcast, you on media, you telling your story. So excited about this next guest. The guy is brilliant. You know what I love about him? For some reason, I love introverts. Dan Fleischman was here last week, introvert. Yeah, I see all my introverts like raising their hands up. Yes, yes. It's the first time they've raised their hands up this week. Yeah, first time I got a comment from my introverts this week. Yeah, introvert. But here's the thing. I love Jim because he is somewhat of an introvert, but he's very successful. A best-selling author, understands how to become limitless with your brain. And so I got the opportunity to meet him several years ago, and him and I have spoken at a lot of masterminds. We're like the guest lecturers at masterminds. The guy is a powerhouse. And I think we have 3 segments today. He's closing out segment 1 of 3. 4 speakers, and 4 speakers. And he's closing out the first segment. And I don't think there's a better theme to closing out the segment than becoming limitless, transforming your brain so you can transform your world. Give it up for my good friend, Mr. Jim Kwik. Yeah! Woo!
Thanks, Pete. So good to be here and I talk about improving and growing your platform. And I love the energy. I'm learning a lot also because I've been tuned in, taking a lot of notes also as well. And so that's what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about how to upgrade the most important wealth building device that you have. And that's really your mind. And how many of you feel like there's too much to learn in too little time? Raise your hand. How many of you buy books and they sit on your shelf and it becomes shelf help, not real self-help? How many of you came here today like to have a better memory? Please put in wherever you're watching, platform you're watching this, put in the chat. How many of you forgot why you came here today? Have you ever done that? Have you ever walked into a room of your own home and just forgot why you're there? Anyone feel a little bit absent-minded? Well, I believe 2 of the most costly words in business are I forgot. I forgot to do it. I forgot to bring it. I forgot what I was going to say. I forgot that appointment. I forgot that meeting. I forgot that conversation. I forgot that person's name. Every single time we have those thoughts, we lose credibility. We can lose trust. We can lose a sale. And so I'm all about, here's the secret, all right? And I encourage everyone to take notes. I'm going to talk really, really rapidly because I am also, like Jen, from New York. Every day we're sprinting to catch up, right? There's new technology, there's new people, there's new ideas, there's fast changes, there's endless updates. And if you're going to grow your platform, right, this is happening in your business, it's happening in your industry, it's happening in your daily life. So maybe you feel a bit overwhelmed, you feel a little overloaded, you feel like you're burning out. There's so much to be able to process. It's like taking a sip of water out of a fire hose. You know, where do you start? And you might be stressed out by all the knowledge that you must absorb, that you must process, that you must read, that you must recall. So how do you deal with it all? All right, so I'm going to give you 5 things you could do immediately to come out of wherever place you are, to come out stronger and to help you to soar new heights. It's the same things that I've been doing this is my 30th year of my career, just one of those overnight successes people hear about, but working on what I do every single day for the past 3 decades. And it's really a labor of love. I just got back from 4 weeks of travel and lose my voice a little bit, but I couldn't wait to be able to share with you some of the things that's been working for me. So the metaphor I'm using right now for everything that we're going through, it's one of transformation. And the symbol of transformation, profound transformation, is that of a butterfly. And here's the thing, like we all want that butterfly that could soar to new heights, right? Well, while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens where? It happens in the cocoon. And you might think like for the past 1.5 years, you've been cocooning a little bit. Your potential has been a little bit dormant. It hasn't been tapped. You're not maybe advancing or growing. And here's the thing with the cocoon. When you're in a cocoon, you've been physically distancing yourself, not going to events or connecting with as many people and pollinating those ideas and brainstorming and masterminding. But when you're alone, let's be real. As entrepreneurs or aspiring entrepreneurs, you're alone with your thoughts. You're alone with your fears. You're alone with your doubts, and you might be feeling alone. No, I don't look at, I have multiple chats, different as I'm following on different platforms here. I do not use notes, and I have no PowerPoint for any of you. But I just want to make this a conversation, because how often is it that we're sharing? Like if I give you $1, you give me $1, nothing changes. But if I share a new idea with you and you share a new idea with the community, all of a sudden we have all these brand new ideas, right? And that's really the goal. Part of the pain people have right now is they're clinging to a world that was, rather than progressing and continuing the cycle. There's a quote in my book, Limitless. Yeah, how many, you guys show yeses, how many of you have ever read Limitless? So Limitless, there's a quote that says, life is the C between B and D. Write that down. Life is C between B and D. And you're thinking, this guy's speaking in tongues, he's speaking in code. B stands for what? Birth. So D stands for death. C, life, stands for choice. Choice. I believe that these difficult times, they could define you. These difficult times can diminish you, or these difficult times can develop you. Ultimately, we decide. We always have the power of choice. So what I want to do right now is give you 5 choices that you can make while you're cocooning. Simple choices that's going to help you come out of this stronger, wiser, and more successful. All right. And it's not because I'm so great. It's just because collectively we are this great. All right. And I'm going to make them 5 C's. So it's really easy to remember. Okay. The first one, please write these down. Number 1 is clarity. Clarity. Clarity is a superpower. Often it's there times of isolation where we develop self-awareness, right? We spend self-reflection, and clarity. Here's the master tool to get you there. Questions. Questions are the answer. All right. Questions are always the answer. So, and I'm going to show you how to apply this towards your platform. Let's talk about your own growth, because if you want your business to grow, your brand to grow, your bank account to grow, then you need to grow, right? That your brain needs to grow. Your brain's the number 1 wealth building asset you have. And the faster you can learn, the faster you can earn. Because today knowledge is not only power, today knowledge is profit. And you're learning that, in this past week, right? You're spending a week, spending time learning something. And what I would just suggest and just remind you, for every hour you spend here learning something, or listening to an audiobook, or listening to a podcast, spend additional, or in Clubhouse or wherever, for every hour you spend learning, spend an hour implementing and applying. All right. So here's how you get clarity. Ask yourself this question. Please write it down. What's most important to me in my career? What's most important to me in my brand? What's most important to me in my relationships? What's most important to me in my life? Right? Because this gives you your values, the things that you hold dear, the things that you prize, the things that you that light you up. In fact, the second question I want you to ask, besides your values, because that's your true north. One of my mentors, Dr. Stephen Covey, wrote a book called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I want to mention a lot of leaders or readers, right? If you've ever seen photos on Instagram with me and Richard Branson, Bill Gates, Oprah Winfrey, Elon Musk, we bonded over books. And that's the real secret. That's how I connected with all these amazing thought leaders and influencers, because those people who are most successful are always, if somebody has decades of experience and they put into a book, and you could sit down and read that book in a few days, you could download decades in a days. And that's the biggest advantage, bar none, right? Because if you can learn how to learn faster, you could apply that towards anything: money, management, Mandarin, martial arts, marketing, right? Music, everything in your life gets easier, so much easier. So first question, what's most important to me in this? Whatever you fill in the blank. Second question, are my actions aligned with those values? Meaning, I mentioned Stephen Covey. He says, begin with the end in mind. You don't want to climb the ladder of success very efficiently, get to the top and realize the ladder is leaning on the wrong wall, right? Because here's the thing. How many of you, put this in the comments, how many of you feel like you're burnt out? You're just exhausted. Now, you might think that you're burnt out because you're doing too much, right? Your to-do list. Often we're not burnt out because we're doing too much. Often we're burnt out because we're doing too little of the things that make us come alive, the things that set us on fire, the things that we value. So ask yourself, clarity, what's most important to me in this, right? And then are my actions today aligned with those things? Because often when we're going 100 miles an hour, through life and through our to-dos, through our day, we don't check in with ourselves saying, am I going in the right direction? All right. So that's the first thing. Where do you want your brand, your business, where do you want it to focus on? The second thing, and this personally also as well, the second C, and these are like 5 C's to come out of this cocoon strong. The second C, care. All right. Write this down. Self-care is not selfish. Right. And yes, we talk about, and how many of you listen to my podcast? It's only 15 minutes long. It's one of the most binge listened to shows, on iTunes, on Spotify, no sponsors at all. So you can listen to like 6 or 7 of them in the time some podcasts are. And they're like how to remember names, how to give it a TED talk from memory, how to remember speeches for sales videos, right? How to be able to learn languages and read faster, right? Upsell everything. We have a link in our Instagram, all right? I put it there for you, links to everything. And 95% of stuff we have there is absolutely free. So you can see my funnels, right? You can see my masterclass giveaway for my speed reading class, for my 3 giveaway for remembering names, where I take people on stage, but you can see our whole funnel, right? So you can see it from inside and outside. But care, self-care is not selfish. Brain foods, right? Avocados, good for your brain. Blueberries, I like to call them brain berries. Broccoli, good for your brain. Olive oil is good for your brain. If your diet allows, eggs, the choline in eggs is very good for cognitive health. Also, green leafy vegetables, kale and spinach, right? Because what you eat matters, especially for your gray matter. We did a whole chapter on brain foods, a whole area of science called neuronutrition, right? Wild salmon and sardines, because your brain is mostly fat. Turmeric, so it's an incredible brain food, and it helps to lower inflammation. I put it with some almond milk, make like a golden milk. Also, walnuts and dark chocolate. So, so self-care could be eating best foods. Self-care could also be something like exercise, working out. Do you know that as your body moves, your brain grooves? They say sitting is the new smoking. So that's why I always do all of these standing up, because as your body moves, you create brain-derived neurotropic factors, BDNF, which is like fertilizer for the brain. It's like we're talking about neuroplasticity, making new connections. Movement helps so much, right? So even if you're watching this wherever you are, you could get up and move, you could stretch, right? And so it's so very important. When you listen to, like many of you I know listen to the audiobook version of Limitless, or listen to our podcast, when you're doing something rhythmic, like you're on a treadmill or a rower, or you're on an elliptical, or you're just going for a brisk walk and you're listening, studies show you'll actually retain it and understand it better. Generally, what's good for your heart is going to be good for your head. So how are you caring for yourself? Are you meditating, right? Put that in the chat. What's your process for caring? And it's not just getting good sleep, and that's probably the most important thing that you can do. We've done 10 episodes on optimizing your sleep, how to fall asleep, how to stay asleep, but also being conscious of what you're feeding your mind, because there's an algorithm to, how many of us we're connected on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter or TikTok? If you're flipping through like Instagram, whatever you engage with, the algorithm is going to give you more of. So if you're just watching cat videos, you're sharing them, you're commenting, you're liking them, the algorithm is going to show you more cats, and that's your whole reality. Well, here's the thing. Here's a big secret. Your mind has that similar algorithm that whatever you engage with, it shows you more of. And here's the thing. If you're watching what's dark and scary, threatening, then it's going to feed you more of that. The challenge, you don't have bandwidth for gratitude, possibility, bandwidth, to be able to focus on opportunity. All right. So that's part of care. And I don't know who needs to hear this, but you have permission to rest. You are not responsible for fixing every single thing that's broken. You do not have to make every single person happy. Remember to take time for you, time to recover, rest, replenish. Third C, contribution. You have clarity, care, contribution. Did you know like chronic stress shrinks the human brain? Chronic fear actually suppresses the immune system, a whole area of science called psychoneuroimmunology, and makes you more susceptible to colds, the flus, the viruses, right? And you know what the antidote is to fear? Because I used to get very scared of public speaking. If you ever see me on my platforms, we do live events. I speak in front of 250,000 people live every single year. I could be on 3 continents in 1 week, teaching people how to upgrade their brains and speed read and learn faster, remember better. When I'm speaking at these gatherings, I get nervous because I grew up with a brain injury, right? I had a traumatic brain injury, learning disabilities, poor focus, poor memory. It took me 3 years longer to learn how to read. My teachers would have been surprised if I read a book, much less wrote a book, right? And so I bring this up to you because my inspiration was my desperation, right? I took my mess and I made it into my message. But what gets me on stage to get over my fear, because I didn't know stuff, I was labeled broken by one of my teachers. So I had self-esteem issues. I was being bullied and teased, is contribution, right? Even today, like we donated 100% of this book proceeds to charity, multiple six figures, to build schools for children all around the world, in Ghana, Guatemala, Kenya, all these different places, build the schools, paid for teachers, clean water, healthcare, and Alzheimer's research for women in memory of my grandmother. But I do believe in terms of contribution, you learn to earn to return. You learn to earn, and then you have more to be able to return and give back. So contribution is a wonderful way to build your brand, right? To be able to also get into yourself in a state where you feel like there's enough. So things like, ask yourself, how can I invest in my time, my talent, my treasure to make a difference? All right, so that's contribution. And then finally, two more C's: clarity, care, contribution. Fourth C, creativity. Did you know it was during the Great Plague that William Shakespeare created some of his biggest masterpieces? He created Macbeth, Antony and Cleopatra. It was during the plague where they shut down London, the university, and Isaac Newton had to physically distance himself, had to go home. He was sitting under the tree and an apple fell on his head, and he created the theories of motion, the theories of gravity. What would you like to create during this time? Like a big part, marketing is part of it, right? But you also, the other thing that moves the needle, according to Peter Drucker, is innovation. So you have a to-do list, what's on your to create list? There's a wonderful opportunity. Do you want to write that book? Or you want to do some music? Do you want to create that funnel, create those social media account? Whatever happens to you, or that new business, right? The future belongs to the creators, where jobs are going to artificial intelligence. They're going to be automated with machines. What's not going to be outsourced are the things that are truly limitless, right? There's no limit to your creativity. There's no limit to your ability to solve problems. There's no limit to your imagination. All right, so creativity. And finally, the fifth C, after clarity, care, contribution, and then creativity, fifth C, to be able to come out of this stronger, from a brain perspective, are your capabilities, right? We don't rise to the level of other people's expectations. We fall to the level of our training, to our skills, right? And everything is learnable, right? And I think the number one capability, you have a to-do list, what's on your to learn list, right? The future belongs to the learners. And so what have you always wanted to learn that can make you more valuable? And I think the number one skill, learning how to learn. Because if you can learn how to learn how to focus, learn how to concentrate, learn how to understand, learn how to be able to read better, learn better, remember more, right? You can apply that towards everything, and everything in your life gets easier, right? An individual or organization's ability to learn rapidly and translate that learning in action is the ultimate competitive advantage, the ultimate one. So I want to leave you with this. There are 3 keys to becoming limitless. 3 keys. And it's kind of like the elusive obvious. The elusive obvious is, I just did a podcast about getting unstuck. So I want you to think about an area of your life where you feel stuck. All right. Think about an area you feel stuck. And I opened it, the story about a driver. There's a truck driver, wasn't paying attention. And the driver goes underneath like a bridge and gets stuck because the truck is just too tall. And the more and more that he pressed on the gas, the more stuck that the truck became. Now, a crowd, as you can imagine, started gathering, right? Wanting to know what's going on. And emergency support started coming because it was just bumper to bumper, right? And so people started getting out of their cars, and people started coming up with different ideas. They tried to push the truck deeper and nothing happened. They tried to pull the truck out to no avail. And then came to the conclusion that this is what they thought of. All these minds, they said the best thing we could do is demolish the truck, blow up the truck so we could free space so we could get all the cars through. And at that point, a 6-year-old in the crowd yelled out, "Why don't you just let the air out of the tires?" And that's exactly what they did. They let some of the air out of the tires. The truck, deflated. They were able to pull it out. So one of the questions I want you to ask yourself is, yes, there's hustle, but there's also harmony. Right? Yes, there's a level of fortitude, but there's also this level of faith, right? Yes, there's a way of sort of stretching ourselves, but there's also a way of just surrendering also. One of the dominant questions I ask all the time, how do I make this easier? That's a dominant question. I ask it all the time. How do I bring more enjoyment to this? How do I make this easier? right? And that's the thing. We get so addicted with being busy, and we use it as a badge of honor when we say, oh, how's things going? I'm just so busy. Everybody could be busy, right? The problem is we start designing our life around being busy, and we wonder why we're stressed and we feel burnt out. So there are 3 keys. I just want you to desensitize yourself. If there's a limit where you are and where you want to be, imagine you're in a box. Limitless is not about being perfect. It's about advancing and progressing beyond what you currently believe is possible, right? So think about an area you feel like you're in a box. Your income, your impact, your influence, right? Is it in your relationships? Is it in your health and well-being, right? Is it your reading speed? Maybe it's your memory, you feel limited. That's 3-dimensional. And there are 3 forces that keep you in that box. And they're the same exact 3 forces that will liberate you out of that box. And so I want you to draw and I'm gonna leave you with this, all right? Draw 3 intersecting circles, like it's Mickey Mouse. So you have something that looks like this, everybody. All right, it's a Venn diagram, Now, these are 3 M's. I'm gonna leave you with this to kind of meditate on. The last M, these are the 3 keys to becoming limitless. The last M are your methods. Now, over the past week, you're learning a lot of methods, a lot of instructions. And here's the thing, we need to upgrade our methods because what worked 10 years ago or 5 years ago, or even 5 months ago is not necessarily what's working right now. So you need new methods of marketing, new methods of platform building, new methods of social media, new methods of reading, focusing, of remembering, right? That's your methods. But a lot of people know what to do, but they don't do what they know. So you have to address the first 2. And I'll leave you with this, they're M's. The first one is your mindset. Your mindset. These are your set of assumptions and attitudes you have about something. Your attitudes, assumptions about money, your attitudes, assumptions about fame, your attitudes, assumptions about contribution, your attitudes, assumptions also about yourself. You know what fall in this category that holds some people back? What you believe is possible. Write that down. What I believe is possible, what I believe I'm capable of, and what I believe I deserve. So you can learn a method on, let's say, reading faster or remembering names and faces, the most essential skill in business, right? Because how are you going to show somebody you care for their future, their family, their money, their finances, whatever you have to offer them if you don't care enough just to remember their name, right? But you can learn a great method on how to remember names, but if your mindset is, oh, I'm not smart enough, oh, I'm too old. People come to me at events and they see me memorize 100 people's names, right? And you could YouTube, some of my talks, or go to the link in my Instagram. It has links to all of that for you. You could see that. And here's the thing, you say, that's really great and walk away, or you say, that's really great. How do they do that? Because there's no such thing as a good or bad brain. There's a trained brain and untrained brain. But if you learn a great method for how to remember names and your mindset is, I'm not smart enough, you're still going to be stuck in that box. Your brain is like a supercomputer and your self-talk is a program that will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering names, you will not remember the name of the next person you meet because you program your supercomputer not to. And then finally, the second M, which is the last M, is your motivation. Because you can have a limitless mindset, believe it's possible and believe you're capable of it, believe you deserve it. And you can have the greatest methods for getting you where you need to go, methods on negotiating or crypto or speed reading, right? And still be stuck in that box because you lack the second M, which is motivation. And I'll tell you, if you search my name, Jim Kwik Motivation, you'll learn my 3-step formula. It's free online. The 3 keys for limitless motivation, how to smash procrastination. I do this video of me in my backyard. I have a 10-foot Hulk in the backyard. I talk about superheroes a lot because I taught myself how to read by reading comic books. But so I do this video on there are 3 keys for unlocking your motivation. So if you suffer from self-sabotage or procrastination, learn these 3 keys. But here's what I want to end with you. The biggest mistake people make, remember I started this conversation, life is a C between B and D. B is birth, D is death, C is choice, are your decisions. People are deciding right now out of fear, they feel frozen, right? Because when you're in fight or flight, it's like you're frightened or you're frozen, right? But here's the thing, the biggest mistake, so many people right now are downgrading their dreams to meet this current situation. Do not downgrade your dreams to meet this current situation. Upgrade your mindset, upgrade your motivation, and upgrade the method you're using to be able to meet those bold, audacious dreams. Here's the thing, when you're working with clients, we're all in the business of change, transformation. For me, this past week is about transcending, ending the trance, ending this massive hypnosis through marketing or media that you're broken, you need to be fixed, or your self-hypnosis saying, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, right? Why is this happening to me? It's about transcending, ending that trance, because there's a version of yourself, I promise you, that you haven't met yet, The goal is to keep showing up every single day until we're introduced. I'm your brain coach, Jim Kwik. I want to thank you for joining me in this session. I would challenge Pete. So good to see you, buddy.
You too, bro. What a great session. I mean, guys, the BCD, the 5 C's, the 2 M's. But here's the thing I know. Like, upgrading your brain allows you to upgrade your dreams. Upgrading your brain allows you to upgrade your dreams. I was in a room maybe 5 years ago, and I wanted to start building my platform. And somebody said, oh, there's this guy coming to talk about brain. I'm like, I don't need to hear this brain stuff and this speed reading stuff. And at the time, I couldn't remember anybody's name that I had met in that room anyways. Most important word in the not even in the dictionary, in any person's language is their own name. Nothing matters more than their own name. Nothing. There's not another word that matters more to that person than their name. When you call somebody by their name, especially when they're like, how did they know that? It's powerful. It opens up doors that other things can't open up. And so I hear Jim, and I see him go around this crowd and this audience, and he memorizes like 50 names. And I'm like, what? Like, I can't remember the 3 people I met this morning. And it was just so profound. And that day I bought one of his courses. I bought a $1,000 course of his. I remember going through it in Michigan. I was texting him. I was like, dude, I remember the A, B, C, D, E, F exercise, and I started going through it all. And all of a sudden I started being able to read faster, get through stuff quicker, retain more, and remember people's names. And it's not even memorizing. It's like remembering and upgrading that brain. And so, Jim, thank you for being here today with folks. I want them to upgrade this thing. You are the brain coach, and I'm so grateful for you being here today, my friend.
Pete, I just want to congratulate you. People don't realize, and thank you, because people don't realize how much goes on behind the scenes, how many multiple parallel processes to be able to create an experience like this for everybody. So I hope everybody pays this forward. You know, you're such a giver. You know, the way you share your knowledge, your skills, your abilities with other people. And so I would challenge everybody to take a screenshot wherever they're, digesting this from, and then tag the organization, tag Pete, tag myself, so we get to see it. And I'll actually repost, some of my favorites also, and share just one thing you're going to do. What's your big takeaway from today's lessons? Maybe one thing that you're going to do for yourself, maybe something you're going to do good for your brain also as well. I believe life is like an egg, that if an egg is broken by an outside force, life ends. But if it's broken by an inside force, life begins. And great things begin on the inside. So Pete, thank you so much. We'll actually donate a number of copies of Limitless out there. So if people tag me in it, we get to see it, and I'll send out copies to people just as a thank you for being part, of this series. So very important.
Thank you, Jim. Guys, give it up for Jim Kwik. Give it up for Jim Kwik. Oh my gosh, hey, this is incredible. If we can pull this up, team, right here. This is incredible. We are at like a peak. Hey, everybody backstage. I see you, Lachelle and Anna. Let's see the folks. I want them to see that I see them. Like, we've got thousands of people backstage right now. Go, scroll. Let's see some of these faces. I see your beautiful baby, Joe. I see your beautiful baby. Can we scroll over a few pages? I want people's cameras on. If you're gonna be passive today, I'm bringing you $1 million worth of value today. If you're gonna be passive, can't turn your camera on, go back and do whatever you're doing on the side. You're not gonna retain this. Look at all those beautiful faces. They keep scrolling. Spanish speaking, English speaking. We've got thousands of people backstage, thousands. We're at a peak on day 8. If you missed the first 7 days, don't worry. I'm gonna recap all of them tomorrow in 60 minutes. 60 minutes. I'm gonna recap all 8 days and 40 speakers. So look at all those beautiful faces. We are at a peak. We're at a high on the week. I know we got people in Gloria Mayfield Banks and Jen's Instagram and Stormy's and Craig's and Rise Up World, and we're everywhere right now. Like, we've got our backstagers. We're in Build Your Platform community. We're everywhere right now. We're at a peak right now. Come back to my slides, guys. Now, here's the cool thing. We're 1/3 of the way there. The lineup that we have after this break, we got Gloria Mayfield Banks coming right after this break. We got Trent Shelton. I mean, and it's not even a break. Like, it's gonna be like a 2-minute video that I wanna play for you guys. But we've got 4 powerhouses coming. We got Craig Ballantyne coming, and I'll tell you everybody else that's coming here in a minute. But I want you to see something. I want you to see something. I bought this course from Jim because I wanted to remember people's names. I wanted to be able to get through education and retain more. And when I said, Jim, will you do something for people who take action in the bronze, silver, and gold? He said, 100% I will. Kwik starts 10 days to a limitless brain. 10 days to a limitless brain is being built in to the bronze, silver, and gold packages at platformtourcares.com. If you, like I said, have not gone to platformtourcares.com, I want it on here. I want it on here. If you haven't been to platformtourcares.com, Amy Purdy said, I have never seen a package like this. I've never seen 35 of the caliber of speakers that are here this week do something like that in my life. Can I buy one of those? I'm like, Amy, like I donated to your charity, I'm gonna donate it to your charity. So we're donating one of those to her charity, and we donated to her charity as well. But I want you to see from the first 4 people, Amy, Masterclass Live. She said, can we do it live from this studio? I said, okay, we'll see. Using your story to build your talk. Jen Gottlieb, Becoming a Media Insider on Demand, Landing Media. And Jim Kwik, 10 days to a limitless brain, has been added to what I call the $30,000. Those have been added today. You want to take advantage today. Like, I want to make it a no-brainer today before this live stream is done. We've got probably 2 hours of a live stream left. And I'm compelling you because these go away on Wednesday. These go away on Wednesday. So go to platformtourcares.com. We've got the bronze, we've got the silver, we've got the gold. And look at the value. This is actually now closer to 6,000 or 7,000. This is closer to 13,000 or 14,000. This is 30,000. Not BS things that internet marketers say, 30,000. No, those are what those courses they charge. That's what the speakers charge for that. $30,000. And what I'm doing today, and I had some people hit us up, and I'm about to say something before we start the next round right here. What I'm doing today is if you go to platformtourcares.com, I want to do something because many of you, this is your first day. Many of you, this is your first day. And so this is what I want to do. And I think, and get a piece of paper and pen. Team, I want you to bring that page up. I haven't brought the page up all week long. Platformtourcares.com, 100% of the profits go back to these charities. They go back to these charities, and in 2 days, 10 hours, and 56 minutes, I can't continue to do that anymore because the speakers are going to go back to selling those courses. So this is what I want to do. We did raise the prices last night, and today there's a lot of people here for day 1, and they weren't aware of that. So from now until 15 minutes after the live stream ends, I promise you, 15 minutes, this code will not work. 15 minutes after the live stream ends today, you click on any button. So let's click on Get That One. Now look, you've got the gold level right here, and you can pick full pay or you can pick 2 pay. And it shows you everything that you get. You can go read up on all of this stuff. It's unbelievable. How to build a YouTube channel, how to have a limitless brain, how to get on PR, how to launch your podcast, how to launch your TEDx talk. Lifetime access. You don't lose it. Some of you are like, how long do I have access? Lifetime. Lifetime. Now check this out. This is what I want to do. It's very bright. Where is the code? Right here. It says, do you have a coupon code? Click here to enter your code. Don't worry for people who've taken action. I want you to type in VIP gift. VIP gift. It can be caps. It can be lowercase. I heard anything. Apply the coupon. We just did this last minute. Can you push the, or will it do it without it? Applies the coupon, and it drops it $100. It drops it $100. Why am I doing this? Because many of you didn't know, and it's your first day. Last night, the prices did go up. Why did the prices go up? The prices went up because we've doubled the value of these packages through the course of this week because of the generosity of our speakers. And so I want to give, I'm a big believer in second chances, but the second chance will extend 15 minutes after this live stream is done. You will not be able to put that code in 15 minutes after this live stream is done. And you'll lose access to a lot of bonuses that are happening today, including the $100. So make that decision today. I'm trying to make this a no-brainer for you guys. This is the PhD on building your platform, the digital PhD on building your platform. The best and the best out there. And so I want to say this right after the break, or by the way, I did mention this. Go back to my slides, guys, before we bring up our next round here. So make sure you go to platformtourcares.com. We will award all of the charities everybody who buys any package gets a ticket to Platform Live, our live event where we are going to build your customized 2022 plan to build your platform. This won't be information. This will be implementation plans that you walk out of this with. But we have, on November 12th, we will be giving all of our charity checks and figuring out what the final profits were of charity checks to all of our organizations that day. And I'm excited about it. I'm very excited about it. And so let me go to this last page. I am stoked because after the break, is this the right lineup? It's Gloria Mayfield Banks, Alex Morton. Is that correct? Alex Morton? Kat? Craig Ballantyne and Trent Shelton are going to be right after this break. This lineup, like 2 minutes. I'm not talking about a big break. In 2 minutes, you're going to understand how to have super confidence. Confidence is a big reason why you're not stepping into your greatness. My sister from another mother, like really, I love this woman. I love this woman. I am a champion of her. She's going to kick us off. I want you to watch this 2-minute thing. Make sure you go to platformtourcares.com over this 2 minutes and make a decision of investing in yourself and investing in these nonprofits. Guys, go ahead and roll the video. I'm excited about these 7 days. We have never, ever, ever done something like this before. And to think that it's free is incredible. Just like last year, 100% of the profits will be going back to some amazing charities. Last year, we gave over $750,000, and this year, we are hoping to double that to some amazing charities like SCORE, which is building one of the biggest Black and Latino educational programs that is free of charge to business owners to give them the education they need to grow their business. To the Maloof Foundation, who is helping end sex trafficking in the United States. And to the Model Citizen Fund, which is providing backpacks with hundreds of items to the homeless in our country. You see, you being a part of this, we're not just going to build your platform this week, we're going to build those nonprofits' platforms as well.
By giving back, you rightly receive so much, thousands in value to build your platform. Our Bronze package contains powerful, proven digital resources to accelerate your growth. Our Silver package includes everything from Bronze, plus additional resources to supercharge your development using all our pillars to grow your platform. And our top-of-the-line Gold package includes tens of thousands in resources from all of the geniuses who grace our stages. We want you to change the world. Everything you need is right here.
What I want you to know is just like last year, 100% of the profits of your contribution go back to these charities. So not one penny of that profit is coming back to me. So would you get into that mindset of just a generosity to give back and help build somebody else's platform? because I can tell you in these 7 days, what's gonna happen for your business and your platform will be profound. The people that I have brought to this year to help you go to the next level, it's unbelievable. You see, there is so much negativity, so much divisiveness, so much fear happening in our world, and the wrong people control the microphone. And the only way that we change the game is by helping you build your platform so you can control the microphone and change your world. And when enough of us are changing our worlds, we change the world. Would you join us? Build your platform, control the microphone, and change your world. Hey, has this, for all of you that have been here for the whole week, has this week been amazing? Like, I'm just curious. I want to see your response backstage, and I want to see some people who have their cameras on. Has it been amazing, Scott? Yeah, it's been amazing. Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Like, for me, too. Amy was like, Pete, some of the stuff I've heard, I'm like, Amy, some of the stuff I heard this week was unbelievable. Unbelievable. And so I just want you guys to know it's been unbelievable for me. So here's my question to you. Like, if you've already done, we're going to do a welcome call on Thursday night after, like, I think at 5 Pacific Standard Time to welcome every bronze, silver, and gold. I'm going to be talking about how to win the helicopter rides at Grant Cardone's offices that he gave away. 10 spots that I'm going to be able to award for 10 folks helicopter rides in Miami. There's also a virtual mastermind in all 3 levels that I will be hosting from Grant Cardone's office on November 20th. So the packages are unbelievable. I want to ask you a question, and I want you to answer this. What have you done? Have you already done bronze, silver, or gold? If you have, write that in the comments on social, in our groups, backstage. Are you doing something today? If you're doing today, I want to know today and what you're doing. And if there's still some excuse or something getting in the way, I want to know what that is. Why are you on the fence? If you're on the fence, I want to know why you're on the fence, because my team is in the chat. And I'm telling you, I am just incredibly grateful to these speakers of what they have built for us and what they have done for us. I want to remind all of you today that whether you've been here 1 day or all 8 days, tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, in 60 minutes, I will recap all 40 speakers. I will give you all 40 nuggets broken down in the pillars, and you will have an action item of the 5 to 6 biggest things that you will take away to begin to implement and incorporate into your business and building your platform. If there's one day I wouldn't miss, it's this day, because it's 60 minutes, and I'm literally preparing 60 minutes. It will be our shortest day. At the end of those 60 minutes, I'm going to stay around and answer questions permanently for as long as I can, not as long as there's questions, because I'll be up all night long. But I want to encourage you to go to platformtourcares.com. Platformtourcares.com. Listen, a lot of you don't have confidence in yourself. A lot of us don't have confidence in ourselves. I love this title, Super Bad Confidence. Because right now, I'm going to go look at all the comments right now in the back of what you've done. Have you done bronze, silver, gold? Or are you doing something today? Or are you on the fence, and why are you on the fence? Why are you on the fence? But a lot of this has to do with confidence. And so the first third of today was about your mind, your brain, your soundtracks, your stories. There was a theme to the first third. Now this second third with Gloria Mayfield Banks and Alex and Trent and Craig, it's beginning to transfer to kind of overcome your fears, gain that confidence, and create more time that you can make a bigger difference. And so I'm so excited because this lady is incredible. She's up to the next thing in her life. She's the #1 money earner in Mary Kay for a long time. She's since retired. She's stepping I don't know if retired is the right word. So she's still young. She's stepping into the next piece of building her next platform and to bring you the super confidence you need, not just to step into these packages, but to step into your greatness in building your platform. I want you to welcome who I've been calling GMB, also known as Gloria Mayfield Banks, at the peak of our 8 days with thousands of people watching. Gloria, take it away.
Yes, 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 yes. Okay, so first thing I want to say is shut up, Pete. That's the first thing I want to say is shut up, Pete. I have to say that because I want you to know, here's what I want you all to hear from me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I happen to know that I have a whole lot of friends here for the very first time. Y'all have been messaging me, telling me the thank yous are coming to me when I'm saying, shut up, Pete, because you pulled together something that was absolutely huge. Absolutely huge. And it's true. I will be graduating from Mary Kay in a couple of months. But right now, I'm so proud of the 3.5 million women in Mary Kay. I stand before you as number one, and it has been a long time. So I'm proud to tell everybody else that they too could be number two. But I'm number one right now. And the reason for that, I want to share with you. I'm so glad Pete brought this topic together, because I used to sit and wonder. I remember having long talks with my husband, like, what is it going to take for other people to move from the want to lane to the got to lane so that they win? What is it going to take? And we used to think about it, talk about it. And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. It's confidence. Confidence is going to take you to a higher level. Now, let me say this to you. One of the things that I will tell you, and you're going to need pen and paper. So go ahead and get pen and paper. It doesn't matter how you spell it. I'm dyslexic. I'll tell you a little more about that later, but it doesn't tell you how to spell it. But I want you guys to get this. I want you to really get this. Affirmations make a big deal. And I'm going to say my affirmation I've been saying for years, and it's all come true. Living, caring, giving, sharing. Boy, oh boy, I love to work with the daring. A magic million? Can you imagine such? Of course you can. We've got the touch. I'm small in stature homely, but I'm heavy in belief. I'm leading by example, so you can count on me as I flash this $1 million smile. The world will know it's all worthwhile because I'm banking on the magic, banking on success, and I'm banking on some people who simply want the best. I'm so proud to be before you, and I'm proud to be top ranked. I'm elite executive. National sales director. My name is Gloria Mayfield Banks. And Pete has been saying my name this week. I've been watching. So if today is your first day, let me repeat what he says, because here's what I want to tell you guys. Your voice is so necessary because Pete and I could say the exact same thing and you would hear it differently. You're going to hear it differently because of the tone. You're going to hear it differently because of the passion. You're going to hear it differently because of our different journeys. And that's why I want you to know, I figured out that it's not so much that you have to say different things. It's what led you to the place where you say those things. Your voice matters. When I was listening to Pete on that video you just played, and you said so many of the wrong people have a mic, and so many of the right people do not have a mic, I want to strongly encourage you guys to do what it takes to build your confidence so that you can step out. And it's not just the decision to build it. I'm going to give you some specific things I'm going to ask you to do. Now, here's what I need you to do. I need you to write in that chat, confidence is mine. Confidence is mine. And I need you to know that it is never over. You will rebuild your confidence over and over and over again. I also want to tell you that I want you to write these 3 G's down. I want you to write down growth, gain, then give. Growth, gain, and give. You've got to grow. You've got to grow personally. You've got to grow your income. You have to grow your confidence. You have to grow it in order to gain it. And then when you gain it, you can give it. And that's why I think this is such a huge deal that if you buy one of those packages, you will be able to give through your giving to yourself. You will be able to give to some people you will never meet. And so when I talk to people, I'm proud for what I've done, but I'm not nearly as happy for what I've done when I see other people do what I've done and bigger. People would walk up to me and they say, Gloria, I just want to be like, just like you. I want to be just like you. I said, no, I don't want you to be just like me. I want you to be way better than me, way better than me. That's my path. My path, God told me very clearly, August 15th, he told me clearly, your purpose, Gloria, is to take people from ordinary to extraordinary. And I can tell you that my teaching here is one of the reasons that not only have I broken a lot of records, but I've taught other people how to break records. The only records that are left for me to break now are my own. What a place to be. And that is because I've been extremely intentional for years about the it factor, confidence. How do you build confidence? Because so many people want, so many people think, so many people dream, so many people, sit and contemplate, but they just don't get over the line. And so my thing with confidence is, number one, you have to build it over and over and over again, because once you build your confidence, you get to a certain level, then you have to build the next confidence. You get to a certain level, then you have to build the confidence again. And I know this, I so know this, because number one, I had to build my confidence over and over and over again. And number two, I had to teach other people how to build the confidence over and over again. Through this week that I've been learning on this platform, I have heard so many people talking about changing the lives of other people. My team, your teams of teams, people who work for you, people who work with you, or people who make your life work. Those are the people that you're thinking about when you're thinking about building your confidence and then teaching them how to build their confidence as well. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, born and raised in a phenomenal middle class. Both my parents were educators. I'm the third of four girls. And when I was in the 7th grade, they found out I was dyslexic. And so when I was listening to Jim talk about reading, I was like, yes, I get it. It's something I had to push myself to do. But the result of it has been so strategically powerful in my success and what I tell other people to do. So whatever you got, I just want to tell you, everybody's got something. Everybody's got issues. Left high school after a big push, very challenged. When I tell you challenged, very challenged. Went on to Howard University and studied business, loved working. That's where I found out that I love to work. When I talk to people and I say, Gloria, you still work. I love to work. I want people to be in that space where they love to work. And to do what you love, it takes courage and confidence so that you can make those kind of choices. I went on to work for Purdy Corporation. Then I went to Harvard Business School and got my MBA. Yes, a dyslexic person, very, very challenged. But I wanted that piece of paper, and that piece of paper meant something for me. I left there and I started selling for IBM, and I used to sell big computers for IBM. So a lot of time building my confidence, but not everybody takes that route. So I had to figure out another way for people to take the route so they could win quickly. So here's what I want to talk to you about specifically and directly, and then leave you with one phenomenal idea that you are going to do, okay? So you're going to send me pictures. You're going to send me on my DM. You're going to find me on Instagram at Gloria Banks. You're going to find me on Facebook at Gloria Mayfield Banks page. You're going to find me because this is Shut Up Pete time, teaching us how to get the mic, control the mic, and deliver your message. But it takes these three things. It takes courage. It takes confidence. It takes choices. Why? Because it takes courage to build your confidence. And once you have the confidence built, you get the choices. You guys, I want you to know when you look at me, you're looking at a very powerful, successful, pretty, energetic woman who was in domestic violence for 10 years. I started Harvard Business School with a black eye. I only tell you those stories because I want you to know that everybody's got issues. Everybody's got something. And so through that journey of staying in school, building my business and putting on a happy face for people when I wasn't happy at all, and wearing makeup for the very first time to cover up a black eye. When I was going through that journey, I had to rebuild my confidence in silence, and I built my confidence loud. So there's a lot of different ways that you do it. You got to decide on your particular path. But for me, I became a single parent for 7 years. And then I went to Florida to Wet and Wild, met my husband, Ken Banks. It was wet, and it was wild, and it took confidence. So I'm just here to tell you, 25 years of marriage, a long career at the top of our game, both entrepreneurs. I could talk a lot about that. But here's what I want to tell you. When you feel confidence, let me tell you how you know you have it. You know you have confidence when you know that the light doesn't come on into the room until you walk in there. The light doesn't come on until I'm in the room. I'm going to cause you guys to sit tall, to give energy. Don't be an energy sucker. Don't suck the energy out of life. Push your energy into the room. And I don't care if you're an introvert or an extrovert. I just want you to know how much you matter, how much your confidence matters, and how you have to push it out there into the world, because they can't grow without you pushing it out there. They can't gain without you giving it to them. And they can't give until you give to them, to give to them, to give to them. And so I want to tell you this: teach people how to win. Don't teach people how to work. I want to tell you something. I want to tell you a current passion of mine that's just digging in me. And I'm becoming very courageous about this. It's called 8333. Hashtag 8333. Hashtag 8333. And I want to tell you what that is. When you take 8333 and you multiply it by 12, it's $100,000 a year. And here's the thing: the majority of people are not making that. So the reason I'm so focused on that is because when you get to that first 100, then you can get to the second 100, and then you can get to it's easier. With every 100,000, it's easier. You've seen some amazing millionaires on this platform, amazing, but they didn't all start that way. And I think that we need to learn to have the start. And so I've spent a lot of time talking to people who didn't even have that in their imagination. So in order to have the choices that come from success, it takes courage and confidence to get the choice of 8333. Let's go over these 5 things really fast, okay? Number 1, I want you to know this. You have to be intentional and on purpose with building confidence. And I want you to know that a lot of people don't intentionally build it because they know confidence is needed, but they don't know that it can be built. They don't know how to build it. They just walk around and say, I wish I was more confident. I wish I could talk better. I wish I could be on Zoom better. I wish I could do a Facebook Live. I wish I could walk into the room. I wish I could cook better. I wish I could talk to a room full of people better. I wish. And so they stay in this wish lane that never happens, so that they know that confidence is required. So the first thing I want to tell you is you have to be intentional and on purpose with building your confidence. You have to know where you want to grow. And so you've heard so many speakers before talk about the clarity. And I want you to know, each of us has gifts. God gave me the gift of charisma. He gave me the gift of motivation. He gave me the gift of strategy. I live in those gifts. I train from those gifts. I build from those gifts, and I help other people find their gifts. What is your gift? When you find your gift, then you will start working on where you're strong and stop focusing on where you're weak. When I tell you, I know how to turn people into superstars because you build their confidence. Number 2, I want you to do this. I want you to study what you don't know. Whatever you feel you have to do, I want you to study it so that you can learn it, so you can apply it. There's a lot of power in wisdom. There's a lot of power in education. There's a ton of power in the knowing. And so that is a huge place I want you to show up. Look at that huge place. I don't know what I was doing while I lived there. That's a huge place I want you to show up. And I want you to be very loud about it. Even those of you who, not maybe in the last 5 minutes, but you might have been off camera Now you're getting back on camera because you see people ask you to be on camera because you have to be willing to put yourself out because of the courage that's required, right? Study what you don't know. Number 3 is guard your circle of influence. One of the biggest things I can tell you about confidence is that you become exactly like the 5 people you hang around the most. So write this down. Keep or cut. Now this takes a lot of courage, but I want you to know when you become strong enough to decide who you're going to keep and who you're going to cut from your circle of influence, your perception of where you can go changes. Every word is either a flower or a brick. Every word. And so you got to decide where you're going to put your time and energy and who's going to put their time and energy into you. The people in your circle have to understand the power of encouragement, have to understand the power of accountability, and have to understand the power of letting you fly. And you have to understand who's pushing you to fly and who's intentionally holding you back. Because even though you love them, or even though you like them, or even though they've done something great for you, you keep them there for the wrong reason while you're trying to fly. And I will tell you that, keep or cut. It doesn't sound great, but it feels great because it causes you to choose yourself. My father's the one who told me that if you choose yourself, Gloria, then you'll be better for your family. Then you'll be better for the community. And then you'll be better for your career. Okay, the next one is set a current 30-day non-negotiable goal that you can track. You got to hit each piece of it. A current, which is a right now passionate goal. 30-day non-negotiable goal that you can track to intentionally show yourself how you can build your confidence. You know, I'm going to tell you this. It's the simple things that make some of the biggest differences. And that's why I think this platform that allows you to, gosh, you guys, get $30,000. And I promise you, as one of the speakers, we gave our best. We gave our best piece of advice that we know will impact you. And know that all of this is going to the charitable foundation. To charity, it masters what you're able to do. Because I always tell people, it's not this or that. Why isn't it this and that? It's this and that. I'm going to give to me, and I'm going to give to a bunch of people that I don't know. The best gift you can give is to somebody you don't know. So don't make it hard, but make it trackable, current, and passionate. And then here's my big one idea. And you're going to think it's super crazy, but I'm going to tell you it works. When I tell you it works, there's no way you get to number 1 out of 3.5 million people. There's no way that you teach in that you have an operation in 12 different countries. There's no way I've taught in over 40 countries. And here's what I want to tell you, Pete. Shut up, Pete, that you have Spanish and English. I just love the fact that the mic that we all hold, the world is getting smaller, our impact is getting larger. Here's the big one. Make a goal poster, a poster. This is what I need you to understand. I need you to pick a specific goal that you are going to achieve by December 2021. I need you to make a poster, and it's got to be made with the following. It's got to have a goal poster. It's got to have, you have to use scissors and glue and cut things out and create with pens what you're going to be looking at. If you really want to change the direction of your journey now, you put one in 5 places. You put one in your bedroom. You put one in your bathroom. You put one in your kitchen, in the kitchen cabinet. You put one over the TV. So you have to move it every time you want to waste your time doing something you don't want to do. And you put one in the car. Because you guys have heard this over and over again. even if you join today. What you say dictates your thoughts. What you think dictates your actions. Your actions dictate your results. So if you can control your thinking, if you can stop that negative self-talk that tells you, what is she going to say? What is he going to think? What is he going to do? What's my opinion? And learn to stand your ground because of the way that you see it, the way that you talk it, the way that you deliver it, the way that you give it. You will control a mic and you will have a message. And we will not be walking around here working with people who don't want to contribute. We'll be walking around here changing the lives of people who want to contribute in a bigger, more influential way. The deal is, if you're ambitious and capable, yet you're stuck and frustrated, your ability to grab your confidence and blow it out of the water is right in the palm of your hand. So be smart, be aggressive for yourself so that you can influence more with the power God gave you, because it's not to be kept. It's to cause growth, gain, and give. That's what I wanted to bring to you, Pete. So shut up, Pete, because this is
some of my teams back there like, what's she saying? Shut up. And I'm like, you got to understand that lingo. She's saying, shut up. I can't believe you pulled this off. Shut up. Those packages are out of this world. Like, are you kidding me? Are those crazy, Gloria? Like,
the fact that you're doing that and they're giving at the same time, you're giving so much, you've made it affordable, you know it's impactful, and it's changing someone's lives that they'll never meet. How many of us want to do things of philanthropy components? Like, when we filled a movie theater full of little Black boys to watch Wakanda, the Black Panther movie, when we did that, it's something that resides with you forever. So when you can do something for people who least expect it and you see a big smile, to me, that's what you're doing with this. You're giving people so much education for being here, and you're allowing them to get $30,000. And I know it's going to be more than $30,000. I think you're being nice. I just really think you're being nice. I just think you're being nice. And you're saying $30,000. But you've made it affordable, and they can give, and then they can literally change their life, like literally change their life. No one sits here for hours not wanting to do something huge. No one does that. No one sits here because they're not here. Those who don't want to change are not here. And those that are my friends and the new friends I've made, Pete, shut up. Shut up.
I got to tell you something. 1 in 3.5 million blows my mind away. And here is the word that I'm hearing for you today. You're only getting started. You're only getting started. You've already done great things, but I'm telling you, like, what I see in you, like, you're only getting started. And I just want to remind you of that today, and not take away from what you've done, because you've done big things. But you're just getting started, and I'm super stoked for you. How many of you want Gloria to be your confidence coach? Like, how many of you need a confidence coach? Like, men and women. Some of Spanish speaking over here. Like, we need some confidence in our life. Because when we have confidence, we step into things even when we don't know everything.
Right.
Yeah,
You totally step differently. People walk differently. They stand differently. They answer the phone differently. So much more happens. And this is the thing I want to say this, Pete. When you build your confidence, you attract people to you. You attract blessings to you. You attract resources to you. When you choose not to build your confidence, you deflect all the blessings because you're so fearful. But when you cause the work of courage over and over and over again, it builds a muscle that you become familiar with. So yeah, was I nervous? Yes, I'm always a little nervous, but I understand where my nervousness comes from. My nervousness comes from a huge desire to touch people.
Yeah.
A huge desire to shift people. A huge desire so that people stop living small.
Wow.
Because our culture's moving.
That's right. Guys, hey, the chat is lighting up. If you saw what people are saying right now, it's lighting up, and I knew it would be, and I knew you were going to bring the noise. Like, it is literally lighting up over here. Hey, will y'all give it up for my buddy, Gloria Mayfield Banks? Give it up for Gloria! Woo! I knew she was going to drop the fire. I knew it. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Talk to you soon. Shut up, Pete.
Shut up, Pete. Shut up, Pete. Pete's about to do another shut up for you. Pete got Gloria to bonus in her it's actually called your super bad confidence, taking control of your day. Like, here we go. Super bad all day long. Whatever it takes. Look at that. That's now part of it. I told you this day is going to step into it. Step out of fear, step out of excuses, step out of the victim mentality. I know it. I've been there. And step into some mentorship. Step into it. But you got to have confidence. When my confidence is crushed, it's just, I can't do much. But when I got my confidence, it's unbelievable. This next person I'm stoked to bring you, he is one of the younger people on tour. We got him, Trent, Shelton, and then Craig Ballantyne to finish out segment 2 today. Remember, we got 3 segments, but I'm so excited because he's showing people, especially the millennials, of what's possible when you step into it, when you actually lean into it. The guy is so phenomenal. He's an incredible human being. I'm so excited to welcome my buddy to take it away. Give it up for Mr. Alex Martin. Give it up for Alex.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, Pete, I am so excited to be here today. Listen, if you're in the chat box right now, I want you guys to drop some 777s in the chat for Mr. Pete Vargas. I'm so honored to be here. You know, Gloria said a lot of amazing things. Let's give it up to her one more time. Drop some 7s in the chat for Gloria Mayfield Banks. And listen, today is an amazing day. In fact, this whole week has been absolutely phenomenal. I was actually traveling. I was doing speaking events in Portugal, Greece, Turkey, and Mexico last week. But in between all of that, I was logging in, and to hear from the caliber of people that, you know, the mastermind Pete Vargas put together, man, I got to say, this is probably the most impactful, I guess I want to say, digital seminar, webinar I have ever been a part of. So just to be a part of this thing is absolutely, it's a dream come true. And today, listen, I'm going to talk about you. I saw Pete, he put up YOU on the big screen, and that's what this is about, right? A lot of the people on this call, you know, this entire week, right? They're already financially independent. They're financially free. So this entire week is for, you know, the end user, the customer, the guest, the person on this call that has hunger, that has desire to share their story, to build their platform, to live a absolutely tremendous life. And just like Gloria, you know, I started off not in the most humble beginnings you can imagine. Both my parents were, you know, successful in the insurance business, but I grew up in a very small town in Columbus, Ohio. And growing up, I saw wealthy people. I saw middle-class people, that's where we were. And then I saw people in poverty. And I made a decision at a very young age. I said, listen, one day I'm going to grow up and I'm going to find out what wealthy people are doing. And I'm going to do what it is they're doing so I can provide for my family. I can travel the world. I can make a difference. You know, I love all of the messages on this week's call. It's all about changing people's lives, right? The bronze, the silver, the gold. It's about impact. Right, we have a saying in our organization, right? I believe we have, we have over 550 people making 6 and 7 and 8 figure incomes, and I believe our customer base now is, you know, it's got to be close to 300,000 people around the world, and we always say impact over income. Because when you set out to make a difference in somebody else's life through your story, through your brand, through your platform, the income always follow. So growing up in a small town, I left Ohio at 18 years old. I ventured out to Arizona State University And out there, I saw, $1 million listing on TV. It was a bunch of young guys who were making money doing real estate. So I said, that sounds like a good idea. School's cool, it's fun, but it's really not my thing. So I got my real estate license at 18, made some money, learned about, how to be confident in the workplace. I saw a couple people building platforms and brands in the real estate industry. And then I really got my breakthrough at 21 years old. I stepped into a specific industry and I said, wow, this is where average people can earn above average incomes and make above average impact in the lives of people around the world. And because of the right mentors and because of the right people, like a Pete Vargas, showing me the way at a young age, I was able to earn my first $1 million at 24 years old. And now at 31, turning 32 on the 21st, which is in 3 days, I've been able to generate over $50 million in personal, profits, commissions for myself. And more importantly, I've been able to help so many people around the world build a platform, build a brand, tell their story, make a lot of money, and also help a lot of people. I've been so fortunate to be in places like Lagos, Nigeria, or Ecuador, or Peru, or Honduras, third world countries where people are so excited about getting excited. They're so excited for an opportunity. They're so excited to learn from master mentors like the people you've heard all week on the line. So today I want to share a little bit about my experience and really what I think, what it takes, to build confidence, to build a great self-image, to build a great, belief system, to go out there and impact people. Because listen, before you can feed other people, right? We all want to help people. I've got charities. I know Grant Cardone's got charities. Pete Vargas is doing so many amazing things for so many amazing foundations around the world. Before you can help others, you got to help yourself, ladies and gentlemen. And I want you to understand it's okay to want to be rich, to want to be wealthy, because with that money is a tool. Money is a vehicle to go out there and build schools, build churches, build synagogues, feed the homeless, right? Provide 4 million turkeys for 4 million struggling families on Thanksgiving Day in the United States of America. Whatever you want, it's possible. So I guess the big point number one is whatever you desire with your platform, with your story, with your brand, it is possible, okay? If I could go from getting kicked out of the dorm rooms at 18, getting kicked out of the business school at 18, having very little money, having to go to Taco Bell, order a water cup and steal Diet Coke so I could save $1.19 at 18 years old to becoming a multimillionaire, you can build the brand, you can build a platform of your dreams. So what I want you guys to understand right now is you need to get clearly defined. You need to clearly define what success means to you, right? Success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal or goal. So success for, a Grant Cardone, or success for, a Gloria Mayfield Banks or a Pete Vargas or an Alex Morton, it might be different than what success means to you. I've worked with families in very rough parts in Mexico, and their massive goal is to make an extra $500 a month. Or I've been in, Guayaquil, Ecuador, where they're earning $300 US a month. If they could just double their income and make an extra $300 a month, they would be happy and successful and grateful. So here's my question to the tens of thousands of people watching this webinar right now. What does success mean to you? What do you want? What do you desire? Pete Vargas can help you build it. These master mentors can give you the game plan on what to do to take your life and business to the next level, but you must define, hey, this is what I want. This is what I desire, okay? Which brings me to my next point in building, the life we want, building an extraordinary life, right? You have to understand whatever you want, you can have, but you must learn the fundamentals and the rules on success, right? And doing that through trial and error, through mentorship, through purchasing, these amazing products, bronze, silver, and gold, you're going to get, the keys to the safe. You're getting the winning lottery numbers to the ticket, right? This is what successful people do. So big idea number two is this idea of building a winning self-image. Whether you want to do a TED Talk, whether you're trying to get press on Oprah or Ellen, whether you want to launch a building winning confidence formula, whether you want to launch a company, you know, we have a real estate company as a side hustle. We now own, you know, 8 figures in real estate all over the country. Whatever you want, you can have. But I'm telling you right now, write this down. Self-image. Self-image. Let me explain this to you. My mentor, okay, Bob Proctor, some of you are familiar with that name. He's been coaching and mentoring me now for over 11 years. And he took me from, you know, $400 a month to millions of dollars a month, right? That's the power of a mentor, by the way. Pete Vargas is a great person for you to enlist as your mentor in building this platform, right? Advance Your Reach is an absolutely phenomenal company. And you got to take action this week and become a part of this amazing family. So the self-image controls everything in our lives, right? So we have to learn to, guess what, build a winning self-image. How do we do that? Well, the way you see yourself, the way I see me is the way the people see me. The way you see yourself is the way the world sees you. So the question is who are you? What do you stand for? What do you want? What do you desire? Who do you want to help? What I did at 21 years old was I said, I am a millionaire mentally, even though I can barely pay my rent, even though I'm eating Taco Bell every night for dinner at Arizona State University, even though I'm getting kicked out of the dorms, I built a winning self-image in my mind. And this is why. Our mind's thinking pictures. Our mind's thinking pictures. So I built the image in my mind, paying cash for a Rolls Royce. I built the image in my mind, paying cash for a $15 million home my fiance and I are building in Las Vegas, Nevada. I built in my mind speaking on stages in 81 countries around the world, all right? 2.8 GPA in high school, slow math in high school, Spanish won 4 different times in high school. Do you understand? You got to build the image in your mind of what you want. Oh, I want to build this great course. Oh, I want to speak on stages all over the world. Oh, I want to build a better winning circle, influential circle with people like Pete Vargas, Grant Cardone, Jesse Itzler, people that are winning at a high level. You got to build this image in your mind. Again, how do you do that? You close your eyes. You see, what's amazing is that we are all God's highest form of creation. I don't know if you knew that, but listen, you and I, we are not a bird. We are not a snake. We are not a rat. We are not a dog. We are not a cat. We are not an oak tree. You and I are human beings. Listen up. We are God's highest form of creation. God's highest form of creation. And one of the things God blessed us with is something called the imagination. Our imagination is a higher faculty, which allows us to build the image in our mind of exactly what it is we desire in our lives, right? So again, we define success, right? We are now building the self-image in our mind platform, our brand, our story, right? We're building this in our mind. And that leads me to big idea number 3. Write this down, okay? Momentum. Listen, everything in life to me is about momentum. The people that I've worked with, the people that I've taken from $500 a month to becoming multimillionaires, all right, in our profession so many times, it all comes down to momentum. Momentum is what we're after. Momentum is what we want in our life, in our relationships, in our businesses, in our health. We want momentum, right? 70-ish days left in 2021. How's your year been so far? How's your year been so far? Listen, you can make one decision today on this call to become, a part of the VIPs on this call, get your package and take your life into momentum. There was a time in my life where I spent $15,000 to spend 7 days with Mr. Bob Proctor. Okay. And he helped me turn my yearly income into my monthly income. How bad do you want success? How bad do you want to build your story? How bad do you want to build your brand? How bad do you want to build your platform? This is an opportunity of, guess what? An absolute lifetime. So write this down. Momentum equals, I'm going to give you the momentum blueprint right now. Momentum equals, number 1, hunger, right? Hunger. You guys have heard, one of all of our favorite speakers on the planet, Mr. Les Brown. Growing up, I listened to him all the time, right? Speaking the Georgia Dome on YouTube. I was too young to be there in person. I think it was in the 70s or the 80s, right? But he always talks about you got to be hungry. You got to be hungry, right? You got to develop hunger for your brand, for your platform, for yourself, for your story, for the people you're working with, right? How many people do you want to impact? How many people do you want to affect? How many people do you want to help? Because living is about giving, ladies and gentlemen. Living is about giving. The greatest emotions I feel at this point in my life and in my career is helping someone go from where they are to where they want to be. And that's exactly why Pete put this free webinar on all week long, the platform tour to impact people and help people. So again, momentum equals number one, hunger, right? We live in the golden age of opportunity. And I get excited. I start sweating. I get so fired up because listen, we live in a world of opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. There are so many ways digitally to be able to travel the planet, make money from your phone, make money on the iPad, make money on the computer, and go travel the world. You guys go check out my Instagram. You'll see us traveling the world, and I'm working everywhere I am, right? This is digital right now. We're on Zoom with tens of thousands of people, right? This is a golden age of opportunity. I love what Pete said. The wrong people have the microphone. Oh my gosh, is that true? Is that true? You know, you got to get off of the media, the news, right? And you got to tap in to the master mentors on this week's calls, because listen, you have the power to take control and take back your life, right? And getting into momentum. So hunger plus, ready? Building a big belief system. Write that down. I've got to build a big belief system. I've got to build a big belief system, right? Listen, 95% is success. 95% of your platform, your brand, your story, your company, the things you want in your life, right? It is spiritual. It is not in the physical. It is in the spiritual, okay? So this belief system controls everything in our lives, right? You build a big belief system, ladies and gentlemen, and great things are going to come into your life. Write this down. My belief system is created by three things. Ready? The things that I see, the things that I hear, and the things that I experience. The things that I see, the things that I hear, the things that I, guess what? Experience. Listen up. Right now, you are experiencing a winning environment. Right now, you are seeing a winning environment. Right now, you are hearing winning information. One of the quickest ways to get to the top is through access to specialized knowledge and information. That's what this week is about. That's what these VIP packages are about. Access to multi-million-dollar mentors and information. That's how you go to the next level. When I started bumping elbows with Grant Cardone in 2014, I made 800 grand that year. 800 grand in 2013. And this guy told me it's baby money. This is all over YouTube. I'm so excited. He goes, dude, 800 grand a year. He goes, that's baby money. You're capable of so much more. You're capable of winning so much more. You're capable of impacting so much more. He said, step up. All right. And I turned that yearly income of 800K into a monthly income and even greater and bigger than that. And I only talk about money so you pay attention. That's it. I only talk about money so you pay attention. I'm an Ohio boy, and I'm happy as heck watching Netflix with my fiance. All right, and eating Chipotle, man. I'm still a small town kid. I talk about money so you pay attention. I'm on this call right now for 20 minutes to impact your life and help you. That's it. I want to help you make a decision to completely change your life, right? So hunger plus belief system, and here comes the big multiplier. Ready? Times work ethic and patience. Work ethic and patience. All right? Momentum equals hunger plus belief system times work ethic and patience. I didn't get to where I am today. Pete Vargas did not get to where he is today. People like Grant Cardone, Jesse Itzler, Sarah Blakely, Damon John, Floyd Mayweather did not get to where they are today without, write this down, work ethic, right? Being obsessed. Obsession is not a negative word, ladies and gentlemen. When it comes to your platform, when it comes to your brand, when it comes to your story, obsession is a good thing. Obsession is a bad thing when it's drugs and alcohol and maybe sex, but obsession's a great thing when it's impact, when it's income, when it's making a difference, right? When it's helping people think the right way and feel the right way and take actions the right way to produce a great result. Obsession is great. How obsessed are you about building a world-class brand? How obsessed are you about building a world-class platform? How obsessed are you to make 2022 the greatest year of your life? You need obsession, ladies and gentlemen. Society will tell you obsession is a bad thing. That's why 3% of the world own 97% of all the real estate, all the crypto, all the stocks, and all the moolah. You got to get obsessed about impacting people's lives. That's why you're here right now on a Monday listening to us, because you are ready to go to the next level. If you're ready to go to the next level, type in the chat box, I am ready. I am ready. You got to declare it. You got to affirm it. You have to own it, because you are built for more. All right, I got a few more minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, momentum equals hunger plus belief system times work ethic and patience. When I say patience, when I say patience, this is what I mean. You got to be patient on the long-term vision, right? And then you have to be obsessed every day on the 24 hours that you have, right? You have to 10x the day. You have to max out the day. You have to be relentless on the day. What are you doing today to take your life and business to the next level? Every day I wake up, I'm inspired. I'm grateful. I'm excited, not just because of the car I drive and the clothes in my closet or the jewelry that I have or the money in my bank account. So I'm excited every day to go out there and change the world, to impact people. Like I said, just last week, I was in 5 different countries helping people. Why? I love it. It charges me up. Why does Pete Vargas do this? Why does Pete Vargas do this? Why does he spend the money to put things like this on? To impact people, to help people, right? Because that's what it's about. Living is giving. Giving is living, ladies and gentlemen. It's about growth. It's about expansion. And it's about changing people's lives, all right? And the last big idea for today, okay, is this idea of D3. Write this down, D3, right? D3. You want to take your life to the next level. You want to take your business to the next level. You want to take your relationships to the next level. You want to take your confidence to the next level. You want to take your self-image to the next level. You want to take your family, right? Legacy. I didn't even talk about that. Legacy. What's your legacy going to be? Do you know why most people's homes don't have pictures of their great-grandparents on the walls? Serious question. Do you know why most people's homes do not have pictures of their great-grandparents on the walls? Because they left nothing for them. They left nothing for them, okay? I made a decision at 18. I'm leaving a whole lot for our great-grandkids, all right? What's your legacy going to be? What are you going to be known for? Right? Oh, it's just some other rich guy. Oh, some rich woman. No, impact over income, people over profits, making a difference, changing the world, right? That's legacy to me. So D3, ready? Rapid fire, ready? D3, number 1, desire, right? Desire is the starting point of all achievement, okay? Desire is the starting point of all achievement. Napoleon Hill said that. He mentored Earl Nightingale. Earl Nightingale mentored my mentor, Bob Proctor. Bob Proctor mentored me. Desire is the starting point of all achievement. Build some desire, build some hunger, build some belief. Do it now, okay? The second word, direction, D3, desire and then direction. What direction are you going to take with building your brand? What direction are you going to take with sharing your story? What direction are you going to take with your confidence? What direction are you going to take with building your platform? Right? Who are you listening to? One of the greatest success tips I was ever given that allowed me to become a millionaire, multimillionaire, all of these great things is, Alex, who do you listen to? Are you listening to CNN or are you listening to multimillionaires? Are you listening to Fox News or are you listening to multimillionaires? Are you listening to, social media meme accounts and, negative accounts? Or are you listening to people that have done it and have proven results? Okay, direction. Take direction from Pete Vargas. I'm not saying that just to say that. I'm saying that because I believe that. I was in Arizona. Okay, no financial relationship whatsoever at the time. And he said, "Hey man, I'd love to sit down with you and just, you can ask me questions." I said, "Hey Pete, I love what you're doing, man. Can you help?" He said, "Come over." I said, "When do you want me to come over?" He said, "Just come over now." I said, "Wow, this dude is he's doing a launch with Tony freaking Robbins. And he's telling me, yeah, man, just swing by the house." I'm like, what? Okay. So I drive there. I sit down with him in his office in Arizona. And he just poured into me. And I'm like, this got to be one of the nicest dudes I've ever met. Because most people, man, they're not going to do that. You know, even some of my good friends, you know, I'm not going to name names, but there's some people that I'm close with, but it's about, yo, you got to invest in my fund, man. You got to do this. You got to buy that. You got to do this. No, man, Pete Vargas, just come over. Let me give you some guidance, right? So direction, take direction from people that have what they want. And last but not least, D3, desire, direction. And then we got discipline. I could speak for 15 hours on discipline, but guys, every day you got to put in the effort. Every day you got to put in the reps. Every day you got to stay disciplined. You got to give yourself a command and then follow through on that command. That's how you build a winning life. That's how you build an extraordinary life, right? You want the money, you want the cars, you want all this kind of stuff. You got to chase impact over income. You got to chase people over profits. And you got to think long-term and build a massive, massive story of an amazing, amazing, amazing legacy. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I am so grateful to be here and just share the stage with so many winners, world changers, world shakers. And I'm just so excited to see the changes that are going to take place in each and every one of your lives after this week. Listen, it's not enough just to hear this information. It's not even enough just to take notes on this information. You got to apply this information, okay? And you got to D3 it, man. Desire, direction, and discipline. I believe everybody on this call, you can build a world-class brand. You can build a world-class platform, all right? And you can go out there and create a world-class impact on planet Earth. So Pete, man, thank you very much. And I'm just so excited to be here.
Give it up in the chat for Mr. Alex Martin. D3, baby. D3. D3. Come on now. Who's committed to D3 there? Who's committed to it? Yeah, I said chat's lighting up. Alex, dude, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate it. I know you've been crazy. Thank you for being here, bro. I'm super stoked. And man, I might be looking at your text. I'm gonna text you right when I walk off stage. I might see if we can do a little surprise and delight. So be looking at your text message. Guys, give some love for Alex Martin.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Yes. Hey, listen, we got 2 more people in this segment. I know that our next guest, I'm stoked he was supposed to be with us on Saturday, but he was bringing the noise on a stage that I put him on. One of the most viewed guys in the world online. One of the biggest motivational speakers that exist. And an introvert. And was a little bit of afraid to step into that. Because I'm not going to say his identity was a football player, but he was a professional athlete, an incredible college football player, incredible at what he did. And some circumstances and some things had him start having to shift. And now all of a sudden he's being called to maybe put his message out there. It's not easy for an introvert. That's not easy for any of us because we have this fear of sharing ourselves with the world. There's a fear that gets in the way. I'm so excited. He's going to be with us for about 10 minutes, 12 minutes today. I know he's got something rolling, but he wanted to show up today to be here with you guys. Would you give a huge round of applause to my man, Mr. Trent Shelton? Give it up for Trent. Give it up for Trent.
Hey, what up, Pete? I just want to make sure y'all can hear me. Am I coming through good?
Dude, you're coming through good. You look good. I mean, all of it, bro.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate you, man, just for the opportunity. I appreciate you for your heart and what you do. And, you know, since I got 10 minutes, I don't want to waste too much time. I'm actually very under the weather. So I know some of you might be used to super passion. I'm going to try my best. But, you know, not to take so much time in my story, you guys can research that. But the truth of the matter is that when I first started, obviously, my identity was a football player. And when people hear that, sometimes they get turned off. You might not be an athlete. You might not have ever been an athlete. But I want to tell you this. Just imagine something in your life that you're identified by, right? Maybe it's a relationship. Maybe it's a job. Whatever it may be, you know, public speaking, I'm an introvert by nature. I was the kid, I call myself a social introvert. I was a kid that literally would stay in his room. I wasn't shy, but I just like to keep to myself. It was just my way of living life. My mom used to always say that. And, you know, the reason being in that is I really prided myself on observing and listening. And I just want to say that right now. I feel like that is a lost gift and talent in the world, that a lot of people just want to talk. A lot of people just want to post. A lot of people just want to say what they want to say. And that's great. But I've learned over time that one of my greatest gifts is just being a listener. And I'm talking about undivided attention, not listening to reply, but listening to really understand the person. And you see all these videos, all this content for the last decade. And people say, Trent, how do you come up with content? You know, it's been 12 years. How have you done it? It's because I observe. I sit back and I listen. I sit back and I watch. And if you do that, the world can be your teacher and you can be a student of the world. So I want to just say that to y'all in here today. If you want to become a phenomenal speaker, take pride in becoming a phenomenal listener. And the spot for me that really changed everything, and the time for me that really changed everything, I got invited to speak at an event in Dallas, Texas, and I'll save the details because I don't want to take too much time. I got invited to speak at this event for one of my good friends, Dr. Tony Evans' church. Jonathan is his son. I mean, it's like 5,000 kids, 4,000 kids. I didn't want to do it, but I knew that there was something inside of me, right? It was something inside of me, which I like to call a calling. And I know a lot of us, we've had callings in our life and we run from it, right? We disqualify ourselves so much because we tell ourselves, oh, man, I'm not as perfect as what I see online, when everybody has insecurities beneath the surface. Oh, I don't have the following that this person has, so why would my story matter? Or my past is too bad. Or in my case, I'm different. And I just will say this, like when I got in the personal development world, wasn't nobody like me. Didn't nobody look like me, dress like me. You didn't see people wearing t-shirts on stage or hats. It was suits and ties. So I felt like I wasn't professional enough. And that's what I got a lot from people. People told me, Trent, change who you are. And I'm not telling you to be ignorant to change and advice from people, but you got to know who you are at your core. And for me, I knew that if I was to be something else that I was not, then that something else I was trying to get wasn't something that was going to fulfill my life and bring the peace that I needed. And so it took me a while to really break through. But this event, it was in 5,000 kids. I didn't want to do it. My friend Jonathan said something to me that still sticks with me to this day. He said, Trent, I see something in you that you don't even see in yourself. And when he said that, it triggered what I knew all along. It triggered that the calling I've been running from is sending a voicemail. It triggered that purpose that I knew that was bigger than football, because sometimes in life, you got to let go of what you want to do and grab a hold of what God has called you to do. And I truly believe that. I know we all have different beliefs, but that's what I believe as a human being. And that day, in my biggest fear, in front of kids, if you want to be a great public speaker, forget speaking in front of adults. Go speak to some teenagers because they'll let you know how you feel real quick. And so my biggest fear, my biggest moment, I walked into it. What a lot of people didn't know, I was still trying to hang on to football. So I made a pact with God that if my speech didn't go right, if certain things didn't add up, I was going to go back to football. I stepped on that stage. I prepared the whole night before. And I'm going to share some tactical things that's really helped me in this space. I prepared the whole night before. And I'm not telling you not to prepare, right? We all are different. But me, I'm a heart speaker. I say life has prepared me. So I prepared the whole night before. At that time, I knew my speech, my points, like a verse, like a rap verse. I had it memorized. I get on stage. I grab the microphone. Guess what happens? I go blank. And all I see is a bunch of teenagers looking at me like, what is this dude doing? And in that moment, I said two things to myself that I still say today. I said, Trent, either you can sink or you can swim in this moment. You can sink in doubt. You can sink with trying to be perfect. You can sink with your insecurities, or you can swim with faith. I decided to swim with faith. And the second thing I told myself was, God, use me. And I grabbed the microphone. Okay, so let me make. Okay, I grabbed the microphone and I spoke from my heart for those 5 minutes that seemed like 30. And in that moment, I knew that there was something bigger for my life. And I decided, without any following, without any coaching, any mentoring, and those things are great. I wish I had those things. I wish I had a Pete back then. I wish I had people I can look up to. But the truth of the matter is, I didn't have that. All I had was my story. All I had was my mission. And I want to challenge everybody in here. Listen, you know, we can be like everybody else, but I feel like in order to separate yourself, we live in a very noisy society where everybody's trying to inspire people, which I love. I love it. I love it. I love it. But if you want to separate yourself, if you want to be a go-to person in this industry or what you do, you have to understand your mission. And I know people talk about it all the time, but I want to nail it into your heart right now, like your mission. Your mission has to be big enough. And I'm not telling you what it should be, but I know these external missions, like I just want to make money, I just want to be on stage, because there's a lot of people who want the stage but don't want to pay the sacrifice. There's a lot of people who want the platform, but don't want to pay the price. They don't want to be consistent. They don't want to be shamed online. They don't want to go through their moments where they suck at speaking engagements. They don't want to go through that. They want to skip the process. And so many people never start because all those fears and doubts and excuses is what they really are, takes over their life and it paralyzes them and it keeps them in a place. So the first thing I want to tell you in here tonight, or today, is that find a mission that is deep enough. Find a mission that is big enough, because I'll tell you this every single time. When the mission is strong enough, the fear, the doubt, the insecurities, the opinions, the starting small will never be strong enough. When the mission is great enough, the fear will never be strong enough. And I know a lot of you might be thinking, well, Trent, you're an introvert. How do you overcome fear of speaking? It's because my mission. It's because the promise that I made to my friend that committed suicide, that I would live the rest of my life walking in my insecurities, walking into my fear and conquering those things, because there's a mission bigger. And so when you find that, you will walk through it every time. I like to use this analogy. You know, I'm afraid of alligators, right? But I guarantee this. If an alligator walked on my patio right now, it's funny, we actually had an alligator in Texas. It was so weird. If an alligator walked on my patio right now, and my daughter was outside right there, right now, I don't care how scared I am of that alligator, I'm gonna go save my daughter's life. And me and that alligator, he's gonna have to see me. Either I'm gonna win, he's gonna win, but I know one thing, I'm not gonna let that alligator go take my daughter's life or put my daughter in danger. Was the fear still there? Absolutely. What changed? The thing that awaited on the other side was strong enough, was big enough, right? My daughter's life is greater than any fear. I will walk through anything, do anything for my kids. And so I want you to take that same mindset to what you do in your space. Because yeah, you can find all the reasons in the world why it can't be you, why it shouldn't be you, but I want you to find the reason right now why it has to be you. Because there's people depending on you. My grandmother told me this years ago, and it stuck with me in my heart. God bless her soul. She said, Trent, there's people in the world, because I was doubting myself. And I remember going to Little Rock, Arkansas, doing a speaking engagement. She came, we sat down, and I told her about my insecurities. I was like, man, you know, a lot of companies aren't bringing me in or this or that. I feel like I'm not professional enough. And she said, Trent, she said, there's 7 billion people in this world. She said, you are assigned to reach certain people. She said, somebody in this world, a lot of somebodies in this world need your message. She said, I can reach people that you can't reach, and you can reach people that I can't reach. So I want to tell everybody right now that's watching this, there's a world full of people waiting on you to give your imperfect story to the world, to give your lack of confidence as you tell your story right now to the world. But the only way you build confidence is through repetition. If you think about anything in your life that you haven't been confident at, once you've done it over and over and over again, you become confident. And once you give yourself permission to fail, you know, before I got on this call, I do it every single time. I say, Trent, because I be in my feelings a lot. Like I be in my, oh man, I got to make sure I'm a human being. But I say, Trent, stop being selfish. You're focused on yourself and not focused on the audience that you're about to serve. So I give myself permission to fail. I give myself permission to be imperfect. And I give myself permission to be authentic and real and transparent. And when you have that hunger to really serve people and not no agenda with serving, but really serve people, then you will break through to their heart every single time. I want to give y'all about 5 things that you tactfully can take with you. Okay, number 1, that really helped me become better as a speaker. I just kind of touched on this. Number 1, write these down. Stop trying to be perfect. Okay, when you're worrying about perfection, it's a selfish thing. You know, focus your energy on those that you're about to serve, not on you. The more you focus on you, the more you focus on, you know, how you look, the more you focus on, oh, I'm not going to say the right things, the more you will be nervous. So give yourself permission to not be perfect, because I can tell you this. In my journey this last decade, I've had speeches that I felt like I crushed it. I was like, man, I killed that. That was fire. And the response wasn't as great as some of the speeches where I like, man, that was terrible. I was like, oh, that sucked. That was very imperfect. I lost my track. I just went all over the place. I've gotten more responses on connection to people's hearts from those speeches versus the speeches that I felt were super perfect. So number 1, give yourself permission to not be perfect, okay? Number 2, what's helped me a lot is I get out of here Because when you're in your head, that's great. Information is great. You can say all the right things. But as John Maxwell says, a lot of people communicate, few people connect. Connection is power. If you want to connect to somebody's heart, for one, you listen to their hearts, but for two, you come from your heart. When you come from the heart, from a real place, not from a place just of education, some stuff that you learn that you really ain't living, some stuff that sounds good, but really it don't mean that much to you. But from a place of realness and your soul and your heart, conviction. You know, people talk about passion all the time. What you're hearing from me right now, as I said, I'm sick. I know I would get to this point. It's not passion. It's conviction. I'm convicted to serve. I'm convicted to get my message to the world. I'm convicted to help transform lives the best way I can. So when you tap into that conviction, then you will step into that fear every single time because you know there's a bigger picture than those small things that you're worried about. So number two, getting your heart and out of your mind. This won't serve you, but this will. Number three, visualize vividly. Okay, I show up, I try my best to. I didn't do it today because I was drinking tea right before I got on here, but I did about 2 or 3 times. I try to show up 5 times mentally before I ever show up physically, meaning that I see myself doing it. And I know we heard visualize a lot, but as an athlete, this is very important. I've been doing this since I was probably 6 years old. My coach would tell me, play the game before the game. See yourself running this play. See yourself doing this, making this block. See yourself scoring. See yourself winning. And it's so routine in me that I took it to this profession that before I even step on stage, I am already connecting with y'all. I haven't seen any of you personally, but I already imagine the people that are here, what they're dealing with, what they need. We had a conversation. You might say, Trent, you're a tripper. You talking to yourself. No, literally, we had a conversation, not physically, but spiritually, visually. We had that conversation. So now when I walk into it, because your brain doesn't know what's real or fake, it feels like I've been here before. And so I'm less fearful. I'm less worried because I'm like, I've done this before. So I would challenge you, okay? If you can't do it 5 times, at least do it 1. Show up spiritually, visually, before you ever show up physically. And that will help bring confidence when you actually step on the stage or actually step online and go live, whatever it may be for you. Okay, number 4, and this is very important, y'all. And I know you heard this. It probably sounds like some personal development, mumbo jumbo, motivation stuff, but this is just the truth, man. Remind yourself of your greatness because sometimes you can forget. And I can be transparent and real right now and tell you that there's times in my journey that I forgot that. There's times in my journey that other people have tried to make me forget that. There's times in my journey where I've questioned myself. This year a lot, to be honest, with everything that I've been through. But I had to look myself in the mirror, remind myself of my greatness. And that's not arrogance. That's confidence. And if you're going to conquer anything in life, you got to have confidence and you got to have courage. So every day I try to look at myself in the mirror and say, Trent, make the world respect your damn greatness. And sometimes my greatness looks like today, right? It's just me getting through this day. Sometimes it looks legendary. But the truth of the matter is, I'm always reminding myself of how far I've came. Because you can forget, when I started, it was me going to city to city to city. Now a lot of people know who I am, but they didn't know the grind. The going on live and making videos, nobody was there. The speaking engagements, nobody would show up to the schools, the elementary schools, the colleges, the football teams, even me on the street corner. Yeah, I was that ratchet with it, on the street corner. And I remind myself that I'm built for this because of everything that I put into it. That's why I always say, as a side note, that the journey is beautiful. Some of us, we try to skip the process. And I'm not saying don't have mentors. I'm not saying don't take courses. I encourage that. You should. You should be able to learn from somebody else's experience so you don't make the same mistakes. But a lot of us, what we do is we want to shortcut the process in the negative way. We want to skip, just to get to the mountaintop, we want to skip the climb. And the climbing, even though it sucks, even though it's a struggle, it's the most beautiful thing because it teaches you things that skipping the climb can never teach you, right? The imperfect path teaches you to appreciate that perfect mountaintop, that perfect peak. And so I just want to tell you, don't be afraid to try. We live in a culture where, you look online and it seems like nobody's trying no more. Like everybody's just there. I'm just like, man, what happened to trying? What happened to actually going out and trying to do something and failing at it? Don't be afraid of that. Just because people aren't showing it, I'm telling you right now, I can promise you they're experiencing it. So don't think that you have to skip this process in order to be someone great. Legendary means that you go through the process, but you don't give up. And in that process, you find your voice. In that process, you find your story. In that process, you find the things that connect with people. In that process, you find your confidence. And so when it's your time, everybody else might be surprised, but you ain't, because you've been putting in this work day after day, month after month, year after year. I was watching some on Chris Bosh, and I'm gonna give one more thing and I'm gonna get off of here. I was watching some on Chris Bosh, actually listening to this. Chris Bosh from Dallas, played with the Miami Heat, part of the Big Three. And he said this, he said, I would study the greats, and I saw Michael Jordan putting up 1,000 shots a day, so I would go put up 1,000 shots a day. And so he said in clutch moments in the game where he made shots at the buzzer, he made a play that was legendary, right? He made a last second game winner. He said, what's crazy is that everybody else was surprised. He said, I would be surprised if I didn't make it. Because what people didn't see is me practicing this 500, 600, 700, 800 times. Him doing what I like to call the dark work. The dark work is the work that nobody sees, nobody congratulates you, nobody says, oh, that's great, pat you on the back. The dark work is the things that you do that when you show up in the light, people celebrate you because of the work that you did, okay? And last but not least, number 5. And I know this might not be for everybody, but I gotta be true to who I am. I pray, man. I pray. And this is most important to me. This is where I find my strength. I say, God, use me before I walk on stage. And I feel like me being connected to a higher power is the greatest power in me. And so for me, prayer, it might be meditation for you. It might be, you see LeBron James, he does this and the powder goes up, right? It's his reminder, it's his trigger to let him know that it's game time. It's his trigger to let him know that, man, I'm gonna give myself permission, just go get it. And for me, that prayer, that me turning, I don't have my hat on, but when you see me with my hat backwards, for me, that's a trigger to say, Trent, stop trying to be perfect. Trent, go serve. Trent, give your mission to the world. Trent, go make the world respect your greatness. And those are things that I do, right? 5, stop trying to be perfect. I get in my heart. I visualize vividly. I remind myself of my greatness and I pray. Those are things that I do that has really helped me become this extroverted introvert and has helped me become a voice in this generation that's impacting a lot of people. So just because you're introverted doesn't mean you can't give your voice to the world. And I'm gonna tell you this as I get off of here. Something else my grandmother said, I guess her spirit is just with me today. She always told me this. She said to my introverted people out there, she said, Trent, some people just talk too much. And when you talk so much, and this doesn't qualify for everybody, so if you talk much, don't get offended from me. But she said, some people talk so much that their words lose value. She says, but the person that says things, that doesn't talk as much, but says the things that need to be said when they need to be said, those words are valuable and people listen more. So as an introvert, I always remember that. I'm always gonna speak when something needs to be said, and I'm gonna speak my truth when my truth needs to be heard. And that has allowed me to gain people's respect, that when I open my mouth, people listen because they know I'm not just talking just to talk. I'm talking because there's a conviction behind the words that I'm about to say. Like I tell you guys at the end of every single message, it all starts with you. I cannot wait for you guys to take your life to the next level. I cannot wait for you to give your story to the world because somebody needs your story right now that's waiting on you to show up, and just keep making the world respect your greatness. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Dude, Trent, thank you so much. Hey, guys, the chat is on fire. The chat is on fire, man. The one that stuck out to me out of the 5 is, I'm not visualizing it 5 times. I need to see myself before I'm even there. Like, that's huge for me, man. Like, I haven't thought about that. Back in the day, I used to do that more, Trent. I would see it like as though I was there, and I'd also see myself like when it didn't go according to plan, so I was ready for it. So I saw like the optimal, and even kind of like if it didn't go optimal, so I'd be ready in the moment to pivot. That's a great reminder today, dude. I know you're not feeling well, but thank you for bringing the fire. Thank you for bringing the noise. I appreciate you, bro. It was great to see you this last weekend.
You too, man. Thank you for what you do, man. And just keep giving it to the world, brother. Keep making the world respect your greatness, man. I love you.
Thank you, man. Love you too, bro. Love you too. Hey, guys, I love that guy, man. One of the most powerful speakers on the planet. One of the most powerful speakers on the planet. Listen, we've got one more person before we go to a quick 2-minute video. that I want you guys to see here. How many of you don't have enough time? How many of you found yourself saying, I don't have enough time? I'm the only one? Like, let me see you. Let's get them on the screen. I want to see. How many of you say I don't have enough time? I want to give you more time today. How many of you said, I don't have enough time? If there was only more time. If I could be more productive. Like, we've got thousands of people backstage right now. And the couple of dozen that left, you're about to go, you're going to lose this because I want to give you more time, but you got to understand what it means and what it looks like to be productive. This gentleman that's coming up right now is a guy that I have a tremendous amount of respect for. I use his gratitude journal. I use his way, his teachings on helping me get more time. If I can give you more time, I can help you build your platform. He was one of the guys I called first because I'm like, people use this excuse, I don't have enough time. I need more time. Well, if I can give you time today, I can help you build your platform. And so I'm so excited because the guy that I turn to for this is this guy. His name is Craig Ballantyne, an incredible human being, a good friend of mine, and I'm excited to have him help you understand how to make time so you can build your platform. Would y'all give it up for Mr. Craig Ballantyne, everybody? Give it up backstage. Come on. Come on, come on. We're at the peak. We're at the top of the 8 days right now, Craig. So give them some time back so we can go make an impact in this world, a greater impact in this world.
Absolutely, Pete. Absolutely. Super excited to be here. And I know what everybody is thinking after these 8 days. How the heck am I going to find time to go and build my platform? And the answer is you don't. You don't find time. It's not like it's hidden under the bed with your ab rocker that you bought 20 years ago. You don't find time. If you want to have more time with your kids, you don't try and find time for your kids. If you want to get back in shape, you don't find time to get back in shape. If you want to build your platform, you don't find time to build your platform. You make time. You make time. That is what you must do. That's the writer downer. If you learn nothing else from me, and I'm sharing my screen now, if you learn nothing else from me, it's shift that mindset from trying to find time in your life to making time. For whatever it is that is important, you must make time. And in this little presentation, I'm going to show you how to make time. I'm going to make an extra 10 hours a week for everybody on here. And in 10 hours a week, trust me, you can build your platform. I know this because years ago, I was a broke, struggling, introverted personal trainer, just like Trent. I was introverted. I was socially anxious. In fact, I had such bad anxiety that I went to the emergency room. I went to the hospital twice when I was 30 years old, thinking I was having a heart attack because I was overwhelmed. I was stressed. I was working too much. I was trying to find time for what matters. And that's when I put in place the systems, the 3-step system I'm going to share with you today that made me an extra 10 hours per week that allowed me to build my platform, to reach a lot of people. So basically, what we're going to do is, number one, we are going to remove the negatives. Remove the negatives. That's another writer downer in any area of life. If you want to improve your life, it's not always about adding more stuff. We got a ton of great information in the last week, but we can't apply it all. But we need to make time by removing the time distractions, what I call the toxic temptations from our life that steal our time. I'm going to show you how to remove those. We remove that negativity, which opens us up to have more time for what matters. The second thing I'm going to show you is the time of day when you're 3 times more creative, productive, and energetic than any other time of the day. I call this magic time. And once you've found your magic time, you're going to be able to rapidly accelerate your results. And then the third thing I'm going to give you is a bit of a reality check about how you use your time. So we've got this little time journal here. This time journal is one of the things that set me free from anxiety back in the day. And it's a very simple little tool. Now, the way that this tool works And again, you can print this out, you can use a scrap piece of paper, it doesn't matter. But what you're going to do is just journal over the course of the day what you're doing at what time and how you feel when you're doing it. Okay, why are you doing certain activities? And oftentimes, going back to that negative aspect, where we are distracted, where we have a toxic temptation that steals our time, often we're in one of these 4 moods. We're hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. Write that down. That's HALT. We act out. We do negative things when we're hungry, angry, lonely, or tired. And we all know, we're in a relationship with maybe our spouse or our kids, we've kind of raised our voices at times because we've been hungry, or hangry, as they say. We've been angry, we've been lonely, or we've been tired. And we act out. And it's the same when it comes to our time. When you're on your devices, when you're gossiping with friends, when you say, I'm going to watch that 3rd or 4th episode of Netflix in a row, when you're binge watching, it's because we're acting out. We're hungry, we're angry, lonely, we're tired. And it's those activities that steal those precious moments from us, that stop us from advancing our reach, that stop us from really making the most of our platform, that stop us from building our audience. Again, it's not about applying what Stormy taught us or what Grant taught us, or the mindset stuff that Alex and Trent just taught us. It's not about adding more of that in. We need to protect our time. And I learned this as a struggling personal trainer. Back when I was a personal trainer, people would come to me and they would say, Craig, I'm going to come to you. I want to lose 10 pounds. And they would come in for a month. They would do these really hard workouts. And after a month, they would say, Craig, I'm not losing any weight. And I would say, well, tell me what you eat. And they would say, oh, my diet, it's so good, right? And I bet you there's a few people saying, yeah, my diet's so good, but I can't lose weight. And I was like, all right. So I said, why don't you just go home and do a food journal and just write down what you're eating and why you're eating it. And sure enough, they would come back and we would go, wow, you don't realize how much you're eating here. You go to Applebee's, you get an appetizer, it has almost your entire daily caloric intake. Or you didn't know, or you forgot that you were eating 3 cookies when you came home from work before you had dinner. It was mindless eating. And so I realized that when people journal what they do, they have these ahas and insights, and we're able to remove those toxic temptations and distraction bombs. So it's the same with our time journal. We're going to go through, set an alarm on your phone every 30 minutes from when you wake up to when you go to bed, and write down what you're doing and why you're doing it. Do this for 2 work days, and you're going to find some big aha moments. Again, some of them are going to be super positive, and I'll get to those in a second. But the first thing you're going to find are what I call OCD loops, obsessive compulsive behavior patterns that stop us, that take our time. And so when we get rid of those, we make more time for putting into place what we learned here in the platform tour. So you might write down, as I once did. Well, let me give you my personal example. When I first did this at age 30, when I was struggling with anxiety and overwhelm, I realized that at 11 o'clock in the morning, and this is years ago, this is 2007 when Facebook just came out. So I would go and I would check my internet stats for sales. I would check my email. I would check Facebook. And that was back when people would poke each other. So I'd go and see who poked me that day. Then I'd go to ESPN.com, and then I'd go back up to the top of the loop, and it'd be stats, email, Facebook, ESPN. And 40 minutes would go by, robbing me of my best time of the day. And I realized I had been working for hours and I hadn't taken a break, and I was either angry or lonely or tired, and I was acting out. And it's the same thing that you're going to identify in your day. Is it 3 o'clock in the afternoon when you go on Instagram? Is it 7 o'clock at night when you just start watching Netflix instead of going back and watching the recordings of the platform tour? You have to identify those times. And then here's what you need to do. And this is great advice, not just for yourself, but for your children. When they need to be doing work, you need to build a fence around yourself. Think of yourself as like a chicken, in a chicken coop. And what the farmer does is that farmer builds a fence so the foxes don't get in. And we need to do the same with our time. Time is your most important currency. It's your most valuable currency. And yet we freely give it away. We give it away to Reels on Instagram. We give it away to TikTok. We give it away to email newsletters that we don't need to read. We give away our time, but every moment that we give away on our time We steal from achieving our mission. We steal from reaching those people, like Trent said, and we steal from our family and our fitness and our faith and our kids. So we can't let anyone steal our time. That's why we protect our fence. We build a fence to protect ourselves. And what that means is, and this is a great little example. If you're sitting down at your desk right now, just take your arms out to your side and do a rotation around and look at everything that you can reach right now is a distraction bomb. It's going to go off. So if you're sitting there trying to work on your platform speech or whatever it is, and your phone's there and it's buzzing, boom, that's a distraction that steals your time. And I know, like, hey, listen, I'm as distracted by my phone as anybody. That's why I don't play by the phone's rules. You know, I don't have any notifications on. In fact, when I have to get down to work and build a speech like this one, the phone is put in airplane mode, it's turned off, put in another room, and put in a desk drawer. Those are 4 levels of the fence that I build around myself that stops me from being distracted. And when I'm able to do that, I overcome my OCD loops. I'm able to get out of those time wasters. I also recommend unsubscribing from emails, unfollowing people on social media. Even on Facebook, you can unfollow your friends, but still remain friends with them so you don't see their posts, so you don't get sucked into drama. You have to protect your time. You have to be ruthless about protecting your time. And when you remove those distractions and when you remove the toxic temptations, all of a sudden, we just made so much more time in our day. You're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5 hours a day sometimes in some people's schedule that we've just poured right back into you so that now you can take that time and you can make that time yours. So that's the first thing you need to do is identify the negatives that are holding you back. The second thing you need to do, and this is what I love, this is find your magic time. Find your magic time. Now, magic time, you're probably thinking, Mr. Ballantyne, what the heck is magic time? Well, magic time is the time of day when you are 3 times more creative, productive, and energetic. We all have that time. It's the time when you're in the flow. It's time when you can really dive into deep work. I don't care what you call it, but we all have it. Now, the problem is most people go through life without recognizing. Most people go through life without realizing the time of day that their body is naturally in the flow. So when you do the time journal, if you're writing down what you're doing and how you're feeling all day long, you'll find that time and it's consistent. Now, it's not consistent between you and I. I'm very early in the morning. You might be late in the morning. You might be a night owl. You might be an early evening person. You might be an afternoon person. But it's consistent for you every single day. And when I was that broke, struggling, introverted, socially anxious personal trainer, I realized that my magic time was in the morning, first thing in the morning. I'd be writing an article. I used to write for Men's Health magazine, and I'd be writing an article and I'd be in the flow. And all of a sudden I'd look at my clock and I go, I got to get to the gym for my first client. And I'd be like, oh man, but you know, the words are just pouring out of me. And I had to make a hard decision. People often ask me, how did you go from personal trainer to building an online business and becoming a business coach? And it was, listen, I did it small transitions. I realized that some of the small transitions were painful. I had to give up clients in the morning. And this is where the CEOs want to train first thing in the morning. But I couldn't train them first thing in the morning. I had to respect my magic time because I knew that I wanted to transition out. I wanted to build my platform. And I knew that my best work was coming first thing in the morning. If I was writing an article at 6 o'clock in the morning, I could write 1,000 words in an hour. But if I tried writing that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it would take me 3 hours. Literally 3 times more creative, productive, and energetic in my magic time. So you're going to find that. You're going to find that time of day when you are 3 times more productive, creative, and energetic. And again, it's going to be the same time every day for you. Now, here's the thing, and here's another objection I get all the time. But Craig, I've got meetings planned. I've got my job at that time. I've got my responsibility to other people at that time. And understand this, right now, if you are making that transition and you are not in full ownership of your time, you may not be able to do it every day, but on the days you can do it, you must ruthlessly protect that time. You must do the best you can. Even if you are in a corporate job right now, as you make that transition, you need to do all that you can in order to say, well, hey, can we move that meeting till 11 o'clock? Knowing inside that your magic time is earlier in the day when you don't want to do that meeting. Or maybe you can make some other transitions. If you're going to the gym in your magic time, you got to stop going to the gym and find another time of day when you can go to the gym, but you got to protect that magic time. Because again, if you want to write a book, if you want to put together a video script, if you want to put together anything, your speech, it needs to be done in the magic time. I'll tell you what, if you understand this, that you take your hardest, most difficult task in your life, that task that, man, if you can just accomplish it, but you're procrastinating on it, and you match that time or that activity, the intensity of the activity with your magic time, if you put that hardest work inside when you are most productive, most energetic, and most creative, you will make the most progress on. Even if you only work an hour and a half a day, an hour and a half of work on your hardest project inside your magic time is more valuable than 8 hours a day outside of your magic time. It's that important. It's the magic of leverage. And I'll tell you what, I've written 3 books. I've written them in 15-minute stints in my magic time, because that is when the creativity flowed from me. So that's the second thing that you need to do. You need to remove the negatives. That's the first one. Then you need to find your magic time and ruthlessly protect it and put your hardest activity inside your magic time. And that is when the results will start to compound. Massive game changer. And then the third thing that you need to do is have a ruthless look at how you are using your time. This is the reality check that I told you about. So, little bit of math for you here. If somebody makes $100,000 in a year, nice income, $100,000 in a year, and they work 50 weeks in a year, and they work 40 hours a week, how much do they make per hour? What is their hourly worth? $100,000, 50 weeks, 40 hours a week. The answer is $50. And the reason why I bring that up is because what I want you to do is to figure out your hourly worth. And how do you do that? You take your annual income, and if you only take 2 weeks of holidays, you got 50 weeks of work. If you work 40 hours a week, now you've got 2,000 hours in which you work, and you can take your annual income, whether it's $60,000, $100,000, $500,000, divide it by the number of hours that you work, and you get your hourly worth. Now, why do I care about your hourly worth? Why do you care about your hourly worth? Well, you better care about your hourly worth. Because if you are an entrepreneur trying to build your platform, or if you're working for somebody else and you're trying to do this as a side hustle, you have to know your hourly worth. Because time after time after time, I see people with amazing, powerful messages. And I know, and you know after this last week, that you have an amazing, powerful message inside of you. You have gone through your hero's journey. You started here, you had some rough spots, and just like whoever your hero is, Oprah, Jeff Bezos, whoever it is, you came out the other side and you got stronger. And you have to go and tell that story and inspire other people. But if you don't have time, if you can't make the time to do that because you're editing your own videos, you're cutting your own lawn, you're doing your own laundry, you're doing all of these things, well, that's not what you were put here to do. And I know that sounds very crazy to some people. That sounds difficult to other people. Like, I can't afford to get somebody else to clean my house or cut my lawn or, edit my own videos or do those other things. You can't afford not to. You can't afford not to. Because there's a lot of things that go into building a platform. Having your great videos out there and putting your posts on Instagram and this social media and Facebook and building a website and doing all that stuff. Eventually you have to get those things out there. And at the same time, you have the competing demands on you as part of the family. You have to help out around the house. You do have a lawn to cut and all those things. But if you spend all of your time in those activities, I call the editing of the videos and cutting the lawn, quote unquote, $10 an hour tasks. If you spend all of your time in the $10 an hour tasks, You never do the activities that allow you to launch your platform. You never get to do a deep dive into what you learned here. And listen, I can't put it any other way but this. You were not put here on this earth to do $10 an hour activities. You were put here on this earth to stand on a stage, virtual, in person, wherever. You were put here on this earth to share your message, to inspire, motivate, and teach other people to do great things, to pay it forward, to pay it back, however you want to say it. That's what you were put here to do. And it may require a little bit of sacrifice right now, but I tell you what, if you're editing your own videos and it's taking you an hour to do that, in order to save $15 or $10 or whatever it would cost you to hire a video editor from some of these freelance websites to do it for you, you're stealing other people of hearing your message because you can't get your message out there fast enough. So know your hourly worth. And then once you know your hourly worth, don't do anything that's below it. Don't do anything that's below it, because if you can buy an hour of your time that you otherwise would have spent editing your videos so that you can put an hour into refining your message and becoming a better speaker, building your confidence, the dividends that are going to be paid on that hour invested in building your skills is going to be exponential. And that's a tough mindset shift to make, especially when you're already tightening your budget. But I tell you what, that is what will set you free. And when I was the broke, struggling, introverted, socially anxious personal trainer that I was with the anxiety attacks, it was a hard step. But once I knew my hourly worth and where I wanted my hourly worth to be, it made that easier. And I invested in buying back my time so that I could move ahead with my goals. So once you know your toxic temptations and distractions, you destroy them. You build a fence around yourself. Then you identify your magic time. You take that most difficult activity and you match it with the magic time so that you have increased productivity. And then from there, you know your hourly worth and you're true to your hourly worth. And your hourly worth is going to start going up and up and up and up. The more time you put into the valuable activities and the more you're willing to automate, delegate, and eliminate. That's another thing that you should be doing with the time journal. When you're doing something, you go, can I automate this? Is there a software that does this? Whether it's sending out emails, sending thank you emails, whatever it is, sending text messages, group text messages. Is there a software that can automate this? Is there a team member or somebody that I can hire as a freelancer and I can delegate this work to? Or can I simply eliminate this activity from my day? ADE. The ADE formula, apply that to every activity that you do. Automate, delegate, or eliminate, and you will make more time. Because again, the last thing I want to leave here, this is a message that I want to give to you so strongly, that you do not find time for anything in your life. If you're trying to find time, you'll never find it. And that means you won't change that thing that you're trying to find time for. You only can make time for what matters. You make time for your kids, you make time for your fitness, your faith, your family, your finances, and you make time to build your platform. And that's the message, Pete, that I had to share with everybody. I had to get that off my chest. I'm super passionate about it. Time is your most important currency, and I want you to go out there and make more time so that you can advance your reach and build your platform.
Dude, I love it. I see Sally dropping fire. I see Terrell dropping fire. They've got their fire emojis up right here. Craig has helped me gain more time, get more time, create my magic time, see the worth that I have. And I need you to have more time. For your platform, yes. For your family, yes. For yourself, yes. But you have to make it. You have to make it. And so, Craig, I'm so excited to have you here today. I'm going to talk about your bonus here in just a second because we're going to gain people's time back. We're going to gain their time back. And I'm so grateful for you being a part, my friend. Thank you for supporting this, being here. And the bonus I'm about to drop on them is going to be silly. So, guys, give it up for Craig. Give it up for Craig. Give it up for Craig. Listen, I want to ask you a quick question. How much per hour is your time worth? How much per hour is your time worth? I've asked some of my close friends this. So let me tell you where I was when I started. I was like $100 an hour when I started building my platform, which was thinking small. But my time today is worth like $10,000 an hour, $12,000 an hour, because people will spend $100,000 to spend a day with me. And that's not joking, that's real. That's not like a fake number, that's what they invest. And I don't do many of those. So if I know that's what my time is worth, if your time is worth that, here's a little practical thing I want to give to you. This is important. And I haven't used the whiteboard today at all. Write this down if you want to see transformation. And guys, don't start the clock. Write this down if you want to see transformation. Poverty mindset thinking. How do I know it? Because I come from it. Spends time to save money. Poverty mindset thinking spends time to save money. Wealthy mindset thinking spends money to save time. It seems very subtle, but it's very big. It's very big. Seems very subtle, but it's very, very big. If your time is worth that, like if that's what your time is worth, like my encouragement to you today, we have 4 final speakers. My buddy Nick is in the house. We've got, oh my gosh, Margarita is coming up right here in just a couple of minutes. We've got Ivan. We've got, who else do we have? Let me see here. We've got, oh my, Holton Bugs is in the house. Like this last 4, we've got about an hour left. And you're not going to want to leave here, but this is what I want to say to you. Craig is going to make sure you get time back. He is actually including his effortless discipline course in these bundles. And so not only do you have Gloria Mayfield Banks super bad all day, you've got Craig's effortless discipline, and you have 3 speakers from the first segment, 5 bonuses today that are going into the $30,000 worth of platform digital PhD bundle that these speakers will help you build your platform in the 6 pillars of your platform. And the beautiful thing of this is that this is up until Wednesday. It's up until Wednesday. And I want to remind you, if you're not seeing this, there's bronze, silver, and gold. This is actually closer to $8,000, $7,500 now. This is closer to $15,000 now. And this is actually closer to $30,000 now. They're including all of this stuff. Like if you can get started, get started. But if you can make the investment, you have lifetime access to these 30 plus different mentors to help you build your platform. But Pete, I don't know where do I start with those courses? Well, with those packages, here's the beautiful thing. Each package includes a ticket to Platform Live, our event on November 12th through the 14th. It's a virtual event. This one includes a general admission ticket. This includes a VIP ticket. This includes a speak-off ticket where you'll get the chance to speak in front of hundreds of meeting planners and share your story with people who control thousands of stages across the world. And when you come to Platform Live, November 12th through the 14th, we build your plan those 3 days. Because when you don't have a plan, you don't have vision. And where there's no vision, the people perish, meaning you perish. And so Platform Live is not about information, it's about the building of an implementation plan for 2022. And when you get clear on your plan, You can then tap into this database of packages right here and pick the thing that's aligned with your plan and know that the rest you have lifetime access to until that piece is a part of your plan. So there's no overwhelm in this. You get lifetime access, and we will make sure that what your plan states, it's a customized plan for you. You actually use the resource that's in alignment with your plan, which might mean the person next to you starts at a different place than you. We've thought this through, and I'm so grateful because 100% of the profits go back to charity. Platformtourcares.com, platformtourcares.com. And what I stated is because of so many of you being new here today, what I stated is that when you actually go to platformtourcares.com and you pick your package, 100% going back to charity, there's a promo code. And if you put VIP gift, that will knock it down, each package down $100. We raised the prices last night of these 3 packages. We raised the prices. And the reason we raised the prices is because the value of all of them have gone up significantly. But we were made aware in the chat that lots of you, today's your first day and you weren't aware of it. So 15 minutes once after this live stream ends today, 15 minutes, not midnight, 15 minutes after this live stream ends today, go try it at 16 minutes. Julie, I got to make sure that code isn't working 16 minutes after. That $100 code on all 3 packages goes away. $100. So make sure that when you go to platformtourcares.com, if you haven't even been to that link, I said this earlier, leave. You're not serious about your platform. If you won't even go take a look at this PhD bundle, Gloria Mayfield Banks said, "Shut up, Pete. I can't believe what you put together." Make sure you use VIP gift in the promo code. So when you choose your package, there will be a thing that says, "Do you have a promo code?" And that is available for 15 minutes once the live part of this ends today. And here's the other thing. This recording is not included in anything. This is a bonus day. How many of you want access to this day for the rest of your life? Like, how many of you are like, this is unbelievable, like content that if I could come back and listen to Gloria or listen to Trent or listen to Craig or whoever, anybody in bronze, silver, and gold will get access to the recordings of this day. That is the only people that will get access to the recordings of this day because this is a bonus day. If you bought the recordings for day 1 through day 7, you got it. Day 1 through day 7, this is a bonus day. This is a bonus day, and you can see on your screen, make sure to use the code VIP gift, and one other bonus that would be thrown in is this day. Hey, right after this 2-minute video, I'm stoked because this is the closeout. We got my Latina friend, Margarita Pasos. I'm so excited. She is a baller. Like, she is a baller. And a lot of you, the thing that gets in the way is your emotions. How do you overcome emotional intelligence? I'm so excited to have Ivan with us. Ivan is going to be talking about just breakthrough and how to have breakthrough and how to make sure that you have mentors. This guy follows mentors. One of the guys who has been a leader in my life, Holton Buggs, is going to talk about leadership. And then the great Nick Santos Stasos. I always have a little bit of a difficult time, but this guy is going to talk about how to break through all of your excuses. This is the closeout to today. I might have a little bit of a special treat for you at the very end. How many of you would want to do your own platform tour on a smaller scale for the community that you want to serve? How many of you would like to do something like this yourself for relationships or mindset or health? Cool. I'm going to see if we can do something at the very end to make sure that you're committed to doing something like this on a smaller scale. Yeah, a lot of you saying yes. So right after this 2 minutes, I'm gonna bring Margarita back up, tag somebody, share this with your friends. This is the biggest day that we've had out of every single day. And I'm gonna play this 2-minute video and we're gonna go to our last few speakers. I'm excited about these 7 days. We have never, ever, ever done something like this before. And to think that it's free is incredible. Just like last year, 100% of the profits will be going back to some amazing charities. Last year, we gave over $750,000, and this year we are hoping to double that to some amazing charities like SCORE, which is building one of the biggest Black and Latino educational programs that is free of charge to business owners to give them the education they need to grow their business. To the Maloof Foundation, who is helping end sex trafficking in the United States, and to the Model Citizen Fund, which is providing backpacks with hundreds of items to the homeless in our country. You see, you being a part of this, we're not just gonna build your platform this week, we're gonna build those nonprofits' platforms as well.
By giving back, you rightly receive so much, thousands in value to build your platform. Our Bronze package contains powerful, proven digital resources to accelerate your growth. Our Silver package includes everything from Bronze, plus additional resources to supercharge your development using all our pillars to grow your platform. And our top-of-the-line Gold package includes tens of thousands in resources from all of the geniuses who grace our stages. We want you to change the world. Everything you need is right here.
What I want you to know is just like last year, 100% of the profits of your contribution go back to these charities. So not one penny of that profit is coming back to me. So would you get into that mindset of just a generosity to give back and help build somebody else's platform? Because I can tell you in these 7 days, what's gonna happen for your business and your platform will be profound. The people that I have brought to this year to help you go to the next level, it's unbelievable. You see, there is so much negativity, so much divisiveness, so much fear happening in our world, and the wrong people control the microphone. And the only way that we change the game is by helping you build your platform so you can control the microphone and change your world. And when enough of us are changing our worlds, we change the world. Would you join us? Build your platform, control the microphone, and change your world. Hey guys, we got our final hour here. Reminder, go to platformtourcares.com, use the code VIPGIFT. This recording, and Kat, I want to make sure this gets communicated. There won't be a recording or a replay of this sent out. It will come down immediately. So you guys being here and being present and being live all day, the attendance has continued to climb, and usually it decreases. And so we're stoked. This is streaming into several dozen groups. We're in the stretch of our final hour, and this is going to be a power hour. It's a power hour. And it's getting you out of your way so we can open up your greatness, so you can step into your greatness. You can be your greatest asset, or you can be your greatest liability. And today's about removing you as a liability and moving you into the calling and who God made you as, which is your greatest asset. Hey, listen, I asked this gentleman to come last minute because I love how he's showing up in the world. He's one of the top earners in network marketing in the world. He might be number one. He might be number one. I could be wrong on that, but I have seen him invest into himself, which has allowed him to grow one of the biggest platforms in his industry, his niche in the world. And I'm excited for him to bring you a power 10 minutes on what he has done to do that. Would y'all welcome my friend, Mr. Ivan Tapia? Give it up for Ivan! He's in Cancun right now on his phone. So brother, take it away, man, with all of the greats here.
First of all, thank you. I'm so happy and grateful, Pete, for this amazing opportunity to be sharing with all your amazing platform. I wish I was home so I can also share with my with all my platform about this amazing opportunity, seeing this nice, amazing announcement you just made, how all of everything that you're doing is going back to charities and donations. That is such an amazing heart from yourself. And I'm just so happy and grateful to be also part of this with all the amazing leaders that are also a part of this call. And Pete wanted me to share about the part about me having the breakthrough through mentorship. And first of all, I want to share with everybody who's listening to that one of the most important things that I've learned in this industry that I started in network marketing, basically 12 years and a half ago, is about you becoming first a good prodigy. And what I always learn from the different types of mentors is, number one, your level of hunger. Your level of hunger needs to be not the level of hunger. Oh well, I want to be in Cancun like Ivan, or I want to have the lifestyle like Pete has, or the lifestyle like Craig was just showing on how to, on the time wise. No, it's really, you need to show up. Everybody wants the end result, but you want and desire also the actions that we do every day. So that's the number one. So the level of hunger that I developed throughout all of these years, I've never stopped being hungry. So that's number one. I always stretch my goal. When I started in this industry, I was $70,000 in debt, living in my parents' home. I'm a civil engineer, graduated from San Diego State University. But what happened to me back in 2008, the recession, that made me make a decision, and basically a 180-degree decision that I was going to be hungry for the rest of my life. So success for me was not to become financially free. Success for me was lifestyle. I want success is a lifestyle. So basically, for the rest of my life, I'm gonna develop myself. The second one is being teachable and coachable. So I needed to learn from mentors, people who have more results than myself. It doesn't matter if I'm making $1,000 a month. I need to be listening to people who are making 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, even more amount. If I'm making 20,000 a month, that means I need to get around the table of people who are making 50, 100,000 and more a month. If I'm making 100,000 a month, that means I need a bigger table. And that's how it always helped me. I understood back in the day when I started investing in network marketing, going to events, to mentors. And I also see Holton Bucks in the call. Holton was one of my mentors in this industry, and I learned so much from him also. But very much I can just say thank you to Holton of everything that I learned from him, and from several people like Bob Proctor, going to his seminars, learning from him, going to Tony Robbins seminars, going to Grant Cardone seminars, going to John C. Maxwell seminars. That has helped me grow so much, because I'm always looking for people who have the wisdom. In this life, you learn by mistakes or your own errors, or by errors of somebody else. Errors of somebody else are just going to break through even to success with more speed, because for you to understand how to break through your own mistakes, it's going to probably take more time. King Solomon, he asked God, he didn't want more money, he only wanted more wisdom. So the key is wisdom. So who are you learning from? And that's one of the things I always do. I started with investing $5 to events, $10 to events. Just so you guys know, today, for example, one of the Platinum Lions from Tony Robbins, that's probably going to cost $150,000 just per person without costing, for example, what we invest per event, per training, which is another $10,000 probably, plus the trip. So probably it's going to cost around $230,000 per year to be one of Tony Robbins' proteges. So the other one, you need to have vision. People overestimate what they can do in 1 year, but underestimate what they can do in 10 years. So one of the things that I started practicing with myself 10, 12 years ago is not where Ivan Tapia was going to be in 1 year. Where was Ivan Tapia going to be in 10 years? So I was 25 when I started in this industry. And I said back in the day, I want to become a millionaire before 30. And I want to become 100 millionaire before the age of 40. And right now I'm 37, about to be 38 in October 20th. And I'm so excited because we are way on our way to achieving that goal. So huge vision. It helps me not because of the money, because the other part is about, okay, who am I going to help? What am I going to create? How are we going to develop people? And now I'm going to talk a little bit more mentorship later on, but then willing to change. I was willing to change a lot of things in my life. A lot of people were not willing to change. For example, I changed all the distractions. Craig was talking about the magic time. That's basically what I did. I focused and eliminated all the distractions that were in my life that were basically going out in Tijuana, Mexico. That's where I'm from. Or being in a movie theater, or going to going out, or just doing gaming, or looking at sporting events through television. Now I started doing is watching it live, because now I go to the World Cup in Qatar next year. Now I go to the Super Bowls. Now I go to all the major sporting events, because I was willing to change. I didn't do any of those activities for 8 years, basically, but now I go to any activity I desire in my life. And the last one's about being loyal. And a lot of people cause confusion about being loyal, because loyal, sometimes we think it's loyal to a person. No, it's loyal to a vision. I'm loyal to my vision. One of my visions, for example, is impacting the life of 1 billion people, and everything that I can collaborate to help and impact in the life of 1 billion people, I'm up for it. So Pete, for example, has a huge vision, and I want to collaborate with that vision. Tony Robbins has an amazing vision. I want to collaborate with that amazing vision. It's not about me. It's about the people. So how I choose who to mentor, who has these characteristics. This is so important for me, because now I'm going to be committing my time to leaders or to people who are just starting entrepreneurship, about how can they basically take advantage of the mentorship that I'm giving. And I'm going to be focusing on making personal development my priority to people. Now, personal development, a lot of people get confused by this. It's not about how many books you read. It's not about how many audiobooks you listen only. It's not only about that part. It's about actually challenging your fears, challenging your doubts, having faith about going through the process. So I'm going to help the leaders going through the process about them challenging those fears, challenging those obstacles, and they need to embrace that part. So anytime I got an opportunity to bring all of my leaders, for example, to one of the trainings that I was just talking about, in network marketing, we bring them to conventions. Well, outside network marketing, well, guess what? I bring them to the Bob Proctor events. I bring them to the John C. Maxwell events. I bring them to the Tony Robbins events. I bring them because I also want them to understand. I want them to go to the next level. I'm not ever worried when you're a mentor project. I'm never worried about people passing me. I want that. I understood long time ago that in the industry, you need to go from the back of the room to the front of the room, and then going back to the room to just look at everybody who is in front, everybody you can cherish, everybody you can clap and be happy about. And how did I create the breakthrough? Well, here it is. I'm gonna wrap it up with this. It was 2009 when I started network marketing. For almost 2 years and 10 months, I never earned $1,000 in this industry. But I went to one event. Yeah, I still remember. I have a book that I wrote. It's in Spanish, translated to English. It's Before Employee, Now a Millionaire. And it was July 23rd, 2011. Actually, Holton Buzz was in that event. And the one of the topics that was taught in that event, there was the 6 steps on how to turn any desire that you want into gold. So after me understanding that, I understood that anything I can touch, I can turn into gold. Anything, any desire. So the 6 steps was very simple. Number 1, define exactly what I wanted. I wanted to quit my job. I wanted to fire my boss. I wanted to be financially free. I wanted to take my daughter to breakfast and to dinner, not having a relationship with her at night when I was coming home from the construction. And I wanted to have a paid home. I wanted to have vacations with my family. And I pictured the vacations. I pictured the home. I pictured me taking my daughter to basically the breakfast and the lunches and the dinners. I picture myself having that freedom. Number 2, what are you willing to give up? And I wrote all the things that I was willing to give up. I wrote all the things that I was going to interrupt in my life. Some people call it sacrifice. So I was interrupting all the things that I wanted in my life, but for a bigger desire, for a bigger goal. Number 3, I needed to have a defined goal, exactly when I was going to meet my goals. You go to the gym, you say, hey, instructor, I want to lose 10 pounds. I want to lose 20 pounds. And they set up some goals for you. That's what I spoke back then. I wrote down my goals, exactly what I wanted, why I wanted them. And then number 4, I planned it out. So I planned it out, and then I worked the plan. Number 5, you were a little prior, you were talking about visualizing. That's exactly what I started doing, because now the number 5 is right there. I'm so happy and grateful now sentence. I'm so happy and grateful now. I used to say back then, I'm earning $20,000 a month. So happy, grateful now, I'm making $20,000 a month. Step number 6, Think and Grow Rich, talks about saying it 2 times in the morning and 2 times in the afternoon, or before going to sleep. What happened in myself, I didn't say only 2 in the morning, 2 times before going to sleep. I started saying, to be honest. And this is where my breakthrough happened. I started repeating it, but I really didn't believe for the first couple of days. But one of the phrases I used to say, I'm so happy and grateful now, I have an international business. But I didn't know anybody international. I'm from Tijuana, Mexico, a city where there's a lot of narco traffic going in Mexico, very dangerous city. A lot of people don't like to go. A lot of people, they go with security, et cetera, et cetera. And what happened is when I started saying it, I started believing, and around 30 days later, I got a message from somebody in Italy saying, Ivan, I want to join your business. And I believe, my level of faith and belief went so high after that gentleman reached out to me, that after that, I started saying it with more power, more belief, more faith. And the thing is, I was so calm. I was never frustrated or stressed about not increasing fast. I was not stressed about achieving my goal immediately. So what happened is that basically a year later, I was making $20,000 a month. A year later, I was making close to $100,000 a month. And now, thanks to that, in this industry, now basically what I was doing as a civil engineer per year, we can be making it per day. But not only in network marketing. This is the beauty part about this. Because of us now talking and learning from so many mentors, we're a business leader now that we have an opportunity to do different businesses. So now we're in real estate. Now we're in startups. Now we're in funds. We're in trading. We're developing a lot of nonprofits around the world, and I'm just so excited because if a guy from Tijuana, the $70,000 in debt, broke, civil engineering profession, whose English wasn't first language, can have a business now in Asia, Africa, Europe, all Latin America, USA. I can all tell you guys, all you guys can do it. And all the different businesses that I said, real estate, startups, investments, all of that. One of the businesses that I have, for example, just got $150 million valuation in real estate and is about to get a deal with a $22 billion company from New York called Blackstone. That's the level that's going to help you achieve success. The 6 steps on how to turn anything that you desire into gold. And my goal now is to who is the next person. And I love this platform tour because it's going to help so many people around the world, with so many people just listening to so many amazing leaders. I was looking at all the leaders that you have, Pete, and it's just so amazing what you're doing here. So happy and grateful to be here with you. Thank you very much for the amazing invitation. I'm from Cancun, so hopefully my mic was good. Thank you.
Dude, your mic was good, and I'm so grateful for those 6 steps. You are an inspiration. Congratulations on what you've created, and I'm glad that you can be a part of this. I know that we'll be doing a lot more together, bro. So let's continue the conversation. Tell your beautiful bride hi, okay?
She's right here.
Awesome. Tell her hi. Hey, I saw you in Miami last time, so that's great. Yes, Cancun, there we go. Hey, give it up for Ivan. Give it up. Yeah. I love it. Hey, guys, so listen, I want you to know this. Here's what's cool, is that he was at a Tony Robbins event last week for like an entire week investing in himself. He gets mentorship from Grant Cardone. He gets mentorship. One of the reasons why he's been able to grow is because of those 6 steps, and it's also because of the mentors in his life, him and his wife. Now, I got to tell you, we got 3 final guests, and we continue to traject the right way because it's getting later in the day and people are getting home from work, and that's great. This has been the biggest day on the platform tour. I think tomorrow will top today because I'm doing a 60-minute recap at 2 o'clock Eastern, the biggest nuggets from all 40 speakers, and I'm having you choose one from each of the pillars, and we'll do that in 60 minutes. But I gotta tell you, I believe our emotions get the best of us and knock us out and cut our legs out. Like right now, I'm going through some stuff right now with my mother-in-law, and my heart hurts so much with it. And I know our next guest just lost a loved one that she cares for so much and is, dealing with that and grief and emotions. And sometimes little things get us. I could be driving back to my house today and my emotions could go all out of sync just because of somebody pulling in front of me. Or my emotions say, I can't afford this Platform Tour Cares package, and now all of a sudden I take myself out of the game. Our emotions can take us out of the game unless we have an emotional intelligence. And I'm so excited about this lady who I got connected through Grant Cardone and his team because of the work we had done with Grant. They're like, you've got to meet Margarita because she's up to big things in this world. And I'm so excited. Her alone is responsible for thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are here this week. And I'm so excited for her to talk about emotional intelligence, your greatest strength. We're gonna go from Margarita to Holton to Nick, and we're gonna close this day out powerfully. So don't leave us, because there is not a recording that you're gonna get unless you have the silver, bronze, or gold packages. And so I'm so excited to welcome my new friend, Margarita Pasos, to the Platform Tour. Give it up for Margarita, everybody. English speaking, Spanish speaking, I see you guys. Yes, Margarita, it is yours. The stage is yours.
I'm so excited, Pete. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything that you're doing for so many people. Not only are you bringing knowledge and access to this amazing information to all of these people, but then you're helping all these charities. So thank you so much. And like you said, I'm here to talk about emotional intelligence. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, and this is gonna be awesome. Okay, so how are we gonna take control of our emotional well-being and become unstoppable? Okay, before we start, let me just read a little bit of a phrase from, I forgot his name right now. We found that 90% of top performers are also high in emotional intelligence. Travis Bradbury, that's his name, from Talent Smart. You can be a top performer without emotional intelligence, but the chances are slim. Listen to this, because when you're in business, things are going to happen. A client stops buying from you. You have a problem with your business partner. A lot of things. We know it as entrepreneurs, we know it. And some people just panic and freak out. And other entrepreneurs just take the challenge and make it an opportunity. So just think for yourself, because I cannot see your text. Pete can see you. Pete can see you. Tell Pete on a scale of 1 to 10, how stressed are you right now? Being 10, I'm really, really stressed out. And 1, like, I am super relaxed, okay? And then Pete is gonna tell me. And we're gonna talk about one of the pillars of emotional intelligence, which is self-regulation. It's the first thing they teach astronauts. Because when you don't know how to regulate your emotions, what happens is you turn bad things into awful things. Can you imagine an astronaut having a panic attack? He can override a system. He can press the wrong button and, everything will go to hell and just a catastrophe can happen. So, we as business owners, as entrepreneurs, we're facing all these challenges, and the calmer we are, the more we're using our executive brain. When we're mad, stressed out, panicky, anxious, we're using our emotional brain, which is part of our primitive mind. So we need to keep calm, to be able to be an amazing entrepreneur. So this is my handsome husband. He's from Nicaragua. I'm from Colombia. And Ivan is from Mexico. A lot of Latino here. You also had Vilma. I'm excited. We always ask ourselves these questions when we have a challenge. Is this the end, or the beginning? Is this the end or the beginning? We always see challenges as the beginning of something better. A friend of mine was telling me she got a divorce and she was like, my life is over. This is the end of my life. And then I was talking to her and she was like, you're right. This is the beginning. This is the beginning of my new life, right? So I'm going to give you 4 keys to dominate your emotional well-being and your performance. The first one, we're going to talk about language. Then we're going to talk about focus. We're going to talk about having a growth mindset. And we're going to keep the keys to your kingdom. And watch me. I'm going to do this in a second language and I'm going to do it in 10 minutes. So take your pen and paper. Okay. So who is the person you talk to the most? My husband asked me this question 21 years ago when I was having panic attacks and depression. I was so depressed and so anxious I couldn't swallow. I lost 17 pounds in 3 weeks. And he asked me, Margarita, who is the person you talk to the most? And I said, you, because he's my business partner and my husband. And he said, no, the person you talk to the most is yourself. Wow. I was amazed by the simplicity and the profoundness of this answer. The person I talk to the most is myself. And that's when I realized every morning when I woke up, I was tuning in to radio misery, right? I would start talking to myself like, oh my God, what if I die? What if my daughter dies? What if my husband cheats on me? What if I can pay the mortgage, right? Radio misery. And then noon came and I was like, I don't understand why I'm stressed out. So at that moment, I started to pay very close attention to the conversations I was having with myself. I decided to tune into radio well-being, radio performance, and started talking to me the way I would talk to my best friends or to my children. And that's the way you have to talk to yourself. Let me ask you a question. If your best friend spoke to you the way you talk to yourself, would you still be friends? That's a good question. So language, you change the words, you change the meaning. You change the meaning, and of course you change the emotion. Let's look at some examples. Oh, this is the triangle of emotions. Events are neutral, like traffic. Then in your mind, what happens? This is the second step of the triangle of emotions. You give an interpretation to the event. I hate this traffic. They don't pay me enough. This has got to be a joke. And then the emotion, you're stressed out, you're mad, you're frustrated. Some other person next to you can be on the same traffic jam that you are stuck and look at the event differently and give it another interpretation and say, oh, okay, there's a traffic jam. I'm going to call my mom. I'm going to connect the phone to the Bluetooth and I'm going to call my mom because at home I never have time. And she feels relaxed. So it's not the traffic jam that's going to make you stressed out. It's the interpretation, the meaning that you give to things, what gets you stressed out and frustrated. Okay. So like one entrepreneur loses a customer and gets depressed and anxious, while the other one says, okay, now I have more free time to go after the big sharks. Okay, I lost this customer. I'm going to be grateful for the free time that I have now, and I'm going to go after the big ones or the bigger ones, right? Okay, let's look at some examples of how when you change the language, the meaning changes. You can say, I had a fight with my business partner. Or you can say, I had an interesting debate with a partner. I am alone, or I am independent. I am open to love, right? Hold on, my clicker is going funny. Okay, he's stubborn or he's persistent. I have a problem or I have an opportunity for growth. They criticize me or they gave me feedback. I have to or I get to. This is my favorite one, by the way. I have to do the dishes. I lived in Nicaragua for many years and I'm from Colombia, so we've seen poverty. And I say, I get to do the dishes. That means we had food on our table today. And I have hands and we have running water. There's a lot of things that we take for granted. So I don't have to work. I get to work. I love what I do. Okay. Okay. So remember, this is something you can tweet. We are always in control of the interpretation we give to any event. Always. The control is yours. You're not a victim. That power cannot be taken away from you. It can only be relinquished. There's a quote by, I think it's Marcus Aurelius, who said, choose not to be harmed and you won't be. Nobody can hurt you without your permission. No event can make you stressed out or anxious without your permission. Is my father dead or is he in heaven? Is it the beginning or is it the end? You decide. You decide the interpretation you give to everything. Okay, second, Focus. Whatever you focus on expands. Okay? So let me ask you a question. What is the highest paid activity in the world? Oh, what I'm going to tell you is awesome. This is one of the biggest lessons I love teaching our students. The highest paid activity in the world is thinking. Most people don't ever sit and reflect and think in ways, how can I make this better? How can I overcome this challenge? Who can I ask for help? How can we make it faster? How can we make it cheaper? Do you remember BlackBerry? Most of us had a BlackBerry phone, and most of us do not have a BlackBerry phone today. My guess is the executives at BlackBerry never sat down to do some deep thinking in what is it that the customer wants, right? So this is the exercise I want you to do today. Write down a challenge that you have that's stressing you out and turn it into a question. Let's say you are behind on your mortgage. So you're going to turn it into a question. How can I pay my mortgage on time and faster? That's a good question. And you're going to give that question 20 answers. How can you pay your mortgage faster and on time? And you have to write 20 answers. Margarita, you're crazy. Where am I going to find 20 answers? Well, by asking yourself better questions. Let me give you examples. Who can give me some advice? What book can I read? What do I need to stop doing? Maybe I need to stop watching TikTok and a lot of low value activities during the day. What do I need to start doing? Maybe I need to start educating myself and invest in one of Pete's packages. What videos can I watch on YouTube? What words can I Google? What skills should I learn? That's a huge one. Most people that they think they're having problems with debt or with savings. No, the problem that you have is with income. If you double your income, you wouldn't be in debt. You wouldn't have problems saving money. So learn how to sell, learn how to increase your income, okay? This little exercise is responsible for most of the successes in our lives. So my husband and I, let me show you 3 examples. A partner stole from us like $250,000, and we sat down to do some mindstorming. And out of that exercise of mindstorming, we ended up partnering with Brian Tracy for the whole Latino market. 3 years ago, we lived in Nicaragua. A civil war exploded in Nicaragua, and we had to leave the country and leave all our belongings behind. Just my son, Alejandro, and I. And we had to sit and mindstorm again. We had a company that serviced the 7 countries in Central America. By doing mindstorming, we created a bigger company out of Miami that serves 35 countries, and we even trained some Fortune 500 companies. And then what happened last year? COVID hit, and 95% of our clients were corporations, and they started canceling all of the trainings that we had on our agenda. And we sat down and did some mindstorming with questions like this, like, what talents do we have that we can monetize? What do people need right now? How can we monetize what we already have? And we created a university online, and we now have more than 15,000 students from over 40 countries. Mindstorming, do it. It's amazing. Number 3, have a growth mindset. And Ivan said it very well. My husband and I invest lots of money here. You put more in your mind and you're going to put more in your pockets. That's how we got to Pete through Grant Cardone. We invested a lot on learning marketing from Grant's team, and we're always investing. So have a growth mindset. And here's a language change that you need to make to have a growth mind. When somebody gives you feedback, don't say, oh, they criticized me. Say, they gave me feedback. What if you have a restaurant and somebody comes and tells you, I went to your restaurant and I didn't like it? And maybe they're a little rude. Instead of getting upset, grab a pen and paper and ask them, what can we improve? There's always ways to do better, to do it faster, to do it cheaper. Always have those questions in mind and don't have a fixed mindset. There's 2 twin words, become and have. If you want to have $1 million, you have to become a person capable of making $1 million. Like Ivan said, he wants $100 million. That's why he is investing so much money into becoming a person capable of making $100 million. How much are you putting here? Okay. And 4th, keep the keys to your kingdom. This is the most important thing, guys. Your mind is your sacred apartment. If a bitter lady came to your house and started criticizing you, oh, you're so stupid, you're so ugly, you're dumb, your kids are dumb, I hate your furniture, you're not going to tell this lady, oh, by all means, please sleep over and have dinner with us. No, you're going to kick her in the butt out of your house, right? Pardon my French, but that's what you would do, right? But then again, this is your sacred apartment. It's even worse to have a toxic person here than in your house. But many of us are carrying toxic and negative thoughts and bad memories, around. I love this quote from Gandhi. I will not let anyone walk through my mind with their feet dirty. Okay? I have a special gift for you. We created a document that's called The Impact of Self-Talk in Your Everyday Life. So all you have to do is totally free, You just have to scan this code and you'll get it. I'll give it to Pete as well. You don't have to write down anything, not even your email, nothing. Just scan it and you'll get the document. Okay? And let me finish with a story. I love stories. How many of you like stories? So this very wise man was walking with his disciple, and they were entering a very modern and big city. And it was getting dark and it started to rain, and they saw on the street a lady that looked very wealthy in a very fancy car, and they saw her driver. He was struggling, between the packages from the shopping that she did, the umbrella. She was screaming at him, mistreating him, because she had just bought this beautiful pair of shoes, and she wanted him, to do something about it because she was going to get them wet. And the guy didn't know what to do with her. So the master decided to approach her. He carried her like the 4 steps that she needed to take to her door, and he puts her down. She looks at this old man and tells him, ugh, you're so disgusting. Don't touch me. How dare you touch me? Get out, go away. And the master in silence starts walking, and on they go, him and his disciple. But his disciple he's tuning in Radio Misery. Remember, he's like, I can't believe this lady. Oh my God, I can't believe she spoke like that to my master. He's an old man. He has back problems. He did it with so much love. And the way she just looked at him, it was so humiliating. And she was just like raging inside. So finally, he couldn't hold it no more. And 2 hours later, he looks at the master and he says, Master, I have to ask you something. And he said, go on. And he said, I can't believe you didn't say anything to that lady. She was so rude. She was so mean. Why didn't you say anything? And this was his answer. I dropped her off at her house 2 hours ago. Why are you still carrying her? So remember, your mind is your sacred space. Do not rent it out to people that are negative, destructive memories or negative thoughts. Just raise the rent and kick them out. And advance your reach with emotional intelligence. Thank you, Pete.
Love it. I love it. I love that. Raise your rents. It's time to raise your rents. Get that negative stuff out. Do you see how you can take an interpretation and just run with it? And all of a sudden you're charging cheap rent. And you're letting other people with 30 feet walk through your mind. And you're walking through your mind with 30 feet. And man, this idea of being able to grasp emotions, one of the things I'm most excited about working with Margarita and her husband, Alex, is the opportunity to learn this more and deeper. And so Margarita, I'm so excited because everybody in the bronze, silver, and gold that make a decision are actually going to get your how to take control of your emotions and become unstoppable, your course. And so just in like 30 seconds, speak to the English community and 30 seconds speak to the Spanish community why they should be taking advantage of one of these packages, Margarita.
Do not think about it for a second. If you invest in yourself, you're going to become the person capable of creating your kingdom, your empire. I mean, you absolutely must take advantage of this package. You're never going to find all this information for this price. And as an extra bonus, you're helping other people. So just do it. Don't think about it. When we didn't have money, we took the few money we had and put the rest on a credit card and bought a course and invested on our mindset. That's why we are where we are today. No lo piensen ni un segundo. Inviertan en esto. Esta información vale 10 veces lo que les están cobrando. Y cuando uno pone más en la cabeza, pone más en los bolsillos. Y es la única manera de cambiar tu vida.
I love that. People are over here saying, Margarita, you got new fans. Margarita, this is unbelievable. I don't speak Spanish, but I love that language so much. Muy bien. Like, so much love over here for you, Margarita. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in Miami soon. And thank you for your contribution to this. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Pete. We appreciate you a lot.
Talk to you soon. Hey, guys, check this out. How to take control of your emotions. I don't know what happened to my slides here. Something's weird here. I don't know what took place here. But Margarita's including how to take control of your emotions and become unstoppable. That's what she's doing. Now, you guys, I don't know why it's not popping up. Something's weird with the computer, but I'm just gonna bring up this next guest. Listen, we got a powerful 2 guests left. We've got Holton Bugs and my buddy Nick, Nick is literally on every major stage right now and helping people bust through excuses. And it's a great way to end today. And I got a little special surprise at the end of Nick, and we're gonna be done. But I gotta tell you something. A lot of people might not know this next guy, but he is one of the greatest leaders that I have ever learned from. Did you hear that? He's one of the greatest leaders I have ever learned from. Gary Martinez, have you hear me talk often about people like that? No, because I reserve that for real talk. I might have been able to say that a couple of times in my life, but he is one of the greatest leaders I've ever learned from. And not only does he understand how to lead himself, he understands how to lead his family, and he understands how to lead his team. And the fire is blowing up because people know, the people who do know him, he might end up with being the speaker that has contributed the most to the charities. He's right there in the top 3 or 5 right now. But I'm telling you, you guys are in for a treat today to learn from my friend, one of my mentors, a guy I have the utmost respect for, Mr. Holton Bugs! Yeah, HB! Come on, bro.
Pete, hey man, listen, Pete, first of all, guys, I just want to say how proud I am. I mean, I remember years ago, and some of you probably don't know Pete the way I remember Pete. This was so many years ago, driving up to Texas A&M. I'm new to making money in network marketing, and I'm going to do a meeting for somebody who's not even in my organization. And I get there, and the way I grew up in networking, I grew up with white shirt, red tie, blue suits. I'm talking about just decked out, looking like the best IBM salesperson. And when I get there, I see this big room of college kids, a guy with real baggy cargo shorts on and a baggy shirt. And I'm like, I'm at the wrong meeting. And then I see Pete with this big smile, and the room was completely full of people. And I can tell you, we've been locked this up every since. And so, Pete, I want to say, first of all, thank you so much for allowing me to contribute to this platform. And for those of you who are watching, you're in for a treat, because Pete, I thank you so much for extending and giving me 2 hours to close this event outside of Nick. Just kidding, guys, just kidding. I know Pete's having a heart attack right now. And so what I want to do, guys, is I want to make a contribution here. Pete called me up, and I very seldom speak outside of my own personal platform because I'm not a motivational speaker. And I've seen so many great speakers who come on here, and I've turned it on today, and I've had a chance to really listen to some of the people. And I can tell you one thing, guys, Pete, you put together an incredible program. And when Pete called me up, I said, Pete, I'm in. Just tell me, what do you want? He says, what do you want to speak about? I said, Pete, I'm here to serve you. And Pete just started talking about leadership, and we had a very good conversation. And so I want to share with you a little bit about leadership. And one of the things that I did to make sure that I can work within the confines of the time frame, because I very seldom have these short time frames, and I'm excited, I challenge myself. So I drank a gallon of water right before I went on. And I tell you, when you get almost 50, you can't drink a gallon of water without having to go to the restroom within about every 15 minutes or so. So Pete, I drank a gallon of water so I won't take the entire 2 hours, if you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk to you about leadership. And what Pete has done and how he's put this together, and to see all of it come together the way that it's coming, first of all, is an example of leadership. You know, today I'm going to give you what I call an acronym. I'm going to start it off. I'm going to start some things off, but this is not just listening to HB and saying, look what HB said about leadership today. You know, you are going to have a chance to participate, and you're going to have a chance to really expand what I'm actually going to start. You know, I was talking to my good friend. We were just in Dubai, and I just landed yesterday. Was in Dubai for 13 days. And I was talking to Johnny Wimber. I said, Johnny, hey, listen, man, you know, I normally don't talk outside of my group. Give me some tips. He says, man, just put together a great acronym. And so I thought long and hard. I put together an acronym that I'm going to start. You're going to finish it. What do I mean by I'm going to start it? I'm going to start with some of the letters. And I'm going to give you multiple concepts about leadership when I talk about it. And then what I want you to do, your assignment, is to go out there and find other activities, other examples, other things that actually match up with each letter that I'm actually going to start with. And so when I take a look at it, when you take a look at it, it's called leadership. And it starts with the leader. And so I'm going to give you the full acronym for leader, but you're going to finish it. But before I do that, I want to share a story about how Pete and I became really close. And it's really the example of one of the first letters, the first letter L, and I want to share it with you. I never forget, it was a foursome. It was myself, it was Johnny Wimber, it was Pete Vargas, and it was a guy named Joe Taylor. See, we ran together as a pack. It was my first time ever making money or significant money in network marketing. And we were all together. We were just so young in our 20s, having a blast. And I never forget, we started making a little bit of money. We wanted to go out and have some fun. And I took up shooting for a little hobby. And here we are, four of us, have no reason to have guns. But what we want to do is we want to go out and do some hunting. And I never forget, I got Pete, got Joe, and I got John. I said, hey, listen, man, I know a place where we can go out and do some of the best hunting ever. The guy, he's an older man, he's pretty mean, but I tell you, he'll let us on there if we go out there and we beg him. And I got us all together, got in the car, and we went there, and Pete looked and says, isn't this the old man here who kicks everybody off this property? I'm like, Pete, yeah, but don't worry about it. I've got some real charm. I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to do the talking, and I'll make sure I get us on to go hunting. We go up there to the guy's property, and I never forget, we get on the property, and we drive about half a mile up. We see this nice little old shack house up there. And I said, Pete, you guys stay right here. I'm going to go talk to the owner. And I go up there to the owner, and I never forget, I go up there, and I talk to the owner. And I knocked on the door. When I knocked on the door, the guy comes to the door, and I'm expecting this mean man coming, with this gun loaded. It was the nicest guy that you could ever meet. And I said, sir, I love to go hunting. Me and my friends, we're over here. We love to go hunting on your property. He says, you know what? I'd love for you to. He says, nobody ever comes and asks, and people always are afraid. And he says, but I need you to do me a favor. And I said, well, what is it that you'd like for me to do for you, sir? He says, sir, if you don't mind, you see, I've got my mule over there. And my mule is sitting right on over there by that truck. And I said, that's my truck. He said, yeah, that's my mule. And he says, my mule is so old. It's on this last leg right now. I need to put it out of its misery, but I can't do it. I've had this mule in my family for so long. And I said, so what do you need me to do? He says, I need you, if you don't mind, if you would do me the honor of putting that mule out of my misery. And I said, sir, you want me to kill your mule? He says, don't look at it as killing my mule. Just send him to a better place because, he's not functioning. He can't do all the things that a mule's supposed to do. I said, man, that's a tall order, but I'll make sure I get it done. He says, you can go hunting anytime you want. And I thought that was a good trade-off. Now, here I am. I'm afraid to kill this man's mule. This mule's been in this man's family for a long time. And here's what I figured out, that leaders find a way. They create external and internal motivations to get the job done. And so I start thinking of a way to motivate me to go out there and get the job done. And I never forget, I start going back and forth, and I went back to the car. And I never forget when Pete looked at me, he says, what's going on? I say, you wouldn't believe the bad things that this man said about us, Pete. You wouldn't believe it. He says, well, what did the guy say? Are we going to be able to hunt? I said, no, I don't know if we're going to be able to hunt. I say, Pete, but the guy said some things. And Johnny says, well, what did he say? And I start telling them things that the man said. And he called us all kind of names that nobody in here would actually tolerate. I said, Pete, I'm so upset with this guy. You know what I want to do? I really want to take my gun and just kill this mule. Matter of fact, I'm going in and I went to go grab one of the guns. I grabbed my shotgun and I loaded the shotgun and I cocked it up and boom, I killed the mule. The next thing you know, I heard this, boom, boom, boom. Pete, Johnny, and Joe had actually shot 3 of his horses. They said, hey, we got the horses. Let's get out of here and go. And what that was this. Pete showed me a sign. He was loyal. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the first letter of leader is loyalty. See, Pete knew at that time that we were in it together. He saw me shot the mule and there were only horses left. And he got them. And so loyalty, ladies and gentlemen, is this. You heard Yvonne talk about it as well. It's not necessarily being loyal to the person, but loyal to the mission. See, we had grown up together and we knew if it was one of us, it was all of us. And my question to you is, are you developing an environment of loyalty? Yeah, you can be loyal to the person as well, but I want you to learn to be loyal to the mission. See, there is no legacy if no one's loyal to the mission. You can be loyal to the person, but what happens when the person is gone? What happens when the person is no longer here with us? The vision must continue to go on. And so you've got to have a sense of loyalty. And loyalty doesn't mean that you follow blindly. Loyalty is something that is earned. It's not something that's just given away. You've got to have a very strong sense of loyalty. That's the L, loyalty. What else can you have when it comes to leader? Love. You got to be able to love on your people. You know, so often I see people who call themselves leaders and they're really tyrants. Especially in the industry that I see. It's this in relationship that they have that here I am and here you are and you must do the serving of me. You know, I watch people all the time and I see some of the people who haven't even earned, who haven't earned in 10 years what I've earned in a week. And they have all of these requirements before they get in the room. They've got a rider so long and you've got to have this and you got to have that. And my seat's got to be positioned this way. And this has got to be positioned that way. And that's not a way to show love. And I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, people see your heart. They see your compassion. They see your empathy. They see your love before they see anything else. You've got to build some love around your people. It's essential. Now, what I'm challenging you to do is to go out and find some other L's there. You heard me talk about legacy as well. I heard one of the people earlier talking about legacy, but I can tell you this, there is no legacy if there is no leadership. There is no legacy if there's not loyalty. There is no legacy if there's not love within the culture that you're building. E, I want to talk about environment. What type of environment are you setting? What type of an environment are you setting? You know, I had the privilege of watching and seeing some of the people, and I didn't have a chance to see all the speakers that spoke, but I saw the lineup. And I was so proud. Why? Because I had a chance to see some of the people that I've had a chance of having my moments with. And when I say my moments, they were under my tutelage, direct tutelage for a short period of time. Some of them 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. You saw Yvonne Tapia talk about one of the best students that I've ever had a chance to invest some time into now. And then to see what he's done and taken just a small little bit that I've given and made it so huge when I hear him talk about that. I didn't see Stormy Wellington, but I saw her on the platform as well. And I take a look and I'm like, wow, so proud to see I had a small little part in what's been done. Even my good friend Pete Vargas, just a little small part and some of the development there. Why? Because of the environment that's been created. See, within the environment, a great leader never takes the credit. A great leader gives the credit. You know, people always talk to me about how many leaders I've created. I didn't create any of them. God did. I can't take credit for creating any of them. You know, anytime people introduce me, they talk about the dozens of millionaires that I've created. And not one time has anybody can ever catch me saying that I've created millionaires. I haven't. Once I got to 50 people that I've actually taught and instructed and mentored to millionaire status, I stopped counting. The number has gone way beyond 50 now. But I didn't create their millionaire status. Person after person after person after person after person who became millionaires, multimillionaires, many of them making well over $1 million a year, many of them making $1 million a month, and many of them have gone far beyond that alone. But I don't take any credit for it. They did the work. Because see, as soon as I start taking the credit for a person becoming the millionaire, then why can't you ask me to just create another one? Well, why don't you create this one or create that one? And I don't create them. I am only the person who sets the environment. I'm the oven. See, you can put all the ingredients that you want together, but if the oven is never turned on, and if the temperature is not right, nothing happens. But see, some of the people decided because of my leadership and the environment that we created, to step on in there. Now, here's the thing that I want to tell you also about environment, as I want to talk to you about equality versus equity. I do not believe in equality when it comes to business, when it comes to leadership. See, some of the people are all on this tangent that we're all equal. No, we are not all equal, and you don't want everybody to be equal. I want you to imagine right now, one of the greatest basketball players, one of the greatest to play currently right now, LeBron James. I want you to imagine it's 5 people on the court all at one time. I believe they've got 12 players on the team. And it's the NBA Finals, Game 7, and there's 5 seconds left. And the coach brings a huddle together, and LeBron James comes on over there, and you got Anthony Davis over there, and you got some of the other players, and they're sitting in the huddle. And here's player number 12, because of equality, comes and says, well, coach, I know you're drawing this play up for LeBron, but it's my turn to shoot. We need to have equal time. Do you run your business that way, of trying to be equal? No. I want you to understand there's a difference between equality and equity. See, the equity means that everybody has the opportunity to have a similar outcome based on the environment that you create. And some of the people, the different millionaires that have come from the camp that I built, they had the same system, the same company, the same compensation plan. They had the same products. They had the same challenges. If there was a back order, it was a back order for everyone. And so what happened was, what they took was their equitable opportunity to not be equal. And that's why I don't treat everyone the same. But I create an environment and give everyone an opportunity to be created or to be treated the same. And that's what you've got to do to be a great leader. Don't give everyone exactly the same. You give them the same opportunity. Don't take the credit, give the credit. The other E I want to give you is example. I'm the CEO of my own company now, and I own 16 different corporations now, but my main company, it's CEO. And people say, are you the chief executive officer? I said, no, I am the chief example officer. So E, example. What example are you setting for those that follow you? Let's go to A right now, because a half a gallon of water is now pushing down on my bladder, and I've got a few more minutes to go ahead and abide by Pete's rule. A stands for access. You got to give people access to you. I see these leaders who want to be a leader from afar, a conference call leader, a Zoom leader, and you know what? Make an appointment 6 months out leader. And I'm not saying everyone has access to you, because I don't believe in equality. I believe in equity. But you have to give access to who you are. And I'm not talking about just your time. I'm talking about access here to the person, to the woman, to the man, whoever it is that you are. Transparency, vulnerability. And I know I'm probably stepping on some toes, specifically with the guys, when I say vulnerability. Why? Because we don't want to be vulnerable. We don't want to share. We don't want to be completely transparent. I run a company right now, and the company, our core philosophy is we run what's called the IT factor: integrity and transparency. I'm going to tell you the good, I'm going to tell you the bad, I'm going to tell you the ugly. Why? Because I learned there are no secrets. This world is way too big for any secrets to take place, and the truth is good enough. And I'd rather tell you the truth once than have to remember all the things that I tried to do to put the spin on what's going on. I hold conference calls and I tell the organization exactly what's going on and why. You know, we have a core philosophy around our office here that I put in place, and I call it the 12 o'clock syndrome that we have here. And I want you to imagine a clock, and I want you to think like this a little differently. If an issue comes up at 12 o'clock, as soon as the issue comes up, that means it's 12 o'clock on the dot. By 3 o'clock, I better know about it as a CEO. Whoever knows about what that issue is, I better know about it as a CEO. By 6 o'clock, we better have an execution plan and already implementing a solution for that. We also better have been communicating back to the leaders, to whoever it is, and all the followers, all the ambassadors in our team. We've got to communicate what that issue is. See, if it gets to 9 o'clock before we start making a solution, it's already too late. The wrong information is already leaked out. And number one, that is when you have to now focus on the spin. Tell the truth just like it is. I'm not saying that certain things need to be to be held. I'm saying be transparent. Give them access to who it is that you are. I see these so-called leaders that everything is always perfect. Their hair is always in the right place, at least mine is. But everything that they do is always in perfect place. And I can tell you, as soon as I find a perfect leader that has no issues, I know that's the leader that's hiding almost everything. Yes, we know that you're a superhero. Yes, they love you and they admire you and they look up to you. But if you can't be real, you can't connect with them. If you can't have empathy, then you can't connect with them. I was over in Mexico not too long ago, and a lady looked at me and she says, "Hey, Steve, I noticed that you lost all of this weight." This was a few months ago. "I noticed that you had lost all of this weight. What did you attribute it to?" And she was looking for the best diet plan that I could actually give her. And I could have told her and gave her a spin and said, "Well, you know, HB's been working out." I said, that's what happens when you pay millions of dollars for a back office, turn it on and it doesn't work. And she looked at me and she says, "Wow, I get it now." But I could have hid it. I could have told her the weight loss came from something else, but it didn't. It came from my fear of letting down the people that were following me. The people who said, "I trust you." And so what I had to do was be transparent with her. And guess what? We built the bond, and she knows now, you know what, HB is going to give it to me real. So you got to give them access. D, lead. D, you got to dream. You got to dream bigger. And what you got to do by dreaming bigger is you got to make the pot bigger. You got to make the pot big enough for those who are actually following you. See, if the pot is only big enough for you, you're not leading. You're not leading anyone. You've got to make the pot big enough for this leader and that leader and this leader and that leader, because here's what I can tell you about those leaders that come up along beside you and coming up right up under you. Some of them are just as hungry as you are. And I want you to have this philosophy that you're going to the grocery store, to the supermarket, and you're going shopping. And this is what I have to do every day. I've got to go shopping every single day while I've got to feed my leaders. But I want you to imagine going shopping. And I get to the supermarket and I find this nice 16-pound or 16-ounce, filet mignon, bone-in filet. Maybe 32 ounces. And I grab one and I put it in my cart. And I come back home. I get to preparing it. All my leaders are looking around like, "What is that?" And I tell them it's dinner. What are their thoughts? You couldn't find a big enough steak for all of us to eat? You couldn't find other steaks? So is your dream, HB, only big enough for you to get fed? And what happens, ladies and gentlemen, is that's where the law of the lid actually comes on. And so you have to expand. You've got to do the work, and you've got to dream, and you've got to dream bigger. The other D stands for you've got to continue to deserve to be called a leader. Most people think leadership is an appointment or it's a position, and it's not. Leadership is a responsibility. Leadership is something that I have to re-earn that title every single day. See, what I do today is going to determine whether I qualify to be called your leader tomorrow. It's not that I'm a leader by position. I had a guy come to me before and he says, man, you know, I looked down in my organization and I'm a leader now. I said, well, what makes you a leader? He says, I looked in my back office and I saw all of these people under me. I said, you think is that what makes you a leader? He said, yeah. I said, well, why is that? He says, well, most people don't have this many people below them. So that makes you a leader. Here's what I did one day. One night, he was over at the house. Took a few people out, took them to the graveyard. Walked out in the middle of the graveyard. I said, I declare all of you leaders. They said, well, why were you doing that? I say, hey, can you count the number of people who are below y'all now? There's a lot of people under you. And they got it. It's not about how many people are up under you. It's not about a position. It's not about being appointed. It's about you re-earning it. You've got to re-earn it. So you've got to dream. You've got to deserve it. And then you've got to develop them. I'm challenging you to find some other D's. I'm going to start with developing your leaders. I don't believe in helping people. I know some of you says, oh, HB, this is all about charity. Exactly. I don't help people in opportunities. I develop them. This event and the people that we're talking about and the charities that they're not enrolling. They're not getting into all of these businesses that we're involved in. And so we use the results of what we're doing to help them. But I see people all the time who join the business and they use this as their number one excuse. Why did you join the company? Well, I just want to help people. And they've only talked to 2 people on their list. They don't want to help much people. Develop them. So how do I develop leaders? Number one, I've got to identify some characteristics. And here's the thing that I will not ever do in developing another leader. I will not coach effort. I don't look for a person to motivate them. I don't look for a person to call them and wake them up in the morning to get them going. You're going to have to define what characteristics that you believe deserves the time that you're willing to invest. So I don't coach effort. I'm looking for the person who's hungry. I'm looking for the person who's calling me before I get up. I'm looking for the person who's sending me a message, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a day, even if I don't respond to them. The person whose feelings aren't hurt so easily. The person who has a tenacity. See, the people who became multimillionaires under my system, under what I've done, they weren't so timid. Their feelings weren't so hurt when I wasn't available. But you got to develop them. So I have a 3-step process of developing leaders. I call it show, shadow, duplicate, the SSD. So anything that I do, because I'm the chief example officer, HB does it first. I go out there and I do it first. And I challenge everyone a part of my team, not with words. And I don't even make an announcement. I challenge it with my actions. And I show everybody, I show them my work ethic. I show them I don't tell them, hey, listen, I'm going to be the hardest worker in the company. They see it. They see it in the very beginning. I never forget when I was making my first quest to make $1 million a month in network marketing. I had never seen anybody who had ever done it. I hadn't seen anybody to do it. I never shouted out to anybody and told them what my goal was to make $1 million of residual income per month. I set a 5-year goal. I said, my 40th birthday is I'm going to give myself the gift of $1 million a month. Now, here's the thing. I had never even made $100,000 a month 5 years prior or 4 years prior. Never even made $100,000 a month. But I knew I could do it. But what did I do? Is I put all the system together. I put my plan together. I knew exactly what I was going to do. And I knew I had dreamed about it. I envisioned it, and I saw myself doing it. I saw the organization growing, and I saw it happening in all of these places. And then when I pulled the trigger, I backed it up with action. And the people saw, man, this guy is either crazy or he's doing something that he's never done before. So I showed them. Anytime I'm going to develop someone, I'm going to show them what I do first. I lead by example for real, not just textbook leadership, but by for real. Am I perfect? No. Here's the reason why I tell the leaders to follow me. It's not because of all of my successes. It's because of some of the biggest failures that I have. Our presentation for our company shows my history from getting started in network marketing in 1990. And it says from 1990 to 1997, this guy never made more than $500 in a month. I didn't. There was only 3 months that I earned $500. And those 3 months back then, you had to pay commissions out to your team. I grossed $500 a month. That's real gross, isn't it? $500 a month, 3 separate times. That was it. And I tell people today, don't look at the millions that I've earned. Don't look at that. The reason you should join me, the reason you should be a part of what I'm doing, if you're looking for leadership, is because of my first 7 years. I know where all the pitfalls are. I know where all the potholes are. I know where all the bad turns are. I know where all the mistakes are. See, most of you out there couldn't outfail me if you tried. Because I failed and I did it hard. I took it on the chin. I took it real hard. That's why. When I take a look today at what's happening and the results, I wouldn't trade it for anything. I go harder in my failure if I had to do it again, because I know how big the victory would be. So I show. The next thing I do is I shadow them. What do I mean? I do not do for people what they're capable and should be doing for themselves. It's the #1 way to stifle leadership, is to continue doing for someone what they should and they are capable of doing for themselves. And some of you want to have the mama hen or daddy hen syndrome, whereas you baby them because you don't want to allow them to fail. And that's exactly what they're going to do. You got to trust that what you've imparted into them actually does work. See, when you don't allow them to fail, you're telling them, I don't trust what I taught you. You got to go ahead and let them go. You got to let the eagles fly. You got to let them spread their wings and get the bumps and the bruises. So I shadow them. I watch what they do and I give constructive feedback. I watch it just for a short period of time, and here's how I give the feedback. I do it in a format. It's a formatted method. Here's what I do. I say, here's what I like best about what I saw in your performance. Write this down. Here is what I like best. Why? Because I can always find something good that a person has done. And I stroke the ego of the person and let them know that I believe in them. And I never forget Edwin Haynes when he was coming up and he was so shy, he wouldn't even lead silent prayer in church. And he came from Mississippi with that Southern drawl and he didn't even speak well. And I didn't have much good to talk about his presentation. And I never forget, used to tell him, man, you know what I like best? I like that you had the courage to get up there and do it. I couldn't go any further. I wasn't going to lie to him about how good the presentation went because it stunk. And it was horrible. But I liked the fact that he had the courage to stand up there and do what most people who are so eloquent and who can string verbs, nouns, and pronouns and adverbs together so symphonically, but they won't even have the courage to stand up and give their gift. And I watched him and I told him over and over, man, I love the courage. And then I'll tell him, here's what I like the least. And then my third component is, here's what I would like to see more of. And you know what I should tell them? I tell them all the things I like the least, but when I got to the part of here's what I want to see more of, I want to see more practice. I want to see you do this again. I want to see you give more presentations because there wasn't much. And then he gave me a little bit of meat to grow on, and it was a little bit by little bit. And then I found a little bit more positive reinforcement, and I had more things that I liked and less things that I didn't like as much. And the things that I wanted to see more of were the things that he was doing well. And then I watched him develop into somebody who speaks with so much authority all over the world and makes impacts all over the world. But see, he was hungry. He didn't have the talent. It was inside, what natural. So stop looking for the most talented person and start looking for the person who's hungry. Look for the person who's hungry. Show, shadow, duplicate. How do I duplicate? I taught them in every activity, it doesn't matter what it is, I teach them how to go out and teach someone else. Because there is no legacy once you take it down only one level. And when I mean one level, one generation, that means me teaching my son to do something doesn't create a legacy. Me teaching my son to teach his grandson and his son to do what I'm doing ensures the legacy. So you show them, you shadow them, and then you duplicate them. E, example. I talked about example as well. You've got to go out there and be the example. You've got to go out there and you've got to do it first. Don't be perfect. Don't try to be perfect. Just be the example. I love when my team see me fail. I'm so proud in the failures because I get to announce them and never let them see me make that same failure or mistake again. Why? Because they see he's human. I'm the superhero to a lot of people, but to my leaders that I'm developing, I don't want to be their superhero. It's hard to lead and develop people who you're their superhero. There's got to be a certain realness to you. You know, I heard the gentleman talk about it with Pete and Tony Robbins. Forgot who was talking then, but Pete and Tony Robbins, and it was just this casual conversation that they were having. Because leaders don't want to be the superhero. That's what you make us to be, superheroes. You cut us, we bleed. You punch us, we hurt. We do all the things that human beings do. It's just that we've developed some things and we're just a little bit better at a lot of things than most people. I'm not this much better than anybody in almost anything. I'm just this much better, that's it. I was watching something on Tiger Woods, and I want to share with you, most people, if I say, hey, listen, if you take myself, who done extremely well in this industry. Now I'm on the ownership side, and I was so excited when years ago we had made over $100 million as distributors in personal profits and income just from comp plan, not other businesses, not any of that other stuff. And most people, when they see that, they think I'm this much better. And I watched Tiger Woods, and I watched this documentary. I want to give you an analogy to show you where you are. You're sitting at home right now behind your computer, or you're driving right now and you've got your mobile phone, and you're probably looking at your bills, and you're probably looking at, here's what happened during COVID, or here's what happened. You're seeing all of these great things, and you're seeing this 24-year-old Alex Gordon, who's 32 now, talking about he's made $50 million already. And I look at him and I'm like, yuck. Why? Because I didn't do what he did at his age. But I love what he's done, and I love what he's done, and I love the people that he's developed. And some of you are looking at it, you're looking at Yvonne, and you're looking at some of the other people, and you're probably wondering, why isn't it happening to me? And that they're that much further. $150 million investment deal, he's not $150 million better. I never forget the year Tiger Woods made his first $100 million as a golfer. $100 million, many of them were from endorsements. $100 million. In that year, Tiger's golf stroke average was like 68 point something. 68 point something. And there was another guy his golf stroke average was right at 69.9, right at about a 70. One stroke more. That means that every time he played a round of golf, he only hit the ball one time more than Tiger Woods. And he didn't even make $1 million a year. See, some of you are just one stroke away from my results. You're one stroke away from Nick's results, who's coming up next. You're one stroke away from the lady who just spoke, and I'm sorry I don't have all the names, but and you're one stroke away from being the #1 person in Mary Kay. You're one stroke away from being an introvert, professional athlete, now motivational speaker. You're one stroke away. But you got to put your work in and put your example. Leader ends with R. Results. There's no leaders who don't have results. What you've got to do is you've got to set an example. And when you start a project, I've always started a project and say, I'm going to set the example of having extreme results. Why? Because that was my way of shopping for a bigger cart. I wanted people to know, there's enough for me. If HB can do that much when he gets started, man, I just want the crumbs. And there was enough for everybody to feel that the opportunity was big enough for them. Results. Results speak. Those guys who are talking about the homes that they're building and this and that, they're not bragging. You wouldn't be listening to us if we came on here and said, hey, listen, we all have mortgages right now and we're still struggling to pay them, but we've got some great motivation for you. Oh, you want to know about the results because you want them. You got to go out there and get results. I'm going to give you one R and I'll leave with this R here because my gallon of water is about to expire, people. You got to have reasons. What's your reason? You got to create reasons. See, people all around the world, there's reasons. There's some single mothers right now listening to me. Mm-hmm. And they've got some reasons. Mm-hmm. There's some dads right now who are probably not even with their kids anymore. They got reasons. Mm-hmm. There's some widows, there's some divorcees. There's some kids who've been kicked out of their house by their parents. Relationships are not good. They got reasons right now. See, it's not all about these perfect stories and these match made in heaven relationships. It's about the small reasons, the reasons that are significant to other people that you play a part in creating. See, that's what a leader does. See, what Pete has put on here with this tour, there were reasons that are going to get fulfilled. And see, the reasons that you do it, it's not going to be because of the homes. It's not going to be because of the cars. I didn't do it for the cars. I didn't do it for all the homes that we have. I didn't do it for all the jewelry and the vacations. There were some simple things that nobody knew that resonated deep down inside of me that I know everybody who's speaking to me right now, or everybody who's listening to me right now, you've got those reasons. Yeah, I know you like the house. I know you want to be in Cancun. I know you want to be in Puerto Vallarta. I know you want to be in Dubai or wherever. Yeah, that's cool. But that may not be your reason. That's your want, but that's not your reason. Mm-hmm. I share stories all around the world, and all these people who made millions of dollars, I can talk to you about those stories. And the more successful I become, those stories are great. It's what I call the eye candy. They're not the reason. It's just the accoutrements. They're the accessories. It's the dressing. But some of the reasons are the small stories. I had a lady, I'll never forget, and I'll close with this. I had a lady who came up to me one day, and she talked to me. In my company, we give away a membership so people can have access to travel discounts. And she became a customer. And then later on, she became a rep. She came up to me, and I tell her story probably more than I tell our $1 Million Earner story. She said, I want to thank you, Mr. Bucks, for creating this opportunity in this company. I says, no, I want to thank you. She says, no, you don't understand. I said, well, what is it that I don't understand? She says, well, I'm in sales. I said, good for you. I started off in sales. She says, I'm not so good at it yet. And she told me, I said, well, what's significant? She says, well, I have to travel sometimes for my job. And when I travel, I have to pay my expenses first, but I haven't earned a lot of commission. So oftentimes I have to choose which of the 3 meals that I'm not going to eat those days that I'm traveling. She said, but you had a dream, and your dream allowed me to have a discount, and I saved $35 per night on my hotel. And she says, ever since I got connected with your vision, I don't have to choose which meal I'm gonna give up. See, that don't mean a whole lot to all of you who want billions and millions and all of that stuff. See, that lady, what it meant for her is dignity. What it meant for her is pride. What it meant for her is that something, that $35 made a bigger impact for her than some of your first 35 million that you've heard some of these speakers.
Bringing me up.
So you've got to connect with someone what these reasons are, and you can't forget about what these reasons are. And you've got to serve the reasons, and you think you start off small, and I tell you, if you focus on the small reasons that people are going to be a part of your dream, it will create some massive results.
That's right.
And I can tell each and every one of you who are sitting there wondering, should I do this or should I not? And can I win and can I not? And I'll tell you this right here. 3 wise men, and they were out there and they were thinking about where to hide happiness and success. Because happiness and success, they didn't want to just go out and shell out and give everybody happiness and success. Why? Because they said we make everybody equal. But what we're going to do is we're going to provide equity. And one of the wise men says, well, you know what we need to do? Man, let's just find a star and put it somewhere on one of these stars out there, because very few people will actually go get it. And they said, no. Somebody's going to develop some technology one of these days, and we will be able to go to some of these planets and people will live on it. And everybody who gets there will grab happiness and success and what have it. And one of the other wise men says, you're right. What we should do is we should actually drop it down in the middle, in the deepest part of the ocean, because humans can't go there. And they says, no. At some point, somebody's going to develop some technology, a submarine that can reach down there, and they're going to build worlds down there. One guy said, you know what, you're right. And the third wise man says, I got an idea where we're going to put happiness and success. He said, well, where? We've thought about everywhere. They said, let's take happiness and success and put it right inside of man. Because if I put it there, he'll never look for it. Ladies and gentlemen, you have the key to unlock your happiness and success. Pete, I want to thank you so much for allowing me to come and share. And I just hope that the words that I've given somebody out there creates one of those small stories that's actually going to create some massive big results for somebody who will share it next year. Thanks a lot, lovely people. Appreciate you.
Bugs, appreciate you, man. Hey, give it up for Holton Bugs. Give it up for Holton Bugs. Bugs, can you see me or no?
Yes, I can, Pete.
All right, I'm good looking still. I'm down a few pounds, but listen, hey, I want to say this, guys. Like, I need y'all to understand this. He did get on a roll, and I'm gonna practice what he just said, because this is what's calling to me. Holton, I love the fact of how you spoke of leadership. I will go back and listen to that 6 times. I will. Like, I will go back. And I'm all right that Bugs is 20 minutes over, because he was on a roll. He was on a roll, and I'm okay with that because he's the second to last. And what I need you to do more of, I need you to go speak more, bro. Stop being selfish with your own platform. Stop being selfish just with them. Because a lot of people backstage, and yeah, he's a little bit over. I see you guys like lighting the chat up, and I sent him a text message in the middle of it. I shot a message to Stormy saying, man, he just gave you some love. And she said, he changed my life. And so I need you to be speaking a little bit more, Bugs, out in other platforms talking about leadership, because I echo what I say. You're one of the greatest leaders that, now listen, there's a lot of influencers I've been around, but that doesn't mean they led me. There's lots of influencers around. There's no leader. What he just defined as leadership, until you can start leading yourself and leading others, like there's going to be a ceiling on you. There's going to be a lid on you. It's going to only go so high. And what he just talked about, he's one of the greatest leaders that I've ever had in my life when I was 18, 19, 20. And just for the record, I hope you know he told that story on the front end. It was to drive home a point. I never shot a horse. I never shot.
I know people's calling Peter right now. Right?
I'm getting lit up in the chat. Bugs, hey, I want Bugs to see this really quick. Bugs, put this up on my screen before we bring our last speaker on here. Bugs, this thing right here is leadership and mentors that have literally said, we want to help, whether you're trying to build a network marketing company, you're trying to be a motivational speaker, you're trying to build a business, a nonprofit, entrepreneurship. This is literally what people have put together, Bugs. I mean, this is what's going back to charity. I shot somebody a message. I was like, Bugs his group might give the most back to charity, because we can see who's connected to every single person. Y'all see the chat lighting up backstage, all these people who love him, it's people he's leading. And as he talked about that acronym, it's exactly how he led me. But bring him back on, Bugs. Like, that's just crazy, isn't it? Like, that education, what would you say to anybody that's still sitting on the fence? And let's bring him back up on the screen.
Well, one of the things I can tell you is this. When Pete says the money's going to charity, I know Pete. It's going to the child. I've known him since he's been 18 years old, so it's going there. And here's the thing, guys. The biggest investment as a leader that you can invest in, the number one investment that you can make is into yourself. The number two investment that you can make is into the investment of other people.
Yeah.
And I can tell you right now, for some of you out there, many of you don't have access to this information. You don't have access to these types of people. You need something like this. Go out there and get it. I recently just paid $25,000, $25,000 to just be in a mastermind group of a few people. 25 grand. I've got another one that I'm paying $100,000 to be in a mastermind group just to get the mindset. And so it's a drop in the bucket. If you take the information, execute, operate with leadership, it's a drop in the bucket. Pete, thank you for putting it all together. You are absolutely incredible, and this is leadership right here. It took a lot of courage to go out here and do this, and I'm proud of you, man.
Hey, Bugs, you guys, your crew might finish #1 and the most that's being given back, so.
Hey, Pete, listen, we need it, man. We need it. You know what? Last year, I think we fed, Mark, was it over 10 million kids? Yes. Over 10 million children we fed with the Boom Foundation last year, and we need to triple it. That's what we need. So we actually need it, Pete. That's why we're going hard.
All right, y'all go hard, Bugs. Y'all go hard. Hey, give it up for my buddy, Holton Bugs. Hey, make sure you guys go to platformtourcares.com. Use the code VIP gift. Literally, we got one speaker left. One speaker. Yes, we went 6 hours today. And I knew we'd go 6 hours. Kat actually knew it. I said, we'll be done in 4.5. But listen, many of these speakers today, they have so much to give you. I haven't even shared today. But I have an obligation to tell you, like, go take advantage of this. I'm going to text Holton, and I'm going to get him to throw in something. I'll see if he'll do a master class on leadership, because imagine what he could do in like an hour and a half with us. I'll see what he'll do for us, and I'll let you know. But I really want to encourage you guys, at the end of this, at 15 minutes after this, which will probably be about 8:15 Eastern Standard Time, that code VIP gift that you see on your screen is going away. It's going away. And the offer's not going away. The $100 that you save on any of these 3 packages, need the whole thing, guys. Any of these 3 packages right here will go away. So make sure you use that code that you see on your screen. Wednesday night is when this comes to an end. We have a goal to give $1 million away to charity. $1 million. I want to remind you before this last speaker comes up that We're going to do a recap of the entire tour tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can count on this, 60 minutes. All 40 speakers, my biggest nugget from all 40 of them broken down in the different pillars. You can count on that, 60 minutes. So if you have to take a lunchtime break, take it tomorrow. Guys, last person I want to go to, because this is the last big day. This is the last big day. Like tomorrow's just the recap. And you want to know leadership? The numbers went up as Holton spoke today. The numbers are going up as people are speaking. You can see leadership at play. But here's the thing. Most people will walk out of here and have all the excuses of why they can't do it, or why they can't invest, or why whatever. And I'm so excited to bring my buddy up, Nick. This is a guy I believe in deeply, deeply. And I know he's gonna, I could botch it, but I don't care. Nick Santa Stasso, and I'm gonna get it and I'll nail it, has every reason to have excuses. And he's one of the guys that I've never in my life heard an excuse about. When The Rock saw him working out in a gym, The Rock said, was inspired by this guy, motivated by this guy, moved by this guy. Tony has him on his stage all of the time. And I don't think on our biggest day of the platform tour, there is anybody better to close us out today than Nick. Would y'all give some love for my buddy, Mr. Nick? Nick, you there, buddy?
I'm here, brother, looking good.
Hey, bro, close us out. Take us home, baby.
All right, let's do it, my friends. All right, this is going to be short and sweet like myself, so let's get it started here. Let's get it started here. So most importantly, man, this has been an amazing event. And I want you to make sure that you have something to write down some notes. The reason being is because when you physically write things down, you actually retain more information. Now, I know your time's valuable, and I know my time's valuable, so I'm not here to waste your time, and I know you're not here to waste my time as well. The second thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to let you know that I'm not here to give you the answers. I'm like little baby Yoda. I'm short. I'm going to ask great questions, and I have a lot of wisdom. And what HB was talking about, and it was beautiful said about leadership, is one of the great things that leaders do is we ask great questions to lead people to the right answers. I'm not here to give you answers. I'm here to ask specific questions so you can adopt your own answers and take action on your answers. Right? So let's get into this. And what we're going to talk about here today in the few minutes that we got going on is basically psychology. Now, everybody's heard that psychology is the majority of the battle. You get into business, you get into anything, and the mechanics, anyone can give you the mechanics. But if your psychology doesn't follow, you'll never get the results that you want. And I'll prove it to you in the chat, and there's chats all over the world here. How many of you know how to lose weight? Right? You know how to lose weight. You put less food in this hole, you move your body. It's not a complex process. But why don't you go to the gym? Why don't you stay consistent? Why don't you stay consistent on your diet? What gets in the way? Quick, your psychology. Your psychology gets in the way. And so if you want to start your notes off with this, 80% is psychology, 20% is mechanics. You need your psychology to back the mechanics, especially when you're modeling these amazing people who have the results that you want. And the second thing that I want you to write down, which is the most important thing, is that knowledge is just potential power. The real power comes from implementation. Now, how many of you ever went to a seminar, bought a course, went to a challenge like this? You wrote a whole bunch of notes, and then you close your notebook and you didn't do anything about it. Drop a yes if you're honest. Come on now. I see the chat, right? So don't be that guy or girl who takes all these notes, gets all the nuggets and all the wisdom, and then puts it on the shelf and doesn't do anything about it. Remember, nick it as one finger, and make sure you implement one thing that we say here that's going to make a drastic change in your life. And so let's address the elephant in the room. Why is this guy so handsome? And why does he have no legs, one arm? And so in 1996, my parents went in for a late ultrasound. They sat them down, they pulled the baby up on the screen, and suddenly the doctor started freaking out. They said, "What's wrong? What's going on?" And they said, "Well, something's extremely wrong. It doesn't look like your baby's limbs are being developed. It looks like he's missing his legs, his arm, his face might be messed up." Clearly my face isn't messed up, right? So sometimes successful people aren't right. And so what they did in that moment was they classified me with what they call Hanhart syndrome. And Hanhart syndrome is a super rare genetic disorder that either leaves the babies with undeveloped limbs or undeveloped organs. And I promise there's a lesson in this. And so at the time of my birth in 1996, I was the 12th baby in medical history that they've ever seen this happen to. And out of the 12, 8 of those babies have passed away due to undeveloped organs. And so they looked at my parents, and I know we have a bunch of parents in here. They looked at my parents and said, "Your baby boy has about a 30% chance to live." Now, in that moment, my parents made a massive decision, a massive promise. And that promise was that my parents were going to focus on the 30% chance of me living versus the 70% chance of me dying. The reason being, I want you to write this down. What you focus on, you get more of. What you focus on, you'll get more of. What you focus on expands. But also, just a quick little equation that we can give you here, and this isn't math. I can only count the one finger. I'm not giving no math equations here. This is the focus equation. And the focus equation is what you focus on, you feel. Yes or no? Focus on bad things, you feel bad things. You focus on good things, you feel good things. And based on how you feel dictates what kind of action you're going to take in life. And what kind of action you're going to take in life dictates what kind of results you're going to get in life. Now, I'm just being honest here. I'm not here to be a friend. I'm here to be a coach. I'm here to be a mentor. I'm here to guide you like little baby Yoda. Most of you are focusing on what could go wrong. What could go wrong if I do this? Is it going to work? Does this stuff even work? Is this really true? But I challenge you today to flip your thinking and focus on, what if this does work? What if I could have the results like these guys and these girls? What if it finally does work for me? What if I finally can reap the benefits, the fruits of my labor? What if it does work? So who's up for challenging themselves by leaning into faith versus fear? There's fear all around you. I'd much rather lean into faith rather than fear. Don't be fearful. When you're fearful, you won't take action. And so what you focus on, you'll get more of. Now you're looking at me right now and you're saying, this guy's got no legs or an arm. How can I relate? Well, this guy that got no legs or an arm, and this isn't to boast, but I've done some pretty amazing things. I was famous on Vine and became a bodybuilder, even without legs, right? Crazy. I'm on tour with Tony Robbins. I help entrepreneurs unwire and rewire their brain, help them improve their psychology. But if there's anything that you get from me today is that I didn't have all the mechanics and I didn't have all the body parts. And I still got the results that I wanted in my life because I was able to override the software, which is called your brain. Now we're going to go into the brain here, and I promise I won't take up too much time. I know we're over time here. So I want you to let you know that over your period of life, which by the way, most of your beliefs around money, your beliefs around business, your beliefs around relationships, girls and guys, most of your beliefs were stemmed from 0 to 7 years old, from your environment, your parents, and the things that you were exposed to. And yes, all of you here have unconscious beliefs around money, around business that are repelling you from making the impact and making the money that you want. And I'll prove it to you. Real quick, if you've ever heard these throughout your whole entire childhood, I want you to drop a yes in the chat. If you've heard any of these during your childhood, drop a yes in the chat. You ready for this? We can't afford that. Money doesn't grow on trees. Rich people, they got lucky. Big boys don't cry. Girls should be seen, not heard. Now, I know, I don't even have to look in the chat. There's thousands of yeses going yes, 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 and yes, because every single one of us were exposed to one of these thoughts or another. And is it true that along your journey of life, someone can tell you something and you can start to believe it? And the truth is, on an unconscious level, you started to develop beliefs that money was hard to get and that you weren't worthy of the success. And you can't have the results of the other people. And I want to let you know that's all BS. So maybe today it's just really identifying what beliefs are holding you back so you can get to the next level of life. But I'm just like you. When I was in middle school and high school, I had a bunch of limiting beliefs. I had beliefs that I have no legs or an arm. I'll never have a girlfriend, never have a wife. I can't work a regular job. I'll never be financially independent. There was actually a moment where I was on a school bus and there was a girl to the left of me and she was making fun of everyone on the bus. I'm like, oh man, she's gonna have a field day with me today. And I looked over to the left and I looked this girl in her eyes and she said, Nick, I don't even have to start with you. You're already too messed up anyway. Look at you. Now, as a 14-year-old kid, the first question that pops in my head is, why me? Why she got to make fun of me? But humans do this thing at what we call stacking. We can stack thoughts in a negative way and we can stack thoughts in a positive way. And so you'll notice if you ever woken up on the wrong side of the bed, if you don't shift your focus, your whole day is negative. You're pissed off, you're in traffic, your tire pressure's off, you got to go to work, you got to pick up the kids. Who knows what I'm talking about? Drop a yes in the chat. You start stacking because your brain started negative and it just kept going. And so when that girl said that line to me, I started to stack thoughts. And the thoughts that I would stack with were, Nick, you are disgusting. You'll never have a job. You'll never be successful. You never have a girlfriend. You never go to your junior prom and your senior prom. And like I said, over our journey of life, we start to believe thoughts that aren't even ours. And so maybe it's time to liberate ourselves from these thoughts that aren't serving us. And it wasn't until I was a few years older, I was actually 19 years older, where I asked myself a better question, which, by the way, your brain, the way that your brain works is your brain is a problem-solving mechanism, meaning that it's going to give you an answer to every single question that you ask it. But most of you are going around life asking bad questions so you get bad answers. Why won't this work? When is it going to fail? Why am I not a good father? Why am I not a good leader? Why am I not a good speaker? Your brain's going to give you all the reasons of why you aren't those things because you're asking that question. And so what if today, even just the one thing that you implemented was asking better questions? What if today, I want you to write this question down. What if right now you ask yourself, what makes me successful in this very moment? What are all the reasons why this is going to work and that it could work? Because I bet you when you ask better questions, your brain will form better answers and it'll give you more certainty, belief that you can do the very things that we're teaching here today, right? And so I was 19 years old and I asked myself, Nick, I said, what's good about having no legs and one arm? I challenged myself because my whole life I thought it was the biggest curse, the most disgusting thing that could happen to me. And the answer that my brain gave me was this. If a girl doesn't want to love on me because my no legs and one arm, if someone doesn't want to do business with me because my no legs and one arm, if someone doesn't want to be friends with me because my no legs and one arm, then wait. Maybe this disability or whatever you want to call it, this handicap is actually working for me. It's acting as an authentic human filter and it's filtering out the type of women and men that I don't want in my life anyway. How empowering is that? Because when you change your story, when you change the meaning, you change your life. But what's pretty interesting is a lot of times one bad thing can happen to you. One negative experience can happen to you. And what the brain does is it repeats that experience over and over again. How many of you have ever had an amazing day and then your brain thought about a negative experience that happened in the past and you felt the emotions in the present moment? If you agree, drop a yes in the chat. That's because negative things happen to humans and we live in the past over and over and over again. And what we also do is we predict the worst case scenario based on our past results. You may have got to a sales job. You may have joined this challenge. You may have tried to do things that someone taught you and you didn't get the results immediately. So you developed a belief that you weren't good enough, that you weren't worthy, that you didn't have the tools, you didn't have the mechanics, you didn't have the mindset. And then you projected that into the future and you got the same results. But the difference between the unsuccessful and the successful is the successful people are persistent enough to get new results so they have new beliefs and new experience. Drop a yes in the chat if you're persistent enough today to go and persist to get a new experience so you can have new beliefs around your abilities. Be persistent enough to get new experiences. It's the same thing. Maybe in your life, and I'm taking the psychology of life and business, right? Maybe in your life, you got cheated on. You may have developed a belief that all guys and girls were cheaters. Guess what? It ain't going to work until you're persistent enough to find a guy or girl who's faithful so you have a new experience and a new belief around women and men. It's the same thing that you need to do in business. Now, the other thing that I'm going to get into is I firmly believe that your confidence and your self-worth is the foundation to your success. Now, you see me, a man with no legs or one arm. How is this guy so certain? How is this guy so confident? How does this guy speak with so much conviction? It's because I built this person over time by unwiring and rewiring my brain. And I'm going to share lightly how we can do this. I can't dive into neuroplasticity here, but I'm going to share some of the things that we can do here. And so I firmly believe that your confidence and your self-worth is the foundation to your success because, and I want you to write this down, you'll never make more than you think you're worth. You'll never make more than you think you're worth, and that's in every single area of your life. If you don't think you're worth the amazing relationship, you'll date the guy or girl, you'll push them away because you don't feel worth. You won't charge what you think you should charge because you don't think you're worthy of it. Which, by the way, the only difference from charging $1,000 and $10,000 is you move in the comma, adding a zero, and get someone to say yes, so you get new belief and new experience. Who's up for that? Drop a yes in the chat. And so how we build confidence, I'll give you an analogy here. And there was a bunch of great analogies that these leaders were teaching. And so the analogy that I want to give you is say this. I said, after this challenge, meet me on the Zoom call and we're going to have free sushi. You're going to have a party together, free food, right? You'd all show up. And I said, meet me here at 6 p.m. And you all get dressed up. You're looking good. And you show up to the Zoom date at 6 p.m. and Nick doesn't show up. How many times of Nick not showing up are you going to realize I'm unreliable? Once, twice, 3 times if you're a pushover. Now let's flip the script on ourselves. How many times are you going to tell yourself that you're going to go all in on your business? How many times are you going to tell yourself that you're going to become a better leader, close more deals, make more impact, be a better father, mother? How many times are you going to make a promise to yourself and you're going to break it? Or are you going to realize you're unreliable? Now, I say that out of love because from a brother to a brother and a brother to a sister, I know there's a next level of life, or else you wouldn't be here. There's a next level of life for you, or else you wouldn't be here, yes? But the deeper challenge is on an unconscious level, every time that you break a promise within yourself, you diminish the way you view yourself. You diminish your confidence, you diminish your self-integrity, and you diminish your word. And humans are only good as their word. But also, you answer this. When you break one promise, what is it easier to do? Quick. Break another. And then what? Break another, and break another. Welcome to your downward spiral. This is how the brain works. And so some of the things that I set up in my life to ensure that I feel confident, certain, and successful every single day is I have some non-negotiables in my life, things that I don't negotiate. Some of them, which I like HB and his analogy with the water, I got my gallon of water and my 45 minutes of movement. These are my non-negotiables. You don't need to be a bodybuilder. You don't need to be me, but you need to design the rules of your life so you feel successful, certain, and confident every single day. Who's up for that? But also you need to decide that you want the next level of life. You want to decide that you want to go all in on this. You want to decide that you want to take your body, your mind, your relationships, your wealth, your business, your impact, your platform to the next level. You need to decide. And are you interested or are you committed? There's a big difference between interested in your goals and being committed to your goals, yes or no? So you tell me, can we add some non-negotiables in our life so we feel successful, confident, certain every single day? The answer is yes. But also I want to challenge you here today. And the reason why I want to challenge you is because I've been obsessed with this question. And the question one of my students asked me is, Nick, why is change so hard? Why is it so hard to change my life? And who agrees? If changing your life was so easy, everybody would be living their dream life. Who agrees? Drop a yes in the chat. And this is why change is so hard. The reason why change is so hard is because your software or your brain wants what's known, what's certain, and what's comfortable. And over your period of life, unconsciously, you became addicted to specific emotions. Emotions like anxiety, stress, fear, overwhelm, guilt, anger, sadness, by focusing on the negative on your life. Unconsciously, you became addicted to these things. You know it. And so when you go to change your life, AKA start a new business, join the group, join the mastermind, go to the gym, quit your job. When you start to change your life, your brain goes, what are these new emotions? What are these new actions? I don't like this. I want to go back to what's comfortable. How can I self-sabotage my master's growth? I want to go back to what's comfortable. This is the ancient brain. It's 7 million years old. And so you're getting ready and you're about to join the group. You're about to join the mastermind. You're about to join the gym. You're about to switch up your eating healthy lifestyle, your diet, and your brain will send thoughts up your spine into your brain and it'll go like this. You're just like your mother. You're just like your father. You really think you could be an entrepreneur? No one in your family is a business person. What a joke. You really think you can lose the weight? Your whole family's obese. What are you kidding? Eat the cake. Skip the gym. Hit the snooze button. And your own brain and software talks you out of growing and expanding and having the next level of life. If this relates, drop a yes in the chat. If it relates that your software has talked you out of doing things that want you to expand and grow, drop a yes in the chat. That is the way the ancient brain works. I want you to be aware of this. All I'm here to do is make you more aware of the brain so you can take control of your life and not have your brain take control of you. Listen to me. Every single act of change, expansion, growth, investment is a threat to your brain because it's uncomfortable. So you decide whether you stay in the old version of yourself on autopilot or you override your old software. I want you to write that word down, override in capital letters. Underline it, star it, put a sticker on your forehead, whatever you need to do, override. That means you, I, Pete, you name it, all of these people that you look up to, we are in a constant day-to-day battle of overriding our old identity and our old self. And every time that your brain tells you don't do it, what should you do? Quick, in the chat. When your brain tells you don't go to the gym, what do? You override. When your brain tells you not to go up to that guy or girl because you're feeling insecure, override. When you get offered an opportunity to be surrounded by amazing mentors and get guided through a process to change your life and to change your business and change your impact and to change your bank account, and your brain's telling you don't do it, it's uncertain, it's uncomfortable, override. Because the more we override, we literally unwire the faulty neural pathway and we rewire the new one. And the more rewiring that we do, we become our default setting of the people that just step in and lead. We invest, we join, we go to the gym, we make expansion, we make impact, we change. Because we are aware that our brain's trying to talk about us out of growth. If this is gold, drop a yes in the chat. Most humans are unconscious and on autopilot. Brain studies show by the age of 35, you are 95% on all of autopilot, meaning your thoughts, your actions, your emotions, your words, your triggers are on autopilot. They're programmed. And that means that I hold up 5 fingers, but I only got one. Hold up 5 fingers if you're at home. That means only 5% of your brain is conscious trying to make a drastic change. You better hold on to that 5% because that's all you got. Who's up for overriding our old software and doing the things that our brain's telling us not to do? Because I think you and I can all agree, because if you're in this room, it means a few things. You're an action taker. You value your time. You invest in things that are super powerful that can save you time. And you want a next level of life. We do things that most people won't. We lean into the uncomfort. We lean into the uncertainty because we know the results that it's going to give us on the other side. And so you choose. The choice is yours. Whether you want to live an unconscious life or you want to override your old software and become more conscious so you can have a next level. Now, the last thing that I want to end off with, and I know I'm all over here, but I only have a few minutes and I can't dive into the brain as much as I'd like to. But I'm going to end off with the 3 C's. Real quick, 3 C's that I dedicate most of my success to. I'm only 25 years old. How did I have so much success? How did I compete as a bodybuilder? I'm on a world tour with Tony Robbins. How do I work with some of the top entrepreneurs, unwiring and rewiring brains? How does this work? The 3 C's. I want you to write this down. The first one is coaching. I'm a student of the game. I'm in the front row. I'm learning from everyone that I can. But coaching, when you look at some of the greatest in the world, the Conor McGregors, rest in peace, Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan, what do all these people have in common? Yes, thank you, they have millions of dollars. But the other thing is they all have a coach. Because when you're in your life, and when you're in your business, you have blinders on. I try to hold up my blinders with my limbs, right? But you have your blinders on. You can only see so much. But also, coaching is a cheat code to life because it allows you to learn from people who've already walked the path before. And when you learn from people who've already walked the path before, they can condense decades into years, decades into days, decades into months. And you and I both know that we are always willing to invest in something that has the ability to collapse time because time we can't get back. Who agrees? Drop a yes in the chat. First C is coaching. The second C is community. Community. Now you're like, how does this guy have so much knowledge and he's 25 years old? I'm what you call a knowledge broker, meaning I became an expert by studying the experts and creating my own stuff. Success leaves clues, like my great friend Tony Robbins says. I follow the experts, I study the experts, and I trickle down the knowledge to you. And so the second C is community. Now, one of the great people, Jim Rohn, if you don't know Jim Rohn, write his name down, go on YouTube and have yourself a blast. One of the GOATs. And Jim Rohn always said, like I said, I hold up 5 fingers, only got one. You are the 5 people that you spend the most time with. You are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. And I'm going to shoot it straight with you. Because one thing I learned by working with most successful people is successful people like to be talked to direct. You hang around people who are unhealthy, it's only a matter of time before you're unhealthy. You hang around people who have toxic relationships, it's only a matter of time before you start having toxic relationships. You hang around people who are broke, it's only a matter of time before you got broke tendencies. And when you hang around people who have low standards, it's only a matter of time where you start lowering your own damn standards in life. These are the things that you can control. You can control who you get coached by, and you can control who you surround yourself by, your community. Which, by the way, we have an amazing community here on this platform tour. Unbelievable. Because sometimes when you're in your business, you feel like a lone wolf. And I know you feel like that because I was that person as well. Surround yourself with people who are richer and smarter than you, and I promise you will collapse time. And the last C is consistency. Lack of consistency leads to overwhelm, low self-esteem and anxiety. If you're feeling anxiety or overwhelmed about something, it's probably your lack of preparation or your lack of consistency. But when you are consistent, you build belief, you build certainty, you build confidence. And these are the foundation to you getting the things that you want. Because the truth is, everything that you want is just on the other side of fear. You're scared. Tony said it the other day. He said, if I can follow entrepreneur stress, it leads to fear. You're scared. But I tell you what great leaders do. And by the way, whether you're Oprah, Pete Vargas, Mother Teresa, we still have fear, but we just learn to dance with it. We just learn to leverage it. And we know it's not there to make us run away, but more there to give us a sign to lean in so we can grow. But that's what these 3 C's will do. Your coaching, your consistency, and community will eliminate fear, eliminate fog, give you certainty, belief, and confidence, but most importantly, give you a community of people who have the results that you want and people who've already walked the path before. So they make it extremely easy. And so right now, I want you to write down in your notes, what am I going to decide to do right now that's going to take my life to the next level? What am I going to decide right now that's going to get me to the next level? Because you know what? Everything comes down to a decision. The only reason why I'm here in front of you is my parents decided not to abort me when everyone else said to. The only reason why I'm here is because I decided that I had a voice and a better life and more to give, and I wanted to serve. And I decided that people were going to know who I was. And I was going to be a messenger. I was going to be a vessel, and I was going to share the message. I'm not cool. It's the message coming through me. I just got a unique body to do it. I wanted to be a bodybuilder, so I decided that I was going to become a bodybuilder. I decided that I wasn't going to play victim anymore because victims don't win in the long game. And I decided that I was going to be victorious and override my old software. So right now, on your paper, decide what is that one thing I'm going to do that is going to get me to the next level. With that being said, my friends, this is a little taste of the brain. But remember, every change, every growth opportunity, every expansion, every stretching is a threat to your brain because it wants what's comfortable. Override it so you can have a greater life. Send in love, my friends.
Yes. Wow, dude. I've sat here for the last 2. And listen, dude, that was amazing, bro. Like, unbelievable. Guys, coaching. He invested in himself. I know that because he's a student of ours. Community. He's a part of my community. Like, we're going to have a little strategy planning when I'm out in Vegas to work on his business because I want it to go to another level. I think he's doing incredible things in this world, and I think there's more that he can do. Like, unbelievable. The chat is lighting up, and not all of our speakers, most of our speakers can't see the chat because for a production purpose, we can't give you them like we're giving them to you if we had them in Zoom too, like with all of you. And listen, consistency. You have to make a decision. Nick, I know that you gave us 25 minutes of something powerful, but I'm also excited. Let me show everybody this and then bring Nick right back up, guys. I'm also excited that Nick is including the Creating Victory in Your Life. Retail value $497 for both, our silver and gold packages. Are you excited about that, Nick? Speak to this, but also you've gotten to see, Nick, what we have. Guys, let's get Nick back up. You've gotten to see what we've done to help people build platforms. So what would you say to folks just about the decisions they're making? They need to make a decision leaving this tour, and that's the intention of me doing 30. I've been in the studio for like 40 hours in 8 days between this and Dallas. Do you know how much I've learned? Like, I'm even making decisions tomorrow. Amy Purdy and I were backstage saying, she's like, I think I'm going to do this and this. And I'm like, I think I'm going to do this and this. And so tomorrow, we're going to do 60 minutes of a recap of all of the 40 nuggets so that they can make a decision on a few. Or as you say, one, which I just cracked up when you did that. Like, you're the average of the 5 people. Like, I was cracking up. But what about this? I know you're including something, and what about them just making that investment in themselves? I think a lot of people are scared to do that, and you're the last person of the night here.
Yeah, absolutely. And first and foremost, yeah, what we're going to give you is basically, it's just a course to allow you to build and execute a clear plan on whatever you want to achieve, whether it's your body, mind, relationships, and wealth. But what I would say for your decision is, one, I already taught you it's going to be scary. It's supposed to. It's supposed to be scary. It's supposed to be uneasy. It's supposed to be uncertain. But what I can tell you is what's going to eliminate the fear is the fact that you are learning from people who have the result that you want. I'll shoot it straight with you again. Most people are taking health and fitness advice from people who are overweight. Most people are taking relationship advice from people who don't have good relationships. People are taking financial advice from people who don't have 2 pennies to rub together. But what I can tell you about Pete Vargas and what they got at Advance Your Reach and everything that they're going on, all these leaders, all these amazing things, is they have the results that you want. Meaning, you can't lose unless you don't take action. And that's what the beautiful part about learning from people who have the results that you want is they already laid the blueprint. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just got to make it smoother and you just have to make it you. But you decide whether you want to override or stay in that unconscious programming. That's for you to decide.
I love it, dude. I'm stoked about this as well. I love you, bro. Thank you for bringing us full circle, bringing us home. Guys, give it up for Nick. Give it up for Nick in the chat. Y'all already lit it up. Y'all already lit it up. We're 5 minutes away. I got 5 minutes and 2 seconds. And Kat puts it down backstage. Hey, will you give it up? I saw some of y'all give it up for the video crew. Can you show Mr. Jeff back here? Is there any camera? There's not really a camera that can walk back here with me, huh? Can y'all give it up for the crew here in the studio? I'll make sure that you can see them all tomorrow. We've got camera. Can we turn this one on? How cool is that? They put that up today. We've got 4 or 5 people backstage. I don't think you realize how hard it is to pull this off. This isn't this is like a hybrid between a virtual event and a challenge. You don't have to do something, like this is like the difference between a virtual event and a challenge. It's been a lot of work. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. We might have one little surprise guest tomorrow when I'm back here. But every speaker has been delivered this week, and they delivered powerfully. And the only way we change the world is if you make a decision to leave here and building your platforms. And the only way that we hit $1 million to help these now 9 charities that I've given back to, it started with 3. Did you see in that 2-minute video how I only talked about 3, but now I've given to 6 more? There's 9 charities. The double win that you're getting is 35 mentors, lifetime access to 35 mentors, digital programs. The ultimate platform building resource package, the PhD. And simultaneously, you're getting us close to our goal of hitting $1 million for charity. So as we kind of close today out, Nick's is going to be part of the silver. We've got Margaritas, that's part of the bronze, silver, and gold. And we've got over $30,000 of the ultimate platform digital bundle, the PhD. And for all of you that have been here live, literally this has been the biggest day. Thousands of people have been here live today. Thousands. And like I said, I will recap everything from the last 8 days in 1 hour. I did the math. It's closer to 40 hours and 40 speakers. And I'll recap it all in an hour. I've already got the presentation mapped out. I'm stoked with sound bites, with nuggets. Thank y'all for those that are clapping for that. I actually had to pay attention to the speakers, and my team pay close attention so we could give you the 40 biggest nuggets from the 40 speakers in the pillars so you can connect all the nuggets back to the 6 pillars. Once again, that won't be part of the recordings package either. So make sure that you're here live tomorrow with us at 2 p.m. Eastern. But what I want to say to you one last time is Platform Tour cares. Here are the packages. Here are the packages. $5,000 of value. Actually, that's closer to $7,500. This is closer to $15,000, and this is closer to $30,000. And if you use that code, and guys, can we pull that up really quickly? And then I'm going to close us off with our homework winners really quickly. If you choose, look, here are the organizations that we're giving to. 100% of the profits between now And 15 minutes after this video ends, I promise you, 15 minutes, test me and see. Try 16 minutes. We want you to be able to, now these packages, you can go read all about them at platformtourcares.com. You can read all about them. So they're unbelievable. And they all go away Wednesday night at midnight Pacific Standard Time. But what I want to do is when you click the gold, silver, or bronze, in here you can choose a 1-pay or a 2-pay. And down here it says, do you have a coupon code? Click here. Click there. And then write in the word VIP gift. Whatever package you choose in the next 15 to 20 minutes, and it'll apply $100. Go back to the main page, please, that you had it on. Looks like we lost the screen here. So look, if you scroll down here, scroll all the way down, guys, you can see everything in the packages. Those aren't fake prices. Everything in bronze, you get bronze. Silver, you get silver and bronze. Gold, you get gold, silver, and bronze. So this one's not the smallest, it's actually the biggest. Keep going down, and you will actually see, go down, go down, go down. If you want to learn about all of the different things that are included, you just continue to scroll down. Congratulations to someone from Jacksonville, Florida, who just took action a minute ago. It actually shows you taking action down there. Congratulations to Juliet from Kumpala, who just took action a few minutes ago. And you can see all of the details. That's the bronze. Adrian from Dubai. Or is that Dubai? Dabe? No, Arizona. Sorry, from Arizona. It looked like Dubai. Now go back up, please, and then click on the silver there. If you want to see what's in the silver, you learn more there. It'll give you all of the silver. And if you want to see what's in the gold, click right there. It'll give you all the gold. Congratulations to Lakeisha from Irving, Texas. Remember, bronze gets bronze, silver gets bronze and silver, gold gets gold, silver, and bronze. We will have a welcome call for everybody on Thursday night, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. In about 30 minutes, we'll welcome you and kind of tell you the next 3 steps in the process to all of our bronze, silver, and gold buyers. So make sure, go back up one last time. Erica from Birmingham, congratulations. Go back up, click on one of the packages. You click on one of the no, all the way up, guys, with the discount code. Just click on one and make sure that you write in the word VIP gift if you're making that decision here live with us. The other thing that we've also talked about, back to my, my slide, other thing we talked about is today, there are no replays and there are no recordings of today. It's 6 hours of pure gold. Starting with Amy Purdy, which seems like a decade ago, and ending with Nick Santa. Oh my gosh, Nick, I'll get it, bro, I'll get it. Nick Santo, I call him Nick Santo because it's easier for me, but what a great way to end. This half day today, or almost full day today, will also be included in all the bronze, silver, and gold as well. So guys, I just want to thank you for 8 days. I'm exhausted, I'm tired. I'm going to bring 1 power hour tomorrow. And then after I'm done teaching that hour, I'll stay in the studio. We're going to give you backstage one more time tomorrow for free. I'll stay in the studio and I'll answer a lot of questions for an hour, hour and a half. I'll stay after the hour of training and answer questions for an hour to hour and a half because I haven't answered many backstage, and I'll answer a lot tomorrow. Cool? Our homework winner assignment, our homework winners, thank you, Jeff Tyson. You did your day 7 homework in a powerful way. Sharon, you did your homework in a powerful way. Carol, you did your homework in a powerful way. Sorry. So congratulations to all 3 of you. My team will reach out to you about your prizes. Your day 8 homework is simply your big takeaways from this day that's all about you. Today wasn't the strategies and tactics. I want you to go teach people your 3 biggest takeaways out of today and what you're committed to. And what you're committed to. We'll be giving away $50,000 of prizes tomorrow. $50,000 of prizes tomorrow. So make sure that you're live with us. It's 40 hours recapped in an hour. Like I said, we'll have a worksheet that allows you to take away the takeaways. You need to be live to get all of that and get access to all of that. So just a reminder, thank you for an incredible day today. Thank you for a bonus day. Thank you to my team, platformtourcares.com, platformtourcares.com. Use the code VIP gift. Watch this 2-minute video, and as the 2-minute video ends, you'll see the 15-minute countdown clock that discount code will be used, and my team will make sure it's up on your screen. We'll see you tomorrow for the last training, the recap training at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You could be here for no days, and tomorrow will be very impactful. We'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Watch this video. I'm excited about these 7 days. We have never, ever, ever done something like this before. And to think that it's free is incredible. Just like last year, 100% of the profits will be going back to some amazing charities. Last year, we gave over $750,000, and this year, we are hoping to double that to some amazing charities like SCORE, which is building one of the biggest Black and Latino educational programs that is free of charge to business owners to give them the education they need to grow their business. To the Maloof Foundation, who is helping end sex trafficking in the United States. And to the Model Citizen Fund, which is providing backpacks with hundreds of items to the homeless in our country. You see, you being a part of this, we're not just gonna build your platform this week, we're gonna build those nonprofits platforms as well.
By giving back, you rightly receive so much, thousands in value to build your platform. Our Bronze package contains powerful, proven digital resources to accelerate your growth. Our Silver package includes everything from Bronze, plus additional resources to supercharge your development using all our pillars to grow your platform. And our top-of-the-line Gold package includes tens of thousands in resources from all of the geniuses who grace our stages. We want you to change the world. Everything you need is right here.
What I want you to know is just like last year, 100% of the profits of your contribution go back to these charities. So not one penny of that profit is coming back to me. So would you get into that mindset of just a generosity to give back and help build somebody else's platform? Because I can tell you in these 7 days, what's gonna happen for your business and your platform will be profound. The people that I have brought to this year to help you go to the next level, it's unbelievable. You see, there is so much negativity, so much divisiveness, so much fear happening in our world, and the wrong people control the microphone. And the only way that we change the game is by helping you build your platform so you can control the microphone and change your world. And when enough of us are changing our worlds, we change the world. Would you join us? Build your platform, control the microphone, and change your world.